Alright, let's not waste too much time. Apparently this might be a 7-hour read, so I better get started. I'm 2 hours late, which also means that I'm gonna end up sleeping late with this being a 7 hours read, sorry. So I'm gonna get started like straight away. Let me just make sure that YouTube is connected as well. Yeah, YouTube, you're here, right? I think you are. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna quickly do my annihilation in the meantime as we get people rolling in. I put the stream at reset time, but I somehow chose not to stream earlier. And then I went to see the word count and I was like, oh crap, this word count is bigger. Apparently the length of this story is the same as Invitation to Wine. And Invitation to Wine, I took like 7 hours, so that's not good. So we shall lock in and focus on the story, shall we? Okay, what are we doing today? We're doing Such is the Joy of Our Reunion story reading. So there's that. Is there anything I need to tell you guys about? Probably not. Except I'll just jump straight in, basically. I own a corgi. No, my dog's not a corgi. My dog is a Jack Russell. Good night. I mean, you can use my stream to go to bed. It's a good idea. Alright. Okay, this story I think is longer because there is no beef. Like, in the other three sibling stories, the stage 6, 5 to 8 around there, they don't have like, oh no, wait, but this doesn't have a before after on OR5. Wait, that just means that her story is stacked then. Because it matched the word count of Invitation to Wine. Okay, then I think let's not waste too much time. Here's a bit of a difference between the way I read this and the other events. I will read the description of the story first before I get in, because apparently the description of the stories for this one is quite interesting. The fillers towards possibly the context of the story. I won't listen to anybody's voice lines. I will just do my best to give my own interpretation of them. Alright? Okay. Ready? Chrysanthemum tea with dried tangerine peels. Dried orange peels left to age for 40 years in the same cup with freshly picked chrysanthemum. Do the flavors of yours stand up to a careful tasting? Sir, are you saying such a remarkable individual actually existed in the history of Great Yen? Yes. Cataloging books, organizing texts, promoting education. If she did so much for all life under heaven, why does no one remember her, or even know her name? Sir, can you identify this character? I don't believe I've ever encountered it before. It's not that no one remembers her. It's simply that her true name in one lone word was never recorded in the history books. Isn't it a pity? Her pen captured Great Yen's long history and vast expanse, yet not a single page in the historical records bears her name. Oh no, but who is this saying this? Is this Wang or is this... I think this is Wang speaking. And it's Wang's assistant. Sir, if I were to complete all the missing records, do you think I could reconstruct her image? It's either Wang speaking or Ji speaking. Cool. Sir! It's raining so hard out there! Why not come inside, have a pot of nice warm tea and wait out the rain? No need. This rain won't be stopping anytime soon. I should keep moving. Haha! Some people want the rain to stop, some hope it carries on. The umbrella vendor is smiling from ear to ear. but the passerbys are downright miserable. A fascinating thought. Friend, you should take a moment to rest. I was asked to remind you. The road ahead is rough and uneven. A certain someone worries you might misstep and get your shoes wet. Who is each person? Please just follow me, sir. Your friend is already waiting for you inside. Oh. Hi, Minister. It's been a while. No, these days, you're the Grand Tutor. It has been some time indeed, since we bid each other farewell in Human. I expected to meet with the Sui Regulator and the Ministry of War first upon this return to the capital to deliver my report. That's why I've arranged to meet with you in advance. His Imperial Majesty has passed. When? 2 weeks ago. I think if His Majesty had died of natural causes, you would not be coming to see me about it. Does this mean? The man sitting in the shadows holds out his hand. A black weighty stone rests in his palm. 60 years ago, he escaped from the ancient temple and turned himself into 181 black weighty stones, which scattered across the lands. Their current whereabouts are unknown. 2 weeks ago, the Sui Regulator found this stone in the capital. What has he done? I do not know. The only thing I'm certain of is that he could not have entered the Forbidden City. Someone must have gone out to meet him. Investigating this person's identity would be sensitive. His machinations likely will not involve others. I shouldn't have come to you today, but when the convict caused all this turmoil before, you were the one who subdued him. Grandmaster, do you know anything of this? Not a thing. I have not seen him since the incident. Then I believe you, Grandmaster. Do you need anything from me? Do not linger here. Return to Human at once. Ursus is in constant turmoil, and there is a changing of the guard in Human. We must not allow morale to be shaken. I will handle the Sui Regulator and the Ministry of War myself. It is precisely because you are not entangled in this affair that I can entrust you with such a crucial task. Understood. I will see the Sui Regulator continue to investigate the weighty matter in secret. During this crucial time, you should remain out of sight, Grandmaster. We did not meet here today. Regarding the True Lung, how is His Highness Yen Wu? At this moment, he should be Yen Wu. Yen Wu was the one who went to His Imperial Majesty on the night he died. Your Highness, 28 members of the traitors' families have been imprisoned. But after we checked the list, we found that there was a single individual missing and an infant just under a month old. The Imperial Guard searched the Grand Preceptor's mansion thoroughly today, but found no traces of the baby. Who is this? Who is this? I do not know how to mimic this because I don't know who he is. A newborn could not have run off by herself. Someone went through the trouble to whisk her away. Your Highness need not worry. The Imperial Guard will find her. Your Highness? Highness? Is it the... is it that lady from the previous story? The Fermat? I can't remember her name. No, I guess it's not. It must be someone else. Earlier today, the Minister of Justice requested a meeting. He seeks His Highness' advice on the series of cases. The True Lung should be a guy. Highness is... oh, Highness does not refer to a girl. It can be a guy as well, right? Handle them according to the laws of Yen. I'll tell him. Where is my elder brother now? Where is my elder brother now? According to our reports, he left the capital just half an hour ago. Some of the Imperial Guard have defected with him. The soldiers guarding the city did not dare stop them, without orders to do so. Is this Chongyue? No, it's not. Chongyue is not addressed as Highness. Who is this? Indeed, I never ordered them to keep him in Baizao. He was unwilling to stay and left everyone behind. How many Imperial Guardsmen went with him? 18. Even after committing such an unforgivable crime, my elder brother can still send the Grand Preceptor to die in his place. He can still command the unwavering loyalty of these 18's death sword. How many courtiers are still devoted to him? How many still hope that he will retake the throne? Yet it is your highness who now sits on the throne, not him. Therefore, it falls upon your highness to ensure Yan's eternal prosperity. All case of Yan may afford hesitation and uncertainty, save your highness. It's been so long since I've left this palace. Grand Commandment, tell me, has the spring rain yet ceased in Baizao? The rain may stop whenever your highness desires. If your highness has changed your mind, you yet have time to stop them. I'm exhausted. The Imperial Kitchen has prepared some pa pao soup and shredded bamboo shoots. If your highness desires, very well. Oh wait, is this Wang then? Have I read Game of Thrones before? No. There. Don't cry. We're on our way home. We're almost there. Pick up the pace, please, if you could. It's raining too hard, and I can't see too well. Couldn't go any faster at this rate. How much further to the next station? At least 30 li. Brother, just how urgent is your business that you bring your whole family along to travel on a night like this? Please, just go faster. What the? What's somebody doing out here in the wilderness at this hour? The man looks around, but the endless rain blocks his view. It's too dark for him to see anything. We'll have to get out of here. Sir, I'll give you all the money I have. Take your carriage to the next station. If anyone asks, do not tell them you carried passengers with a baby tonight. I beseech you, good sir. But, what? Where are you going in this weather? We'll follow the path through the northern woods. Ah! Oh wait, no, that's the woman. What is it? The baby is gone. The current True Lang is Wei Yanwu's brother. They mentioned he had a bro in Chungus event and stuff. Right. Oh. Okay. It's her. The baby is sleeping soundly in her cradle, oblivious to the mud and blood on her face. I did everything you asked. I know who is this? I know their methods and I know how to answer them. Don't worry, I won't allow any blood to stain you. Good sir, I have no way to repay your kindness. No, you need not thank me. I did not do this for you. She's done so much for me, and yet what I do today will neither clear her name nor even begin to avenge her. I have no family and no affairs to settle after my death. I ask only one favor of you. Please, take this girl in. You need not tell her anything. Just let her grow up and let her live her life in peace. You know, if she stays here, it will be risky, with a greater possibility that this old case will be reopened. But isn't that what you want? We may be powerless to change the situation right now. But if one day, be it 3 or 4 decades later, the truth is revealed, all the blood shall not have been shed in vain. Right then, I swear it. Is this Surfer? Or is this Blaze? Oh, wait, that's the opening? Wow, that's the shortest opening I've ever seen. Sorry, not Surfer. Singchu. Why did I say Surfer? They're not siblings. Tan, please. Wait a minute. I'm busy. All you ordered was a bowl of plain noodle. It's on the house. Come on. I'll leave the money on the counter. Bye. I'll leaving. Yosta. Thank you! Come again! Eating so little for lunch at that age. What gives? Too many colors blind the eye. Oh, the problem is I don't know who's speaking. I'm just gonna normalize the voice for now because I don't know who is speaking. Too many flavors dull the tongue. One must not indulge in the desire for food. Didn't you just eat one bowl of plain noodles? This is my 5th. I'm not like you. I prefer my food light and simple. I never add any seasonings when I eat. No salt, vinegar, chili, scallions, garlic, or spices at all. When I'm eating, I want to taste the food itself. If the basics are even slightly less than fresh, my taste buds will detect it instantly. Judging by your Mandarin robes, you're a deputy minister with the judicial review office, aren't you? Your tongue must be the greatest judge under heaven. You have a way with words. When next you feel you've been wrong, come find me at the judicial review office. My name is Yu Cheng. Is that Yu or is that just a different person? I won't need to trouble your magistral greatness with that sort of thing. I am but a humble officer of the Ministry of Rights. I'm not often wrong. Well, come and see me anyways. I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles. What is your name, young man? I am called Gu Quan. Gu Quan and Yu Sheng. Okay. Hey, Jiang! I'm here! Oh, coming! What will it be for today, Liu? I'll have the usual. Any specials today? Well, parmesans are in season now. We also got a fresh batch of chestnuts today. You can either eat them raw, nice and crispy, or cooked sweet and tender. How about stewed beef's belly with chestnuts and then some osmonthus flavored dried persimmon for dinner? Dessert. Nice. Alright, I'll try that then. By the way, that sign we fixed for your restaurant a while back. Don't worry, I checked with our chef. This meal is on the house. You've taken care of all the carpentry work the past few years. Treating you to a few meals is the least we can do. You're too kind. He's really a great cook. The greatest under heaven, I'd say. I can't find food this good anywhere else. That wooden talisman I gave him, I meant it. He was too modest to accept the gift. Come on, enough already. We're just a little old eatery. It's you who keeps us in business. You don't need to flatter us like that. By the way, where is that young chef of yours? I didn't see him sitting outside and chatting with the guests today. Don't even bring him up. He's been sulking since early this morning. There's this famous food critic going around lately, taking advantage of the buzz from the Feast of 100 Delicacies. You know, I hear she's visiting all the hidden little eateries in town, rating them one by one in the newspapers. I know. I hear she published an article reviewing taverns in Baizao. She's even writing a book, saying she wants to compile all the best recipes from Baizao, past and present. She calls herself the Wandering Foodie, or something like that. She's certainly ambitious. Baizao has countless taverns, and these places have been making their dishes for generations. To write a book about them, she'll need a wealth of knowledge and a stomach big enough for all that food. Exactly, but I hear the book she's working on, Baizao Cuisine and Food Culture, already earned some praise from a head chef of the 4 great restaurants, and none of them have anything bad to say about her reviews. Rumor has it, she's dropping in here today. Well, you have nothing to worry about. With your chef's cooking, even the harshest critic will have nothing to criticize, right? You know his temper. Whether the reviews are good or bad, he can't stand people talking about his food. He says he doesn't want to get into a cooking competition, but that's just because he's afraid he'll lose. Alright, that's enough of that. The only thing I'm worried about is people discovering this place, so I won't be able to get a table here anymore. Knock on wood. Oh, another customer. Hey, look, the two of you coming right at this hour. We're right across from the Judicial Review Office. I guess it's kind of become your unofficial cafeteria. If it wasn't for this restaurant, I would have resigned and moved home ages ago. Don't say such things. We have a duty. How could you think of resigning? What's up? Why so serious? It's the Feast of 100 Delicacies, of course, the busiest time of the year for the office. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a month. Who can keep going like this? The precautions are necessary though. There's so many tourists here now. If something bad were to happen, it would be a disaster. No matter how careful we are, there's just too much going on. Something is bound to happen. Hey, enough shop talk. I just enjoy the food. You think we're talking about work because we want to? By the way, did you hear about the Ting Feng Lo case? What case? If there's something to say, just say it. Why all the secrecy? I'm not trying to be secretive. This case is just downright eerie. On the 15th of last month, when the Ting Feng Lo was busiest, its 100 or so stoves were burning all day and late into the night. That night, one of the stoves caught fire. The staff could not put it out. A handful of chefs were injured. The original pipe sprung a leak, was it? That's nothing new. Well, the investigators could not determine whether the pipe had been tampered with or not. Hundreds of people have access to that kitchen. Who knows if someone did something? You must know that Ting Feng Lo is the most famous restaurant in Baizao and the organizer of the feast. The thing that makes this incident particularly strange is that it happened on the 15th day of the month, and the fire started out on the 100th stove. Some say that they saw a strange silhouette amidst the flames. Let's stick to the facts, yes? We don't need to fabricate things here. I'm telling you the truth. Many people say they saw it. The work you do at the Judicial Review Office is pretty interesting. Listening to you talk about your cases is like reading a detective novel. Come now, we're hardly authors here. It's just that whenever a case drags on for a few weeks without progress, I have nightmares about it. Actually, now that you mention it, I also heard about a strange case recently. There's nothing supernatural about it, it's just plain weird. Oh, another juicy story. Do tell. I really shouldn't divulge too many details about this. You can't tease us like that. The suspense is killing me. This is a matter of great importance. The place where this incident occurred is truly significant. It was the Mr. Ning's manor, former Minister of Rights. My Shifu has been investigating this case for a while now. I've only heard an overview. He won't tell me more. Mr. Ning has been retired for several years now. He's in the process of leaving Baizao and moving back to his hometown in Jiangnan. But a few days ago, a strange thief broke into his mansion. Nothing was stolen and no one was hurt. But in one of the guest rooms, there was a painting of a xian hanging on the wall. And someone used melted honey to draw a line across the xian's mouth. Of course, the mansion was heavily guarded, but the thief seemed to know the layout very well. And that thief, whether down to incredible skill or sheer experience, left no trace behind. My Shifu and the others have their hands full trying to crack the case open. Sealing the lips with honey. Isn't that the legend of the stove god? It ensures the stove god will say more good things than bad. The thief vandalized the painting, but didn't steal anything of value. They don't care for money. So, did they have another motive? What motive could they have had? Minister Ning is an honorable Mandarin. He has a decades-long record of dutiful public service. Who could have any issue with him? Regardless, he is an important court Mandarin. The ransacking of his manor is no small matter, especially at a time like this. It's our greatest fear come true. Oh, hey, I just thought of something. You scared me. What's the thought? I just remembered that I also saw something weird a few days ago, right in this very restaurant. It was 3 days ago. I was here eating when a real strange customer walked in. He looked to be on the older side, and he was still wearing a prison outfit, as if he had just been released by the Judicial Review Office. He sat down and ordered 20 bowls of white rice. Nothing else. He downed them in no time flat. That's all you're going to eat? Eating all that rice is bound to make you choke. Why don't we whip a little 2 entrees for you and a bowl of soup? On the house! No. It's Da Huang's rice. Nice and fresh. The finest on the land. What other food could I possibly need? I've filled my belly. I have no need for any free dishes. Check, please. After the funny fella finished eating, he grabbed all 20 empty bowls and walked out of the restaurant. He kept walking until he reached the judicial review office. He threw the pile of bowls at the door of the office and yelled, "I'm the one who set fire in the scrollery." Well, I'm sure you know more about it than me, especially with my terrible memory. Who was that guy anyways? What happened to him in the end? There's no way I could discuss something like that with you. Shh! There are civilians at the next table over. Don't worry about them. I heard that lady speaking Victorian. I think they're foreigners. They don't understand what we're saying. 老板，电餐，电餐? How do I read this word? 电 means order, but what's can? Or 餐? Red silk special, mala tofu, soft yellow shells, autumn casserole, and jade surprise. And that's all she ordered. Is she trying to challenge us? She seems very polite. She just looked at the menu and picked out these dishes. It didn't look like she was asking for trouble. You think she might be that food critic? The one who wrote Baizao cuisine and food culture. What kind of food critic comes in and orders nothing but tofu? Relax, chef, relax. You know how things are going here, business-wise. The future of our restaurant hinges upon this very moment. You have to do your best. The dishes must be flawless. 点餐? Oh, 点餐. Yeah, okay, 餐 as in meal, okay. The Victorian woman pulls up a chair and 2 jugs of wine and sits at the table with 2 mandarins of the Judicial Review Office. She casually pours each a glass of wine. Its rich, sweet aroma soon fills the table. Please, drink and enjoy. This wine was meant for sharing. Aye, so what happened next? What became of the weirdo who threw the empty rice bowls? Good lady, what you just heard was nothing more than an idle diner's chatter. Whatever you do, please do not share it with anyone else. Huh? But you haven't finished the story yet. Where's the cliffhanger? Where's the stay tuned for the next episode? I'm a Mandarin of the Judicial Review Office, madam. Another storyteller in the tea house. What a coincidence! I have a good friend who works there too. And here I was thinking everybody at the Judicial Review Office was stuffy, pretentious, and tight-lipped. Dear madam, have you come to Yen all by yourself? Are you here on vacation? Let's not be so formal. My Yanni's name is Huang, or Blaze in Victorian. And yes, I guess you could say that I'm here on vacation. I haven't met Victorians who could speak Yanese as well as you do. Have you lived in Yen previously? Actually, no, but I'm not 100% Victorian. My father is yet. Three rules, you say? Yes, if you can't follow these rules, I won't be able to take you back to Baizao. Okay, lay them on me. First, be wary of strangers. Do not of your own volition take action that are unnecessary. What do you take me for? A 3-year-old? I know that. What else? Second, do not tell anyone that you are an infected. Do I really need you to tell me that? Third, do not, under any circumstances, tell anyone about your father. Okay. Blaze, you are an important witness in all of these major cases, as well as an important piece of evidence. I need your cooperation, and in return, I will guarantee your safety. What's that about your dad? I'm here to visit some family, and I'm on vacation. Well, madam, you came at the perfect time. The feast of 100 delicacies is about to begin. All Baizao restaurants compete to serve the best dishes. This is the time of the year when you can try the tastiest food. Really? Do you have any Baizao delicacies you can recommend? Or maybe a restaurant or two? Baizao doesn't have any signature dishes or Baizao delicacies as you put it. Instead, you'll find that every single dish you eat in Baizao makes a delicacy. Ah, that makes sense. I didn't make the connection until now that Baizao means 100 stoves in Victorian. You know what they say. To the people, food is heaven. Yes, the name Baizao, bestowed ages ago by the reigning True Lang, means to tend all cooking stoves under heaven. Later, someone says exquisite food demands meticulous preparation. See, fine food doesn't just fill your stomach, it soothes your soul. There are different dishes for every season and every region. The best chefs, they have a wealth of knowledge and the power of gods at their fingertips. Please, let's eat. Enough fooling around with these foreign tourists. Order up! Hmm? Do you have some special fondness for tofu? Or... These are all tofu dishes? They have different names, so I had no idea. Who would have the thought that Yen have so many different kinds of tofu? Whatever, there's more than enough tofu for everyone. We'll enjoy it all together. Isn't that the custom here in Yen after all? Alright, let's dig in. What's this? I don't remember ordering a dessert. Did you send out the food? Does she like it? Actually, she didn't really eat much. She gave most of it away to the other customers. Ugh. Settle down. She might be feeling out the ambience, you know. Just calm down. Let's see what happens. So, what is this feast of 100 delicacies you keep talking about? You may speak fluent Viennese, madam, but there are clearly gaps in your knowledge of our culture. The Feast of 100 Delicacies happens every year in mid-autumn, when the True Lung convenes meetings with mandarins at all levels to discuss state affairs. Mid-autumn? Wait, what? So this event is the first canonically correct event for us in Ian then? Because it's mid-autumn now. We're approaching mid-autumn. Already. I think it's 1 month from now, or it's like a few weeks from now. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks. If it's just a bunch of government meetings, why is it called the Feast of 100 Delicacies? Now this has a beautiful origin story. Many years ago, the True Lung at the time held a birthday banquet, and all the mandarins presented him with gifts, including all manner of rare treasures from all across Yen. It's still summer? No! What? Guys, Mid-Autumn Festival! Mid-Autumn Festival for China is around this time. Let me check when is it this year. Oh wait, I take it back. What the fuck? Why is Mid-Autumn in October? Huh? Oh, when was Mid-Autumn last year? Last year was in September. When was it 2 years ago? 2 years ago was also in September. Oh, okay. But I mean, we're closer to Mid-Autumn than we are to Chinese New Year. You get what I mean? But there was one mandarin, a young assistant minister from the Ministry of Revenue, who gave the True Lung a bowl of pearls jade soup. The True Lung lifted the lid off the bowl, only to find a clump of rotten cabbage leaves and a scant few grains of brown rice floating in some water. The True Lung was enraged, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" The assistant minister replied, "There was a flood in Jiangxi this year, so we had a terrible harvest. What you see in the bowl here is what the peasants have been eating every day." Speaking up for what's right, that's what any good mandarin should do. Still, doing it to the True Lung's face on his birthday like that takes some serious guts. Yes, the surprising thing is, the True Lung did not punish the young mandarin. He praised him and ordered all the other mandarins to follow his example in advocating for the people. The Chulang ordered cuts to the court budget and used those funds for disaster relief. He built embankments to guard against future floods, and Jiangqi was saved. Yes, and the following year, the Mandarin presented the Chulang with a bowl of sumptuous fortune soup to show him that the fineries were thriving. In summation, the annual banquet became a tradition, called the Feast of 100 Delicacies, held every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival. And all restaurants in the city served dishes from the traditional 100 Delicacies menu, welcoming all the people to join in the celebration. Oh, the Yenis really know food, don't they? This little shop here is a great example. It may look ordinary, but it serves top-notch eats. Just how many different types of tofu they can make. Amazing. Then again, these cakes here, they taste different to the ones I've had before, and not in a good way. I think something not quite right with them. Huh? Why has everyone gone silent? What voice do I give this boy? We're gonna listen to his voice all throughout the story. What voice do I give him? I need to think about his Ian voice. Probably going with his Ian voice is better. Was it you? You're the one criticizing my food. And I'm not gonna go too high. I don't go annoyingly high pitch. I'll just be high for him. What the young sounding voice? What do you want to show me? Who's who? Pick up the pace a little. We'll be there soon. Oh, Li Zi. If you walk in the snow by the stream, the fragrant plume blossoms are rare. However, you can find some at the base of the mountain. I suppose the view of the fireworks against the city skyline from atop the mountain could be the only thing worth climbing all the way up here. Fireworks! Who cares about those? I brought you here to see this pine tree. An evergreen. It can withstand the cold weather. No, that's not what's special about it. I planted this tree myself, right before I assumed my post in Baizao. Back then, I had the same mindset as you. After all these years, I'm a different person now, and this tree is a different tree. I do not understand. That doesn't matter. All you need to do now is look at the tree. Imprint it in your memory. Xingyan, you will do well in the Judicial Review Office. You will go on to be an excellent deputy minister, and maybe a minister yourself. Those cases will not be a problem for you. There's only really one issue that you'll need to focus on. Will you be able to handle the truth? I do not understand. You don't need to understand now. Every once in a while, you'll think back to this pine tree. Once you've spent enough time contemplating this tree, you will understand the rest. After I die, cut down the tree. Use its wood to furnish my fashion my coffin. Mr. Yu, we should be going. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. So she's the Yu Sheng in the previous story, like the starting story. Years of wind and snow, moments fleeting like blossoms in the morning and evening light. Once more, I think back to the pine tree and the mountain path buried in snow. Yu Cheng, what penalty do you propose to atone for your guilt? Crime? Oh yeah. Lei Zi's real name is Ling Qingyan. Lei Zi is also a Lin. What time is it? Has the suspect confessed yet? Censor Zhechen, this is a serious matter. Please mind your words and behavior. This is a routine internal matter for the Judicial Review Office. The Department of Discipline and Supervision is going through the motions. It's not a big deal. However, this trial today certainly has been interesting. The minister is usually quite well-tempered. I've never seen her that angry before. Whoa, blue woman. Yu Cheng, you served in the Judicial Review Office once. You took an oath before the bronze mirror. Do you really think the Judicial Review Office is the proper place for you to act like a spoiled brat? That's an unjust accusation. You asked me all that you needed to ask, and I answered them. What else would you have me to do? On the 15th of last month, around 1:45 AM, someone set fire to the southern end of the Judicial Review Office scrollery. That person was me. Liar! When the fire broke out, you were in the pre-trial detention. How could you have started it? If you planned the fire, you had help. Name your co-conspirator. I had no co-conspirator. However, I did have a helper. A foul beast. That night, a wounded foul beast landed by the window of my cell. I fed it a few grains of rice and some fresh water. The foul beast was quite intelligent. I saved it, and it was willing to return the favor. I gave it a burning straw and told it to fly to the scrollery. What? Yu Cheng, the courtroom has no time for your games. I'm not playing games. Ask me anything, and I will answer truthfully. Very well. You say you started the fire. Elaborate on that, if you will. What species of foul beast was it that you used? Do I look like a foul beast expert? I only remember that it was completely black, without a single stray hair, as black as the human heart. You said you gave the foul beast a burning straw. You were locked in a cell. Where did you get the straw? I picked it out of my sleeping cushion. Your cushion was made of cotton. Then my memory is mistaken. It must have fallen in from the foul beast's nest. The guards did a full search of your cell after the fire. They did not find any foul beast's nest. If criminals didn't try to cover their tracks, we wouldn't need a Judicial Review Office or the Ministry of Justice, would we? That foul beast truly understood human nature. Why, you... Oh, right. As for how I lit the straw in the first place, I struck the cell bars with these iron shackles exactly 863 times. One for each year of the Judicial Review Office existence. That is as much detail as I can provide on the fire. Will it do? Madam Minister, if you have more questions for me. It seems he has been reading some fanciful stories since his retirement. This is no time for jokes. Well, she had the patience to play along with him and indulge his insanity. Do you want to enter this line into the record? Of course. Interesting. Yu Cheng was once appointed Deputy Minister for the Judicial Review's Office, Haoran Pavilion. There, he took down countless corrupt mandarins and notorious criminals. However, after his retirement, you convicted him of fabricating evidence, which is how he ended up here. As you think back now, do you regret your choice, Deputy Minister Lin? The law is the law. It bends for no man. Stop trying to start trouble, Censor Jie. But when we look at it, Yu Cheng's behavior is quite odd. When he was charged with fabricating evidence, he did not question it or protest. Now after he's been convicted, he decides to start a fire. That's not right. I still have questions. Yes, Deputy Minister Lin. Lin Xinyan puts down her pen and paper and happens to meet Yu Cheng's gaze. The prisoner, who has been pretending to be insane, is now staring at her intently. She wants to know the truth. She does not fear revealing herself in the process. Yu Cheng seems pleased with Lin Xinyan's reactions. He closes his eyes as an ugly grin crosses his face. Deputy Minister Lin, as acting clerk, you need only take notes. Minister Chen, there is one question you haven't asked. Yu Cheng claims he set the fire. What was his motive? The suspect's confession is clearly nonsense. Why bother asking his motive? I am the one who set fire to the scrollery. You must believe me. As for why I did it, Yu Cheng, There were 74,000 case files in the southern section of the scholarly, the result of 60 years of painstaking effort and the hard work of 24 deputy ministers. And you saw fit to turn it all to ash. Yu Cheng suddenly drops his head. He remains silent for what seems like ages. The minister's eyes remain fixed on him, watching his every move. As I see it, it was no great loss. Those files were filled with half-truths, whitewashed fabrications, and outright lies. Gazing upon them dirties the eyes, thinking of them taints the mind. So I thought it best to cleanse it all in flames. Cleanse? Just what are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? If you are keen to know, then let's have a discussion. That which I burned, was it clean or dirty? Minister Chen, this suspect is clearly suffering from some sort of mental disease. It's getting late. Shall we conclude the questioning for today? Escort Yu Cheng back to his cell. I truly regret that we subjected the Department of Discipline and Supervision to this circus here today. It is truly a vexing case. We understand. The Judicial Review Office will be sure to submit a full explanation to the Department of Discipline and Supervision. I just hope this can be resolved quickly, so I don't have to make so many trips here. You've planted way too many Kempo trees in the courtyard. They're making me sneeze. I shall take my leave now, Deputy Minister Lin. See you. You should be off too, Lin Xinyan. The courtroom door swings open as sunlight pours in once more. Lin Xinyan immediately spots the 7 towers with 18-pound pointed roofs hidden in the shadow of trees. The Judicial Review Office scholarly were all built in this style. The roofs of the towers seem to be covered with ash, the remnants of the burnt southern section. Just as she is about to step out the door, she hears a faint voice. Lin Xinyan, it's almost time. Do not forget. Lin Xinyan steps out into the cold sunlight without even hesitating. Achoo! Sensei Jiezhen, you're still here. I was waiting to chat with you for a minute. It's not convenient to talk in there. If you still want to investigate Yu Cheng's case, you'd better move quickly. After the Feast of 100 Delicacies is over, all prisoners detained in Baizao will be either transferred to another prison or exiled. In any case, the cells must be emptied within 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The Imperial Decree should reach you shortly. I just spotted it earlier, so I'm giving you a heads up. And here I thought you didn't care much for these things. It is within my power to avoid caring, but you cannot get it out of your head. Yu Cheng is very important to you, isn't he? He was kind of my teacher in the Judicial Review Office. He's the one who taught me to distinguish right from wrong. When I first discovered that he fabricated evidence to convict a corrupt Mandarin, well, I just shrugged it off by using any means necessary to achieve justice. However, I never imagined he would set fire to the scholarly. There's absolutely no justice in that. Indeed, I can't figure him out. But it does provoke a question. They've never emptied the jails for the feast before. Why do it this year? This matter may not concern you directly, but I'm sure you've heard something about it. Human experienced a catastrophe at the beginning of the year. Then this summer, we suffered the Da Huang incident. And what was the root cause of all this? The bestial sea. This 1,000-year-old case must finally be resolved. I dare not engage in presumptuous speculation. This is as much as I can say for now. 多谢. Sensei Jiezhen, why did you terminate the ongoing interrogation? As the saying goes, words may deceive, so trust your eyes. I wager you haven't seen the burnt scholarly yet. No, I have not. Perhaps you'd better go see it for yourself. I will take my leave. The restaurant, which was loud and boisterous just a moment ago, goes completely silent. The regulars, anticipating what is to come, file out of the diner one by one. Of course, they remember to leave money for their meals. Jiang, close the door. What happened? Jiang, wasn't she just eating these Mandarin cakes here? Yes, she was. And didn't you tell me that she was criticizing the taste? No, she said they taste different. Not bad. Just different. I guess you'd call it criticism, though not exactly orthodox, different to what I had before. So you're the head chef, eh? Pretty young, aren't you? Don't try to change the subject! I was just critiquing the food. That's not a capital offense. Besides, I thought the rest of the dishes were awesome. Now you're on to flattery. This is my restaurant, and I have my rules. You either tell me what's wrong with the tangerine cakes, or I won't let you leave. I told you already, they taste different to the ones I've had before. Where and when did you eat them before? Oh, maybe more than 10 years ago? When I was living in Victoria, a relative sent them to me. Did you come here to stir up trouble? Jiang, escort her out! No, we're not in the habit of kicking customers out of the restaurant. Good madam, think for a minute. What exactly is it about these cakes that taste different? Maybe this is all some kind of misunderstanding. Let me think. I remember the tangerine cakes I had before were sweeter. Yes, you must not have used enough sugar. The tangerine cakes need more sugar? To think I took you for a food critic. You're a woman with absolutely no taste. I won't waste my time arguing with you. Please leave. You say I have no taste? When the real problem is your cooking. Oh no. My cooking, you say? Don't make me laugh. My cooking, my culinary talent, my... Alright then. I'll make you a bet. Go out this door here and sample the food at some of the other restaurants. If you find a better tasting meal, I'll give you this entire shop. No, please, no. But if you can't find better food, you have to sit at this table by the window and shout out to the streets. Shout what? Apologize to me 100 times. But what would I want with your restaurant? Let's do this instead. If I find food that tastes better, then you let me eat here for a month. Free. And you'll teach me how to cook a few of the tastiest dishes in Yenny's cuisine. Also free of charge. Huh? There's an old Yenny saying, give a man a fin and you'll feed him for a day. Teach a man to fin catch and you'll feed him for a lifetime. This restaurant, when I leave, I can't take it with me. If you can teach me how to cook a few tasty dishes, I can cook them for my friends. But weren't you just criticizing my cooking? I told you, all your other dishes taste great. Wait a moment. Don't think you can just trick me like that. We still need to discuss the tangerine cakes. Okay, then I'll take your bet. I know I can find tangerine cakes somewhere in Baizao that taste just like the ones I had before. Huh? What's that weird smell? I think it's coming from the back of the kitchen. I know that smell. It's like something is overcooked. My stew! Dear customer, I apologize. Our head chef has a bad temper and is easily offended. Please come again, alright? Pretty weird. I've heard that skilled chefs tend to be eccentric. In fact, I'll bet the reason he was able to become a good chef was precisely because he takes his food so seriously. Did you notice that each of the 5 tofu dishes you ordered had tofu cut in a different way, yet every piece of tofu within each dish was exactly the same size and shape? I don't think many chefs in Baizao could accomplish that. You overheard our argument. Sorry, I wasn't eavesdropping. You were just within earshot. You were all having such fun, sharing your dishes amongst yourselves. Well, I believe you accidentally took the plate of tangerine cakes that I ordered. Oh, sorry about that. What a dummy I was, taking someone else's food, and then having a fight with the chef over it. You wait here. I'll order you some more, straight away. No, there's no need for that. I came here today to try the food, after seeing how much you all enjoyed it. Well, I figure it must be good enough. However, I'm still a little curious. What exactly do you not like about the tangerine cakes? I can't really put my finger on it, but I just know I've eaten better ones before. Are you sure the dish you ate before was indeed tangerine cakes? Of course. One of my relatives lived in Baizao, and he would ship me these cakes. There's no way I'd be wrong, I'm sure. May I trouble you with a request then? You're going out to look for another restaurant that serves these tangerine cakes, right? Can you take me with you? Sure. You're from Baizao, aren't you?
That's perfect. You know your way around these parts. Then again, it's getting kind of late. Let's meet here again tomorrow at noon. What do you say? Certainly. Alright, by the way, my name is Blaze. I'm a tourist from Victoria. How should I call you? I'm a woman of few hobbies. I like to write, and I like to eat. My pen name is the Wandering Foodie. In any case, you may call me Singchu for short. Am I streaming a CNI stream? What makes you think I would? Unless I'm not free, but yeah. Such a trove of knowledge, those wonderful archives. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The dark space still has a lingering acrid smell. On the collapsed beams of ironwood, murky raindrops tremble, ready to fall. The iron chests that once held so many records and books have been warped and twisted by the flames. The paper and ink within have smoldered into ash, leaving only faint traces of words. Do not linger too long. Rain showers after a fire send smoke up into the air. What have we learned so far? We've determined this to be arson. The absurd part, the fire's time and location matched Yu Cheng's confession perfectly. The scrollery was heavily guarded, yet on the night of the fire, the guards didn't notice anything. Not only was the perpetrator highly skilled in Kung Fu, but they also had intimate knowledge of the Judicial Review's office layout. They must have been working with Yu Cheng for quite some time. You're saying you think this was an inside job? We cannot be certain. How bad was the damage? All records that were burned were from old cases, which has little effect on our current work. However, if these cases were ever to be reviewed in the future, there would be no evidence to go on. Nearly all these cases were Yu Cheng's responsibility. Do you really believe Yu Cheng was the one who burned this scrollery? Absolutely not. No matter what nonsense he spouts, he was in prison when the fire broke out. There's no way he could have done it himself. However, I'm sure he's involved in some way. He's working with someone else. What did he mean when he suggested the files are dirty? Is there something on your mind? Do you still remember the last case Yu Cheng investigated before he retired? How could I forget? 40 years ago, the Minister of Justice was stabbed in the street. The assassin turned out to be a mad beggar. The Judicial Review Office did everything in their power to uncover the man's identity, to no avail. In the end, they classified the murder as a random, spur-of-the-moment act of violence. But nearly 30 years later, Yu Cheng accused the sitting Minister of Rights, Ning Shu, of being the murderer. I worked with Yu Cheng for many years. I knew him better than anyone. However, in his last few years at the office, he began to change. Something radicalized him. He began doing whatever it takes to catch criminals. He even started fabricating evidence to cold cases and settle old scores. If the accusations against him were baseless, then why did Minister Ning resign? What do you mean? Do you still remember Gu Xuan? It all began when Gu Xuan, serving as the envoy of ceremonial rites, died en route to Victoria. Yu Cheng believed that Minister Ning murdered the Minister of Justice and then killed the important witness in the case 30 years later. But that's the absurdity. The envoy has only just taken office. How could he have been connected to a case from 30 years prior? Moreover, the envoy's manner, place, and time of death were all clearly established. He drowned near the Victorian border. How could the Minister of Rights have orchestrated his death all the way from Baizao? The Judicial Review Office recorded Gu Xuan's death in the case files. The files are somewhere in this pile of ash that lays before you. Why raise these two cases now? Do you think they are connected to the fire somehow? I would call it a hunch. Yu Cheng's confession has drawn our attention, but clearly, there's some kind of larger scheme behind the fire. The real question isn't who set the fire, but the arsonist's ultimate goal. Would you hand this case over to me? No. On what grounds? Yu Cheng asked you to take notes during his trial. This is why you stand here now, and it's also the reason I cannot allow you to participate any further. Whatever Yu Cheng's plan, you are most certainly a part of it. I know you regard him as a mentor and couldn't bear to see his reputation tarnished, but I will assign someone else to investigate the fire. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this. What about the cases that Yu Cheng once investigated? You'd best forget about those. No matter what you intend to investigate, it's simply not a good time. Why do you say that? Lin Qingyan, you are a deputy minister in the Judicial Review Office, not some petrol woman. Every case you handle has a ripple effect. Your so-called act of justice may very well become a dagger in the hands of those with ulterior motives. So you know what's really going on with these cases, don't you? Stay away from Yicheng's cases. That is my suggestion. Do not force me to make it an order. Oh, and I have one final piece of advice. You must learn to prioritize. The past is never as important as the present. The young deputy minister is still standing in the same spot. She walks down the path that has been cleared through the rubble, through the place that once held so many case files. The arsonist's motive is quite clear. He never wanted those files to see the light of day. Whether Yicheng fabricated evidence or not, all available clues in both cases point to Ningshu. But why would the Minister of Rights assassinate another high-ranking Mandarin? She bends down and brushes aside a charred beam, revealing a hint of green emerging from the ashes. It's a pine tree. Yicheng, you... I planted this tree myself, right before I assumed my post in Baizao. After I die, cut down this tree, use its wood to furnish my coffin. Lin Xinyan, it's almost time. Do not forget. This month's water bill is 2,000 and electricity is 2,500, while ingredients cost... Go do your accounting somewhere else, please. I can't stand you buzzing in my ear. According to my calculations, if you can come up with another 3,000, we'll be able to keep the doors open past this month. And where am I going to dig out that coin? There are ways to do it, like the 2 months of meals owed by Wang, the carpenter. Or you can visit shopkeeper Liu across the street and ask him for balance he owes for last month's funeral banquet. Collect enough of those outstanding debts and we'll have what we need to make for this month. That's less than ideal, isn't it? Customers on credit are in a tough spot. Going up to them and calling in the debt right now feels awkward, to say the least. You want to play the good guy? Why every time the rent collector comes calling, do you ask me to deal with him? You're big bone. If the rent collector is angry, he won't take you in for a fight. Maybe there's another way. Ding Feng Lo is coming here again today to hand out invitations to the competition. They're hiring chefs in preparation for the feast of 100 delicacies. If you manage to win the competition, the prize money alone will be enough to pay our rent for the end of the year. No way, no how. I am a proud owner and head chef of Savers at Yu's. How could I stoop so low as to work for someone else? This is no ordinary cook. The head chef of Ding Feng Lo doesn't take apprentice, but even a casual demonstration provides enough to keep most chefs learning for 3 to 5 years. Plenty of people dream of working under him, never to get the chance. Besides, it's for the feast of 100 delicacies. The menu is recorded every year and passed down through generations. This is the lifelong dream of countless chefs. Those who want to attend are free to go. I shall not. Are you scared? I'm not scared. You're scared. What a feast of 100 delicacies. It's nothing more than a group of old grey hairs hosting a big dinner party. All they ever talk about is politics. They don't even have the chance to eat. It's a waste of time. Just listen to your arrogance. You talk as if you've been there in person. I've catered so many banquets. They're all the same. You won't take any of my suggestions. I suggest we're just gonna let this restaurant fail then. Good grief, with a boss like you, I've got to start making new career plans. Okay. If it's just another 3,000 we need, I'll start making extra deliveries each day through the end of the month. Have you no ambition? As a chef, don't you want your restaurant to do well? I'm not even sure why you opened it in the first place. People need to eat, which means there has to be someone to cook for them. As long as we have customers who want to eat my food, this restaurant will do just fine. More importantly, I promised I'd wait for a certain customer, and that one still hasn't shown. I can't close the shop yet. What customer? Who do you want to wait for? It's just not time yet. A great stew demands patience. You have to add in the ingredients at just the right time. There's no need to rush. What's with this thing? I can't get any channels. I want to watch the news. Hey, you're back. Indeed. What have you learned? I brought some food for you. I found a new restaurant today. The kitchen stinks to high heaven, but the cooking is pretty solid. Alright, there's one more other thing. Today, I found these snacks that my dad once sent me a long time ago. Who gave you permission to leave your room as you please? What? Seriously? I've been living off takeout for 3 days straight. I just wanted to go out and grab a bite to eat. Is that not allowed? How many times have I told you? Your identity and status are extremely important. Your current situation is dreadfully tenuous. Are you not taking this seriously? Lin Qingyan, are you off your rocker? We already established the 3 rules. No one said I was confined to my room. I had a good life back at Rhodes Island. Then you showed up and told me my father's death was suspicious without giving me any details. I came all the way here to Baizao, the place where my dad used to live, and you still haven't told me anything. You made me stay in this room day after day, and now you have to go to yell at me? That is... Forgive me. I should not have scolded you. The current situation is not as I had anticipated. What situation? Is there anything I can do to help? I don't know. A lot of unexpected things happened in Baizao before you arrived. If you would aid me, then simply do what you can to avoid danger. Understood? As for your father, I just happened to be handed that case a few years ago. The case was originally being handled by my predecessor, someone I trusted deeply. Your father seemed to have been spending a lot of time pursuing a certain truth in the last few years of his life. His death was suspicious. Every clue we found hints that there were larger forces at work here. How large? We don't know for certain. Nor can we even hope to guess. But your mere existence is the most important evidence that we have. Please, I vow to you I will find the truth, and once I do, I'll tell you everything. However, until I do, I simply need you to trust me. I need you to cooperate with me. By the way, what were you saying about your father just now? I say I found these snacks that he used to send me a long time ago. And? They don't taste the same as they used to. Maybe it's just because I'm remembering wrong. The Yenis have a saying for this, right? The situation remains the same, yet the people have changed. No, that's not right. The situation has also changed. Well then, a more apt saying would be, times change, and with them, change all things. Too much time has passed. It'll be very hard for us to find any clues left back then. But these are in fact one of the few things I found in Baizao that relates to my father. When I lived with my mother in Victoria, my dad would send them to me from time to time. I figured that by the time I got my disease under control and figured out what I really believed in, my dad would be back in Victoria, waiting for me to come home. Naive. Everyone longs for that sort of happy ending. And yet, by the time I found a place that I could treat my oropathy and finish some of the things that I had to do with my buddy's crew, my dad was gone. Before you came and found me, I always thought that my dad's death was an accident. I was sad, but there was nothing I could do about it. But if you're telling me my father was murdered, then that's an entirely different story. I need to learn the truth. I owe that to my father and myself. In all truth, I know very little about what happened to your father. Many of the old archives have been lost, and very little information can be extracted from what remains. Just looking at the case files he left behind, we can see that your father worked as a ceremonial officer in the Ministry of Rights for over 10 years, but never got promoted. It seems he was not well suited to serve in public office. However, to stay in a position like that for over a decade, he must have been a good person. Good people also die. She walks over to the window, closes her eyes, and rubs her temples. The faraway city lights are shimmering in the twilight. The years of wandering are long over. People today are moving from one stage of life to the next, as the city guides them and runs right behind them. Many boundaries are blurred. Many high walls become thoroughfares. Many hurried footsteps pass over the paving stones. Not everyone is qualified to etch their names into the annals of history. It's high autumn. The courtyard is silent. Its long, thick walls prevent outside noise from coming in. It's empty, save for an old persimmon tree leaning against the wall in the shade, with its old crown extending over the top of the wall. No one knows what this old tree has witnessed over the years. We do know that since its planting, it has turned red and green and red again as the seasons have flown by. Each year, bright red fresh persimmons grow from its branches, and each year, these beautiful fruits wipe away old memories of previous harvests. The old man sits under the tree, sleeping in the shade. Grandfather? Grandfather? What? Sichu, you're back. Yes, I got delayed a bit on the way back, but thankfully, I made it in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I've been thinking a lot these past few days. I've been watching the persimmons grow redder and redder. I was afraid if you didn't come back soon, we wouldn't be able to eat them together this year. I'm not sure how many more harvests I will live to see. If you had come back any later, you may not even see me here. Grandfather? Ning Sichu decides not to crack any jokes, as she usually would have done. She looks at the old man closely. He seems to have a few new wrinkles on his forehead this time. The autumn wind blows suddenly, ruffling the old man's hair. We completed our trial of Ta Huang's first mobile plate last month. I finished up my work at the Ministry of Rights for now, so they allowed me 2 weeks vacation. You've worked really hard. I heard about the going-ons on Ta Huang as soon as they happened. I've detailed all my criticisms in my letters. I know you were involved in the disaster relief effort as well, but every Yanese Mandarin is duty-bound to protect the people. As an assistant minister of the Ministry of Right, you must take responsibility for the poor management here. Deducting half a year's pay is letting you off easy. You have nothing to complain about. Of course, I shall not complain, and I take my errors to heart. Sichu, you must remember, do not focus on what you've already done. Focus on what you still haven't done yet. As a magistrate, you must carry out the orders of your superiors while winning over and maintaining the trust of those below you, the citizens. In your position, everything you do is only what was expected of you in the first place. However, should you fail in even the slightest of your responsibilities, it would be an unforgivable transgression. If you do not understand this, you are not fit to wear your magistral robes. Devote all your energy to the cause, and that is all you have to give. I still remember the words you taught me so many moons ago. I shall take this mistake to heart, but I shan't despair. Quitting now would be really shirking my responsibilities. Yes. Okay. I've said enough on this for now. I am not in your position, nor do I work in the Ministry of Rights. Therefore, I have no right to interfere. Now, I am more worried about your injury. Are you well? Do not worry, grandfather. I recovered quite some time ago. Broken bones take at least 3 months to heal, so please take caution. In a few days, after you get settled, make the time to go see a doctor. An old friend of mine gave me medicine patches. I'll give you some to take back home with you. Very well, grandfather. You kids are always making me worry. I'm just about to move back to my old hometown. My son and daughter never come to see me, and your sister is never home. Everyone's forgotten me. What you say about my sister sounds true, but as far as you've forgotten, forgive me, but these past few days you've closed your door to all visitors. This again. Kids these days, you don't have your priorities straight, do you? I haven't had a single moment of peace in this court yet, since the beginning of last month. The youth today are clever. They knock on my door to offer me wine or tea. Instead, they've started watering my flowers. My poor hydrangeas, I spent so long growing them, and these kids, have already drowned 3 pots this year. You've had so many visitors lately. I'd wager the minister came and showed you the draft guest list for the feast, didn't he? It's rare to see the true lung even once a year. I'm sure many would treasure the chance to learn about the latest court gossip. I have no reason to meet the young lad. He's the minister after all. What does he need my input for? Come now, grandfather. You served for decades in the Ministry of Rights. Your achievements were many, and your legacy is secure. That's all in the past. If we keep focusing on the past, how will we deal with the present? Mr. Ning, you have a guest. I told you, no visitors. Who is it anyways? He says he's the advisor of Yuman. The advisor of Yuman? Never heard of him. I don't care who he is. I said no visitors, and I meant it. Grandfather, wait a moment. Might the advisor be here to see me? Ning servant. Good sir. Our master is not accepting visitors right now. Please come back another time. Please, ineloquent man. Please tell Ning, your master, that an old friend is here. Sir, no offense, but judging by your age, are you sure you're an old friend of the master's? It's true. I dare not make up stories. Sir, please, be on your way. The master is not accepting any guests right now. If you are really an old friend, then I'm sure you wouldn't want to cause trouble, would you? Mr. Liang? Liang? Like Liang Xin? Why is Liang Xin called an ineloquent man? What did he do to deserve being called an ineloquent man? I was thinking, is it Liang Xin? Do you not recognize me? Miss Ning, it's been a while. I heard you just returned to Baizao. I wanted to see you. Liang Xin's eyes shift to Miss Ning, to the figure standing behind her, the kindly old man. Don't just stand there saying chill. See chill. Invite your friend in for a bit. Well... What happened to them? What happened to these two? Have they broken up? Why do they act like they don't like each other? What's the matter? Why isn't anyone eating? Huh, I feel like the third wheel here, and then no one at that. Maybe I'll just step away for a moment, and the two of you can enjoy your meal. No, you've gotten it wrong. It's us young kids who are intruding on your magisterial greatness. Grandfather, don't scare him like that. I'm only kidding. Liang Xin, I assure you. When Xiqiu was still in Shangshu, she used to write me letters, talking about a magistrate there who was both supremely talented and dedicated to his people. Today, I finally get to meet him. When did I? It's my birthday in 3 days. I wasn't planning to go through the trouble of organizing a grand party or anything. So today, eating dinner and chatting with you two youths is how I will celebrate my birthday. Let us wish many more years of health and life to your greatness. Here, grandfather. Many happy returns. Alright. Enough of that. Let's eat. Liang Xin, I thought you were a magistrate from Shangshu. Why have I now heard that you are an advisor of Yuman? And why have you traveled from Yuman all the way to Baizao? Yuman's journey was a long one. The people once living in Yuman have been resettled in batches in different nomadic cities along the route as planned. The last group settled down in Baizao was a few days ago. Wasn't Yuman patrolling the northwestern corridor? How did you end up all the way here in Baizao? Dear grandfather, have you forgotten? Yuman changed its routes at the beginning of this year. The new route it was traveling on took it right to Baizao. As for why Yuman traveled to Baizao, surely remember that. Ah yes, because of the same old problem again. All those years of fighting, still no resolution. It's been so long since I retired, and sometimes I still hear those voices in my nightmares. It gives me a headache. It's a problem that existed for several millennia now. Sometimes, issues resolve with the passage of time. Other times, they get worse. Now I think we need to find a way to solve it. Grandfather, do you have any ideas?
Me? Of course not. If I were to try to intervene, people would accuse me of being a dictator.
Not necessarily. The minister has been coming to see you every few days or so. He never mentioned this to you. Miss Ning, there are some things which your grandfather must keep private. You know.
My granddaughter sure is direct, that's for sure. No matter, I am an ordinary citizen now. I am free to speak as I please without fear of divulging secrets, because I do not know any secrets. As for this matter, however, I must defer to the advice of the young. Well, Liang Xin, what's your solution?
I dare not propose any grand solution. However, there is one thing I do know. The best strategy is to disrupt your enemy's strategy. From the court's perspective, war has no upsides, only downsides. From the people's perspective, war means death and destruction.
The best strategy is to disrupt your enemy's strategy. 很有意思. But if we always followed this reasoning, the true Lang would not have started the Great Han 1,000 years ago, and Yan would not have experienced a millennium of prosperity.
Times change, and circumstances change. It's hard to compare things across different historical eras. That war 1,000 years ago was called the Great Han, but it wasn't really a Han. It was the Yanese people wrestling their future from the hands of the gods. Retreating even just a little bit would have resulted in their extinction. However, things are different now. We are operating from a place of strength. We can and must avoid war at all costs. We cannot allow our soldiers and civilians to suffer any further.
Very well said, young man. You are far more skilled than I ever was, that's for sure.
Goodness, no. Forgive me for being so bold, your magisterial greatness.
You say war should be avoided, and I agree. Well then, surely you have an alternate strategy, right? A way to get the situation under control.
Mr. Ning, another visitor has arrived.
What's this now?
She says she's a deputy minister from the Judicial Review Office with urgent business to discuss with you. She insists on coming in. The Judicial Review Office.
I suppose I will have to let her in. My sincerest apologies, but I must excuse myself for a moment. Si Chu, please continue chatting with our guest here.
Liang Xin looks like Zola's father, but he's not. We've already met Zola's father in the previous story. A deputy minister. You don't think it's Lin Qingyan, do you? You know her too. Anyone who deals with the Tianshi bureaus have at least heard of her. I've heard Bai Dingshan, the Blue Thunder Court Count, is senior to her Shifu. She's skilled in Leifa and solves cases as quick as lightning. But I am not sure why she has to come see my grandfather. You waited until I was asleep, then locked me in this room. Why? I'm not a 3-year-old, you know. Let me out of here! Damn it, I'm supposed to meet that lady now. I didn't even get her contact, and so I can't call her. What am I gonna do? No, I can't break this door down. They might kick me out of here, and then I have no place to stay. This window... I'm on the 18th floor? That's not that high. Alright, I'll jump. What? 姐，你站在那边很久了，你要买东西吗？还是你不要？ Sir, let me ask you this again. This painting here, Springtime in the Garden, is it truly an original work by Shu Jiang? 哎，姐，你可以问每一个人，他们都知道我卖的东西都是真正的。 我知道怎么看一个废物。看，来，你看这个 technique, the essence of the painting. Who else but Shu Jiang could have done this? I'm no art expert, but I see a serious anachronism in this painting. Painting? These grapes are on the table here. This particular variety of grapes was not introduced from gold into yen until the year 628. However, this painting is from the year of 580. How do you explain that? Oh. 你这样那么的糊涂，那要 nitpick 啊？你是要 bargain 对吗？哦，每次都看这种人。哦 I'm warning you, you won't like me when I'm angry. Good sir, I never intended to buy your painting in the first place. Why would I be trying to bargain with you? Besides, what I said about the grapes is true. Don't take my word for it. Look it up if you still don't believe me. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it. Get as angry as you want. It won't turn your fake painting into a real one. 你不要买，你在这里做梦。I swear, if I'm selling any fakes in this shop, may heaven strike me down where I stand. Why is there a canopy above the upper floor? Please, how did you... I'm not late, am I? She broke the stall. Sorry for making you wait. I've had so many guests visiting lately. Apologies. You are? My name is Ling Qingyan. I'm a deputy minister from the Judicial Review Office. I came here to ask you a few questions, Mr. Ning. The Judicial Review Office, you say? I haven't talked to anyone there in many years. I'm not even sure who's in charge there anymore. Oh, is it Yu Cheng? Yu Cheng? No, I'm afraid you've mistaken. Deputy Minister Yu is no longer working with us. Ah, that's right. Oh, now I remember. One of the Blue Thunder Counts lay fast students transferred from the Tianshi bureaus to the Judicial Review Office. Oh, that must be you, yes. I heard that Tianshi Bai was transferred back to Baizao a while ago. Yet he still hasn't come to see me. Not even for some tea or a bite to eat. I guess he doesn't have time for this old retiree. These are extraordinary times we are living in. The Tianshi bureaus must be extremely busy. I'll mention it to the Crown next time I see him. Sorry for going off on a tangent there. Please sit down and have some tea. They sit down in an elegant room that's tastefully decorated and furnished. There seems to be an empty space on the wall where a painting should be hanging. The part of the wall that has been covered by the painting is a slightly different color, which makes it stick out even more. Mr. Ning, the tea is elegant, and so are you. Everything in this room is excellent. But something's missing. A painting, perhaps? Yes, the missing painting is, in fact, a longevity painting that someone gave me many years ago. It's supposed to help you live longer. But as the saying goes, the older you grow, the heavier birthdays feel. I believe it served its purpose. I would not have expected you to be superstitious, Mr. Ning. Growing old has left me at fate's mercy, hardly free to act as I wish. It must make you laugh, yes. But I heard that a thief tampered with one of your paintings recently. They sealed the lips of the painting with honey. It's an old folk custom to celebrate the new year. They do this in hopes that the stove god will only say good things and not bad things. Whoever the thief was, they had some other motive in mind besides theft. Why do you not report this vandalism? If I never reported it, then how do you know about it? One of my colleagues is handling this case. I saw the case file, but the one who first reported it, I don't believe was anyone from your estate. Well, I'm glad there's at least someone out there who cares about an old man like me. I would not have expected you to believe in those folk tales, Deputy Minister Lin. I'm a mere citizen. You, on the other hand, are a Mandarin, and your time is valuable. You came here today to ask me something. Just go ahead and ask me directly, please. I came here to ask you about someone, not something. Do you remember an individual named Ku Chen? 10 years ago, Ku Chen accompanied some Yenese dignitaries on an official visit to Victoria. They encountered a catastrophe, a blizzard along the way, and poor Ku Chen drowned in a river. Have you any memory of that, Mr. Ning? Oh yes! How could I ever forget? I believe it was December. It definitely happened in winter. By the time the news reached Baizao, it's almost the new year. I remember the messenger told us that after the storm came in, the envoys got trapped on the mountain. Wu Chen stayed at the back of the line, helping shepherd everyone across the river. In the end, he's the one who ended up falling. The river must have been freezing cold. It looks like that incident made quite an impact on you. Gu Chen was a very good worker. He served the ministry very well. He was very well read and had excellent calligraphy. It's a pity he had no family. The only random of him was a cenotaph on the cemetery of virtuosos. I almost said virtuosa because it's spelled similarly. Every year, the Ministry of Rights sends someone to tend it and pay their respects. No family? Look at me, blathering again. Well, anyway, why would you mention Gu Chen? A Yenese diplomat dying in a foreign country. There's a major international incident. According to the laws of Yen, both Yen and the other country must send experts to conduct a joint investigation and compile a final report. However, after Gu Chen's death, the Ministry of Rights did no such thing. Even more startling is that the Judicial Review Office records of the cases are remarkably sparse. I'm confused. This is clearly a question for the Judicial Review Office. Why are you asking me? I was in the Ministry of Rights. Well then, let me remind you. 2 months before the team left on their mission, Gu Chen was just an ordinary 9th rank Mandarin. How did he suddenly get promoted to envoy? Much less be sent on the mission to Victoria. Well, you're the one who signed Gu Chen's transfer order. At the time, you were in the Ministry of Rights. Ha ha ha! Now I understand. You're saying I deliberately arranged for Gu Chen to go on a diplomatic mission to Victoria and then dispose of him. No, that's not what I'm saying. There is something strange going on here. I intend to solve these cases one by one, and I humbly ask you for your guidance, Mr. Ning. Since you're so curious about this, why not ask me a few more pointed questions? Do you think it's odd that I, as the former Ministry of Rights, would trouble myself for a mere 9th rank ceremonial officer? Are you implying perhaps that he discovered some unspeakable secret about me? So you're just here to ask me about a 10-year-old case? No matter. Ask as you wish. Just remember, if you keep asking me the same questions, you'll keep getting the same answers. What kind of answers do you want? Truthful ones. I already have 1 foot in the grave. What reason do I have to deceive you? Then again, if you suspect me of committing so many crimes, then you surely don't view my testimony as credible. I just want you to tell me why Gu Chen was suddenly transferred. Once you tell me that, we'll be able to figure out the rest. Okay. You came all this way to see me, so I think I should tell you what you want to know. Gu Chen was indeed transferred for a reason, because he specifically requested it. He wanted the transfer. Yes, he said he was ill and was afraid he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to return to his hometown in Victoria to live out the rest of his days. Well, I suddenly started speaking faster for him. Oops. So I agreed to let him join the delegation to Victoria. What illness does he have? I'm not clear on the details either. I only vaguely remembered that Gu Chen did seem to be in poor spirits around that time. But as such a low-level Mandarin, Gu Chen would not have many opportunities to even meet you. How did he make such a request? To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. But there was a hint of selfishness on my part as well. Gu Chen had magnificent penmanship, so sometimes I had summoned him to write letters for me. I also asked him to serve as my children's calligraphy tutor, He had done so much for me. I felt I owed him a favor. Besides, I did not feel his request stemmed from greed. That's all there is to say about Gu Chuan's transfer. Do you have other questions for me? Since I've heard directly from you, I'll take what you're saying at face value. However, I disagree with one thing you said. What? Anyone who wants to know the truth, be they a Mandarin or an ordinary citizen, does not need a special reason for doing so. Please know, Mr. Ning, that I am indeed only after the truth. I have no other motives. Now, I shall take my leave, sir. Good day, madam. Say, where is Liang Xun? It's rather late, grandfather. I saw the young man out many hours ago. My word, you invited him in to have dinner, and then you had him wait there forever. This is a poor way to treat a guest. Yes, where are my manners? Tell him I apologize. Please let him know that he's welcome back any time. Next time, I will be a proper host. I owe him that much. Liang is a reasonable man. I'm sure he'll understand. By the way, his name is Liang Xin, right? Which Xin is that? How do you write it? It's that Xin with 3 dots on the left. I don't recognize it. Xin with 3 dots on the left. I do not know. Oh, is it Fu? No, but that's Fu. No, I do not know. Anyone knows? Oh, that one in Xin Mei Jie Yi, a spray of spring, gifted to you. Such a beautiful name. I'm rather fond of it. Oh, that Xin. Oh, it's kind of a common Xin. Somewhat. It's not super common, but I think I've seen it. I've heard that people with the 3 dots in their name characters are as clever and swift as water. I mean, that's just because that's what it is. It represents water. Funny, the others all say he's as dull as a board. The old man walks to the table, picks up a pen, and adds another name to the invite list. Maybe he is rather dull. He came all this way to see his sweetheart, but look at the gifts he brought. Yumen's tea, some strange liquor called Lei Dao Zi. These seem more like gifts meant for me. That's so sad. That's so sad. Right? Because, like, no, unless it was gifts meant for him. Maybe. Right? I'm trying to win over the grandfather instead of giving it to Ning Shu. Ling Qingyan, wait. Who's there? Ling Qingyan gets a strange feeling she's rarely felt before. A woman with a sword advances to within a chunk of Ling Qingyan. Yet, she doesn't even notice her until she is standing right in front of her. Your uniform. You're an Imperial Guard. Wow, that's a freaking long story, by the way. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I made a slight mistake. Let me read the description of OR1 and OR2. I said I was going to do it at the start of every story and I didn't. Made from spring onions and tofu, it takes quite a bit of skill to give it the proper clean taste. Give the stove god malt sugar candy on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, so he reports only the good things when he goes back to heaven. Blaze, what do you think of this one? Not bad. What I mean is, do these tangerine cakes taste like the one you remember? Well, not exactly. They're still not as sweet as the ones I had before. They also don't have quite the same mouthfeel. That's strange. This place uses traditional cooking methods. Their snacks are definitely authentic. They haven't changed their recipe in 100 years. 100 years? Have tangerine cakes been around for that long? No, tangerine cakes are not quite that old, but many famous Baizao snacks do have quite a long history. The tangerine cakes you are looking for were actually invented by a scholar who came to Baizao to study in its early years. The scholar's hometown was famous for its tangerines. After he moved to Baizao, he missed those tangerines. It was too far to go home and get them, so he improvised. He smashed up some old dried tangerine peels and made them into dough, added some sugar, shortening and spices, and baked them. It was a cheap, easy way to get his tangerine fix. He gave the recipe to his landlord in lieu of paying rent. He even wrote a small poem about them. These tangerine cakes are bright and fresh, just like the orange groves back home. After the scholar passed the imperial examination and assumed office, the tangerine cakes became very famous. People began to view them as a symbol of homesickness. Interesting. Symbolic food. First time I've ever heard something like that.
Because she's in Victoria. Is Victoria British? Right? Victoria is British, right? Ah, yes, British and their lack of symbolic food.
Yen is a vast land, with many different climate zones, each with their own cash crops and produce. That's why there are so many different types of Yenese culture, a cuisine. You can trace all of Yen's history through its food. For example, Yen's 4 major cuisines match up with its 4 great restaurants, which predate Baizao's transformation into a nomadic city. Cities develop, but flavors remain. It would be odd to find any snack without its own bit of history behind it. One of my colleagues told me there are many different kinds of tianshis in Yen. You know so much about food. You must be some kind of tasty food tianshi, right? If there really was such an individual, someone could use us to transform stones into vegetables. That might be worth studying, eh? Alas, I am just an amateur foodie. I like to take notes on the food I eat, and its history. Over the years, I compiled several notebooks full of such information. To put it another way, Blaze, if there were really a better recipe for tangerine cakes out there, surely someone here would already know about it. But I'm telling you, the ones I had when I was younger, they were sweeter and just better. That really is rather odd. Traditional tangerine cakes emphasize the fresh essence of tangerines, not the taste of their pulp. Very little sugar is used, because tangerine cakes are supposed to be a light snack. You're telling me you've eaten much sweeter tangerine cakes, and I'm telling you that I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe we can ask one of the chefs around here to try cooking up a batch with extra sugar, so you can compare? But even if we do that, it doesn't prove that the sweeter variety of tangerine cakes ever actually existed before. What I want to know is, how did the taste of these tangerine cakes change during their journey from Baizao to Victoria? I'm sure there's a story there somewhere. It seems you're just as much of a foodie as I am. I was afraid you'd get tired of traipsing off to all these restaurants. You're the guide, you lead, I follow. Alright then, let's keep looking. My word, look at the time. We should have lunch first. Lunch? Yes, it's lunchtime. Shouldn't we have some lunch? But I just finished eating snacks from 5 different restaurants. Snacks are snacks, but lunch is lunch. You must have a proper lunch, you know? But I don't think my tummy has any more room for lunch. I know one restaurant that I can guarantee won't make a tummy ache. Will you give it a try? You're the foodie here, so I and my stomach trust you. What's wrong? I feel like we're being followed. You're an Imperial Guard. No. Without dark steel armor, I'm not a proper member of the Imperial Guards. Officially, I'm a captain serving with the Yuling Guards. Deputy Minister Lin, I doubt you want to encounter anyone wearing dark steel armor anyways. Certainly not in broad daylight. I once heard Tai He mention that there is a junior drill master serving in the ranks of the Imperial Guard apprentice. She's very young, but skilled beyond her years. That must be you. You're the junior drill master. I guess Tyher still saw that I beat him in a couple of matches last month. There's no need for name calling though. No matter, I'd like to ask you, what are you doing here? I'm investigating a case. Does that case have anything to do with the former Minister of Rights? Has the Judicial Review Office issued you a search warrant? You're just a drill master. You have no authority to question whatever warrants I may or may not have, do you? You have no authority to question my authority. Just answer my questions, please. Very well. I heard you were on a long business trip just recently. You left Baizao for a while, did you not? That's right. I went to go question a witness in an old case and update the case files. What old case? From when? What witness? Why are you investigating? Why are you just investigating it now? I don't understand your line of questioning. If the Yuling Guards wants to investigate the Judicial Review Office, I'll go submit the necessary documentation immediately. If that still isn't enough for you, I can have the Minister of Judicial Review Office report to the Yuling Guards for questioning. My questions have nothing to do with the Judicial Review Office. They only concern you, Deputy Minister Lin. So you went to investigate an old case. What did you learn? Too much time has passed, so the trail has gone cold. I didn't learn anything. Nothing. Really? Are you sure? Nothing. Alright, I believe you. However, remember that you are speaking to the Yuling Guards here. Your answers carry great weight. Very good. I'm done discussing official business for now. So you still have some personal business you wish to discuss? Tyher, that dumb Forte, told me that he doesn't have many friends in government. Well, you now count as one. Well, I must warn you, don't stick your neck out too far. Your worries are unfounded. I'm just pursuing the truth here, as it is my job to do. I'm not putting myself at any additional risk. Very good. Give Tyher my regards. They're questioning why I'm here. But why are the Yuling Guards here? Their presence here, I think, is proof that I'm on the right track. Phew. Boy, am I stuffed. I never would have guessed that the roadside stand could make such amazing wontons. They're certainly better than the ones I had in Rhodes Island cafeteria freezer. But Blaze, freshly made dumplings are always... Anything freshly made is always better than a frozen version. It's like, it's fucking Gordon Ramsay logic. I'm so stuffed that I just want to take a nap right here. After eating all that greasy street food, a nice hearty bowl of wontons is the perfect thing to settle your stomach. The famous restaurants need no introduction. As your guide in Baizao, I figured I'd share some of my favorite lesser-known food spots. Well, I'm lucky to have found such a good tour guide. Thank you. Well, I'm also glad to have found a culinary companion. I tend to eat alone, which means I can only order 1 or 2 entrees myself. You know what they say, the more the merrier. Now that I'm here, you can order as much food as you want. Speaking of food, what is in these wontons anyways? They're fantastic! Just meat and celery. The key ingredient is the soup. Most places use Shelby's caviar in wonton soup to enhance their flavors. Unfortunately, the fininess of the caviar crowds out the other flavors. This place uses soybean sprouts instead. This makes for a milder soup, which allows the flavor of the wontons to shine. The meat filling for the wontons is fresh beef belly, or after the wontons are cooked, the bits of fats will naturally seep into the soup. These wontons are light, yet delicious. They are made of high quality ingredients which are hard to find elsewhere. I'm fucking annoyed. The description of the food makes me hungry. Well, do these wontons have a history? Do tell. Not really. I just really like this particular wonton shop, I guess. When I get the writer's block or need a little pick-me-up, I come here and eat a bowl of wontons. The shopkeeper had been making wontons in her life. She used to own this shop together with her husband. Her husband fell ill and passed away, leaving her to raise her child alone. Later, her son joined the army, but he died in a catastrophe up north several years ago. She's still running the place all by herself. She says she wants to continue the family legacy and preserve their authentic tastes. What a sad story. There are many such sad stories. There is no joy without pain. Over the years, as I've been coming to this shop, I've helped the lady with an errand or two. In return, she told me her family's secret recipe. She hopes that one day, after she's gone, I can pass on her craft to the next generation. I have something I want to ask you. Are you really going through all this trouble with the tangerine cakes just because you made a bet with the young chef? Why do you ask? I simply noticed that you weren't terribly focused on the taste of the delicacies at all. It seems like you had some other purpose in mind. Was it that obvious? Wow. When you watch people eat, you see into their souls. Sorry, I was just curious. If I've intruded in your privacy, I sincerely apologize. Hey now, we're friends. I'm not keeping secrets from you. You're right, I'm not really that concerned about the bet. Those tangerine cakes, well, my father used to send them to me when he was living in Baizao. Your father? Was he Yenny's? Nah, whatever. I don't have anything to hide from you. Please. Please. Absolute troublemaker. I grew up in Victoria and my father is Yenny's. One year, he suddenly returned to Yen for some reason. I never saw him again, and he died over a decade later in a land foreign to me. I'm sorry, Blaze. It's not your fault. Why do you keep apologizing? I didn't think much about it at first, but yesterday when you mentioned that sweet tangerine cakes are unusual, I thought someone who knows how to make those cakes might have also known my dad. Your dad was also... He was also what? Oh, nothing. Well, I promise you that I will do everything in my power to help you find out the truth about your father. You're such a contradiction. So bold when you eat, yet so refined when you speak. When we're eating together, it's all good fun. We're good friends. Why do you turn into a different person as soon as you put down your chopsticks? Friends? And another thing, why are you helping me to look for these tangerine cakes in the first place? Well, I'm writing a book. Most cookbooks today only contain recipes from renowned chefs, yet the streets and the countrysides are full of unique delicacies that few people ever pay heed. I hope to collect all these recipes into a book. Perhaps years later, people will read this book and learn of all Baizao's unique culture and cuisine. It's just a silly dream of mine, it's all. And also, what? I think I'll keep that a secret for now. Oh, you horrible thing, Xingzhu. She tell you she keep no secret and you keep one secret. Well, as long as we're out here, you might as well take me to a few more places, yeah? Sure. Where do you want to go? Let me see. This letter mentions the Virtue Bookstore, the Humble Garden, and the Baizao Academy. Hey, what does this word mean? Can you let me have a look? This is a letter. Why is it so greasy? I didn't do that. It was like that when I opened it. I don't know what my dad was doing when he wrote it. So these are all letters that your father wrote to you? Yes, the few I managed to save. Strange. This stationery... It's... What is it? Nothing. It's just that most of the places mentioned in this letter no longer exist. But it was written only a decade ago. For Baizao, a decade is enough for the whole city to change. Have you noticed that anything has changed since arriving in Baizao? Well, aside from the food, there are all these energy poles all over the place. It seems kind of a waste. It may seem wasteful, but in fact, we have no other choice. The city of Baizao was founded a long time ago. At the time, Yen had just experienced a great war, and the country was in dire straits. However, suddenly, an extremely rich original vein was discovered right next to the ruins of a battlefield. Wow, what an impeccable timing! You Yenny sure are lucky. No, it wasn't lucky at all. The original vein was rich, too rich. It attracted too many origin particles in one place, which eventually led to a catastrophe. Basically, not only was it difficult to mine, but it also created a vast stretch of land that was prone to catastrophes, and there was nothing the Yennies could do about it. That is until one of the Tianshis had an idea. They could build a city right on top of the original vein. The city's infrastructure would deplete the excess original energy, preventing further catastrophes. Building a city on top of an original mine? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. It was indeed an extremely dangerous undertaking. However, the Trulong decided to go ahead with it. And that's how Baizao was founded. How did they do it? I can't even imagine. Honestly, I'm not totally sure either. In all the Yanni's history books, there is only a single passage that talks about that period. Skilled individuals were sent to the disaster zone, and after 53 years of effort, a city was built and established as the capital. The city was named Baizao, with the hope of tending all cooking stoves under heaven. Okay, wait, can I check something? So this story is based off Beijing. But why do they make origin sound like nuclear? Beijing has nuclear power? No, right? This is not Beijing. Wait, how do I read the first word? Luoyang? Is it read as Luoyang? Where is Luoyang? As for the more advanced technical details, you probably have to look at some of the materials from the Tianshi bureaus. That's beyond my area of expertise. To this day, the Baizao government still encourages us to use this energy. Baizao is constantly changing. That's how the skyscrapers appeared, as well as the numerous nomadic city plates. Luoyang is the old capital of China. Oh. No, another of you is saying Henan. Wow, then where are we? But we're in the capital. And what happened to the people who built the city? Luoyang is in the Henan province. Okay. I'm completely starved, but I still haven't found the taste I'm looking for. What city is Baizao based on? We just said it. It's a capital. So it's either you consider the old capital or the current capital. Luoyang or Beijing. I've taken you to every restaurant that I know that sells such cakes. Maybe tomorrow we can go look in some of the larger restaurants. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? You looked the whole day, yet you couldn't find your so-called authentic tangerine cakes, could you? You were following us all day? You were afraid we would find better food, weren't you? Me? Afraid? Ha! I already told you before, if you're looking for the best chef in Baizao, you've already found him. If I can't cook it, no one else can. Blaze, I've tasted his food. It really is quite excellent. A rare treat. You really know how to flatter. Besides, you're arguing over the details in how a single pastry is made. How could that possibly be the standard of judging a chef's skill? Still, I can see that you, chef, are still curious about these sweet tangerine cakes that Blaze is talking about, are you not? Not really. How about this? You two set aside your bet, and we'll see if we can find these sweet tangerine cakes. That way, Blaze will find the tangerine cake she's looking for, and you, chef, will learn a new recipe. Sounds like a delightful arrangement, no? Huh? What? What about my 1 month free meals? My cooking skills are so superb that no one can match them. But there are other chefs that I respect. If I had to name one in particular, it would be... Well, it would be... Who? The head chef of Ting Feng Lo, the highest rated of the 4 great restaurants. You mean Mr. Mo Pu Fu? Everyone at Ting Feng Lo is busy preparing for the feast of 100 delicacies. That means the old man is prepping for his last feast. His last feast? You mean he's retiring? Who knows? That old man's been challenging people left and right lately. Really showing off. What are you waiting for? Let's go. It's not so simple. Chef Mo is quite an important man. He is responsible for an entire feast. We can't bother him with trifling matters such as some tangerine cakes. The girl is clever, but she's only half right. If you really want to go meet him, I have a way. Last month's receipts? No, not in this pocket. Here it is. An invitation to Ting Feng Lo's chef selection. Blaze, we won't get many opportunities to meet Chef Mo. Then what are we waiting for? Whoever is going to the competition, take me with you. As to who will participate in the competition... Huh? What are you looking at me for? Oh my god, you. Bruh. He's acting like he's the minimalist of this story. Let me go toilet. So I'll be right back. If y'all don't mind. Hold on. Run ads. Why go toilet? Shit, I can't run it. That's terrible. That's terrible. You already have a real life ad, like right to the side of the screen. Download LD player, guys. But
The mung bean
for
soup
Twitch,
is already simmered.
I'll run it first.
Whether you want the beans intact or fully dissolved depends on how quickly you return.
看看在眼前，风光无限。
Bruh, my Twitch is bugging. Guess you guys get no ads. How does that sound? Ah, fine. Fuck it. You guys get no ads. But you might have to get it in the middle of the story. Be right back.
悪くない眺めだ。この戦場を勝つには活力が
你们解决问题还是只会增强仇恨是吧？
このドレス赤く染め上げたの。So long as you're here, have some positivity.
引发江草罗，一首秋好。
白露正高山，秋分种平川。
你们
Low simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional. Mission accomplished.
I'm back.
争いは単
Let's
純
move
な
on.
ものだけど、今のは上手だったわ。ご褒美は何でも好きなものを言ってちょうだい。
Alright. OR3. Now give 2 chats. Apparently the ads hit while I was away, so it's fine. By the way, yeah, this story damn long. This story might be 8 hours. The fact that I only read 2 hours worth of story. But it's a good story though. I am thoroughly enjoying it. I like the mystery of the Blaze father. Gives good reason why she's here, right? And I like that Lei Zi finally has presence in the story. Makes you feel like she's more important, right? So she's like a detective. Kind of like Lee, except in the case of Lee, Lee's a private investigator, but Lei Zi is not a private investigator. Lei Zi is like rightfully a justice-seeking officer. So we get to see a bit of the contrast. Yeah, exactly. Lee is not official. Lei Zi is official, exactly. And then I think it's interesting to see what actually turns out of the father's death, like Blaze's father's death. So let's see if we can figure it out. I think I'm gonna read this story like how I read Twilight of Monde and how I read Danganronpa. Let's see if I can figure out the reason why the father died. For now, I'm still quite clueless as to who did it and why. But I think the details will appear as we read on the story. It makes it interesting. And I think Yu being in the story is also very cute. I really like the representation of Yu. A bit less annoying than Minimalist, I think. Bearable. So yeah, and I'm a bit fascinated by how Xingqiu doesn't want to expose that he might be related to Blaze, right? Because you can clearly tell in this story it's portrayed that, I know you guys have already spoiled me, that they have some relationship. Just that, clearly in the story, they are unknown people to each other. So it's a bit interesting to see how did they write, how did they discover about each other.
later in the story. So I think it's going to be fun. And I think I like the NPCs as well. I like that we see Ning's and Liang Xin's relationship blossom again. Here's one thing I'm curious about, by the way. Are we really not setting up for Ning to be a playable character? What do you think? Will Ning Sichu be playable? I think she's appeared so many fucking times that, like, it's gotta happen, right? That somehow Hypergriff will make them playable. It's crazy though, if she's in NPC jail. It'll be the nicest character in NPC jail. Wei Yanwu feels powerful. Too powerful for Rhodes Island, I would say. Yeah, both Liang and Ning have roles, but they're still NPC, so who knows? Yeah. Santana has 3 years? Bro, at this rate, Ning is like 4 years. Yeah, Ning would be 5 years even. Because Ning first appeared in... no, Ning first appeared in Invitation to Wine. No, so it'll be 4 years, at least. Stop making alters so that we might get more NPCs playable. But the NPCs must have a good reason to be playable. Exactly, that's the thing about about me saying will Ning be playable. The thing is, what is even the reason that Ning will join Rhodes Island? Right? For now, I can't see the reason. Oh, you came to the library too. What a coincidence. Oh, you. Hello, you. Are you looking... Oh wait, no, this is not that Yu. This is Yu Sheng, the guy who's in jail now. Are you here to look up some case files? Just grabbing some books to put under my pillow. I haven't been sleeping well lately. Maybe some reading will help. How I envy the life of a student. Their brains are filled with books, not worries. Surely you're joking. I'm not joking at all. Investigating these sordid cases for the Judicial Review Office every day is bound to make one feel sick. They say that Baizao Academy Library is the cleanest and purest place in the world, where only wise men and sages dwell. So I'll sit here for a while and purify my soul. Did you used to study here at the academy too, Gu Quan? Oh, it's Gu Quan. That was many years ago. Oh, that's Blazer's dad. I still haven't achieved anything yet. Wait. This story started with the fucking... Wait. I need to think about this. The story started with the freaking scene of the dad leaving the caravan and then the baby was gone. Does that mean the baby... I think the baby must be Xingqiu then. Makes more sense that it's Xingqiu, because Blaze is still aware of her father and her mom. I'm gonna guess the baby is Xingqiu. And then I'm gonna guess the guy that appeared in the start of the story is Gu Quan in this case, which is Blaze's father. Alright. I still haven't achieved anything yet. Academically, since I graduated from here, I feel unworthy of the academy's prestige. But I was fortunate to meet a great teacher here, and that experience will benefit for the rest of my life. Who is this teacher you speak of? No longer with us. Then why did you come here today? To borrow books? I'm here to look up some case files. Oh, wait. Who's who now? This is Gu Quan, right? Yeah, correct. This is Gu Quan, this is Yu Sheng. Or Yu Cheng, whichever his name is. The Ministry of Rights is preparing a grand celebration, and we need to refer to some old rituals. I'm a deputy minister for the Judicial Review Office. Do you take me for blind or merely illiterate? That thing you have in your hand is clearly the case file from 15 years ago, when the Grand Preceptor committed treason. You know that the file is top secret, right? You really have some gall. I have nothing to hide.
I'm indeed looking for materials related to that old case. I think there may be more to it than we realize. If you think I'm doing anything illegal, then by all means, have me arrested. What are you blabbering about? Did I say I was going to arrest you? I was only saying that it's quite a coincidence, because I'm also very interested in that case. I learned a lot from our debate today. However, I still maintain my own views about the new reforms. I'll have to do more research on this. It's fine. The campus is plenty large enough to accommodate a wealth of different ideas. If my arguments have not convinced you, then don't force yourself to agree with me just because I'm a teacher. The students of this academy must focus on real-world issues instead of getting lost in theoretical and ideological musings. 多谢. A clock hangs on the top of the ancient building, the minute hand ticking as the shadow of sunlight moves slowly. The bell rings, and soon, students start pouring out of the classrooms. A lone figure moves against the tide. The guards fail to notice an unfamiliar figure amidst the crowd. Good day. Do you need some help? Hello. How do I get to the archives where the student files are stored? You mean the registrar? What do you want with those files? I'm a new assistant lecturer. The professor wants me to organize the graduates' files. That's odd. Which professor? Professor Ting. She teaches military theory at the college affiliated with the Ministry of War. She's teaching classes all day today, so she asked me to do this errand for her. Oh! What's wrong? Go straight down here, past the main building. Turn right, and you'll see the Pingshan building. That's it. You better get going. Trust me, you don't want to keep her waiting. 多谢. As a new player, who should you build between Gabriel, Susuro, and Mer Susuro? It's the best medic to begin with. Ahem! The first rule of any restaurant is that once you enter the kitchen, the chef's words are law. If you want to win the contest and meet Mo Pufu, you must follow my instructions to the letter. Do you understand? Didn't we agree to split the prize money 70-30? Why are you acting like I owe you a favor? Okay, enough of that. Didn't you say you wanted to learn a few new recipes anyways? Have you changed your mind? No, I want to do this, but I'm no Rhode Island 5-star chef. This competition sounds difficult for an amateur like me. Why don't you go instead? I am the head chef of Savers at Yu's. Participating in this kind of competition would be sullying my good name. I'm giving you an opportunity here. As my apprentice, you can go show your skills and wipe that arrogant smirk off Mo Pufu's face. Wouldn't Sing Chu be a better choice? She's a foodie, you know. I'm afraid that, as the wandering foodie, I'm too well known. It would be inappropriate for me to participate in a food competition. Enough chit-chat. First things first, to get you ready for this competition, let me tell you a little about Ding Feng Lo. I've been hearing about this place since I first set foot in Baizao. What's so special about it? Remember I told you about the 4 great restaurants of Baizao, corresponding to the 4 main branches of Viennese culture. That is North, South, East, and West. About 400 years ago, several chefs arrived in Baizao. They each set up their own restaurants and culinary sects. This marked the founding of the 4 main branches of Viennese culture. Cuisine. It was the first head chef of Ding Feng Lo who promoted the founding in the first place. The legendary chef's name has been lost to history. He was the founder of Northern cuisine, but was also proficient in other 3 styles. The other 3 chefs were only invited to Baizao after they lost to the Northern chef in a cooking competition. With such a storied history, Ding Feng Lo outshined the other 3 restaurants and became known as the #1 restaurant in Baizao. Who's teaching this class? You or me? Bro, it's almost as if he's trying to play a joke. Because you or me could just mean me or me. Oh, my apologies. Of course, what she said is pretty much accurate. The only thing I'll add is that eventually, the 4 great restaurants of Baizao started fighting with each other for fame and glory. These squabbles continue to the day, and they're really quite annoying. I thought Baizao was a place where all great chefs could learn from each other. If I had known there was going to be all this infighting, I would not have gone. Not have gone where? Ahem. In any case, what you need to know is that as the most famous restaurant in Baizao, Ding Feng Lo and its chef selection competition has extremely high standards. Ding Feng Lo has not taken in any new disciples for many years. The only reason they're hosting this competition now is because they've suddenly gotten short-handed, right when they needed to start preparing for the Feast of 100 Delicacies. But I've also heard that Chef Mo is advancing in age and still hasn't found an apprentice to take over the business. The format of the competition is different each time, but there is one requirement that stays constant. Each chef has to showcase their best dish. Wait a second. If the competition is really that difficult, how can I ever hope to win? Logic would dictate that an amateur chef with absolutely no culinary experience would have little hope of winning. However, you have me in your corner. I can teach you a recipe that is so easy to cook and is perfect for the occasion. Longevity noodles. Longevity noodles? Why would they serve longevity noodles at the Feast of 100 Delicacies? The reigning True Lung's birthday just happens to coincide with the Mid-Autumn Festival, so every year, they serve longevity noodles at the feast. But it's such a simple dish. Is it really appropriate for a major competition like this? Who told you that simple dishes cannot show great skills? Just watch and learn. Please give me a CG. Yeah. What's that smell? That smells wonderful. What is it? What do you think? It's like magic. You really used the ingredients you showed us. Nothing else. Fresh shell beast meat, mushrooms, scallions, bok choy. It's a simple recipe with basic ingredients, but the result is truly amazing. Sometimes, the true skill of a chef hides in unseen places. There's more to this bowl of noodles than meets the eye. Another chef can use these exact same ingredients, but if the ratios, the heat, or the cooking time vary just a little bit, it'll taste completely different. Do you know how long I spent perfecting this recipe? Don't just stand there. Dig in. Wow. I take back any criticism I had of your food. You just inhaled it. Did you even taste the flavor? If Blaze can actually replicate that taste, maybe she can really meet Chef Mo. But are you really up to the task, Blaze? Figuring out the secret to this recipe would be difficult indeed, but simply following its step should not be much of a trouble. Have you ever cooked anything before? Of course! Ah, that's good then. Now I'll give you the recipe and explain every step for you. Follow them exactly and you'll be fine. Great! I'll study hard. I won't disappoint you. Hey! Oh, didn't you say you knew how to cook? The instant noodles are already pre-made. How should I know to knead flour in the dough? You really are a hopeless case. You haven't really even taught me anything yet. How can I teach you anything? You managed to break 3 bowls just while kneading the dough. I can't risk you breaking anything else here. Ayo. Be careful. Oh wait, that's Jiang. These bowls are expensive. We can't afford to buy new ones. Why are there no records at all? What is going on? Gu Quan, an ethnic Yanese born and raised in Victoria, returned to Yen in 1074. In 1076, he was admitted to Baizao Academy. After completing his studies, he joined the Ministry of Rights. These are the only records left for the deceased in that case. They should have the files for all mandarins who graduated from the Imperial Academy and went to work in the 6th Ministry of the Court. But why can't I find him in the system? Gu Quan, what did you... Professor, I was just trying to confirm with you. I didn't mean to ask you to come here in person. She said she's a new assistant professor. Why haven't I ever heard of her before? The person who came here seemed to know you very well, so I didn't. How many times have I told you? The Academy's personnel files are confidential. Keep that in mind. Forget it. I'll go handle this myself. Oh no. Oh, it's a girl. The room is empty, and the documents on the desk are still where they were, without any signs of having been moved. Qingyan, you're a bit too old to be playing hide and seek, aren't you? Tsing, has the Judicial Review Office come to our school to apprehend some culprit? The office is investigating a case, so I've come to collect a few old case files. Please, Tsing. Professor Tsing, please cooperate. Alright then. If you're here on official business, show me your official documentation. I rushed so quickly to get here that I left it back at my office. Really? Well then, I'll just place a call into the head of the office. Wait a moment. Professor, are you okay? Should I call security? No, I forgot to ask some other professor here to collect some materials for me. I'm sorry for wasting your time. It's not a problem. Goodbye, Professor. Alright now. Now it's just the two of us. 谢谢. Qingyan. I've always thought that you were a well-mannered and trustworthy girl. Every time I mentioned you to Le, I told him to follow your example. And look at you now. What are you doing here? A deputy minister from the Judicial Review Office, sneaking around like this. I'm conducting an investigation. What kind of case requires this secrecy? What kind of case can't go through the normal process? A cold case. The deceased was once a student at the Baizao Academy, but I just searched the personnel files and found no records of him. The Academy has a record of every student. This person you speak of, how do you know they once studied here? I saw it in the files at the Judicial Review Office. The Judicial Review Office collects its files directly from the Ministry of Rights. However, the Ministry files don't match out with the Academy's. Someone made a mistake somewhere. Is there a chance that someone altered the Academy's files? How could that possibly have happened? The Academy is one of the Yeti's government's most important talent pipelines. Once a student's information is entered into the system, it is archived under strict supervision. No one has the authority to modify this data. Unless what? No, that's impossible. Enough of this nonsense. You better leave now. It's almost mealtime. Pretty soon, lots of students will be crowding these halls. If anyone else sees you here. Also, please don't go doing something like that again. Mealtime? We need to go back to Baizao to investigate. Why are you looking at all these travel guides? These places, I've seen them in my dad's letters. Humble Garden, Virtue's Bookstore. Oh, and when he was studying here, there was a Shangshu diner near the main entrance. He said they had the best twice-cooked pork in town. Now that I'm visiting Baizao, I want to visit all the places he mentioned to me. Say, is there a restaurant near the campus named Shangshu Diner? You want Shangshu food? The place you're talking about closed more than 30 years ago. How would you possibly know that? More than 30 years ago? Are you sure? Yes, it closed in 1065 when I was in school. How could I forget? Lots of students used to go there because it was near campus and served tasty, affordable food. But then in 1065, there was a terrible catastrophe in Shangshu, and the restaurant owner had to return home to deal with the aftermath. The students even made donations to help with the rescue effort. A man who was born and raised in Victoria and did not come to Yen until 1074. How could he know about this place? Whoa. Whoa. That's a weird line. Let me think about it. Huh. How? So she's describing that Blaze's dad was born in Victoria. But by the time he came to Yen for the first time, the restaurant doesn't even exist. Let me see the next line. Unless he had visited Yen before. Or maybe he wasn't born and raised in Victoria after all. Maybe he was a native Yenese. No, I suspect, right? Does that mean he changed his name? Right? It could be that the files do not match because it's not the same name. What are you mumbling about? If Gu Chuan's Ministry of Rights records were modified, but he was indeed a student at the academy, well then there would definitely be something worth digging out at the academy's files. What year was Blaze born? If we work back from there... Does this system have the records of students enrolled between 1052 and 1062? You... Help me just this once. It's extremely important. Thousands of students graduate each year. You want to look through 10 years of records at once. Do you know how long that would take? The person in question worked for the Ministry of Rights. He probably studied at the affiliated college. That may help narrow the search a bit. If the person you are looking for was not a high-ranking Mandarin, you may want to start looking at the files after 1055. That year, the academy was restructured. It became a true public education institution, instead of just serving as a talent pipeline for the government. The enrollment figures shot up. I see. 多谢. Go. You only have 2 hours. Found you. Gu Sheng. Male, born in Langyi in 1037, accepted into Baizao Academy in 1055. He was assigned to the education department administered by the Ministry of Rights, and was among the first batch of students to enroll after the school was restructured. Top marks in all subjects. Wait, he didn't graduate? This file was last updated in 1062. This is a missing persons file. Gu Sheng, along with his wife and daughter, disappeared in 1062. Accordingly, this file has been sealed. But the file states that there's only one daughter. No, but Blaze was born in Victoria. No, so this is Singchu. So he was already a family man when he was in Baizao. And all 3 of them disappeared. 1062. Is there something special about 1062? Blaze, I need to confirm something. You were born in 1062 in Victoria, right? Yes. From as far back as I can remember, I lived in Victoria. I ask you where you were born. How am I supposed to remember that? Gu Chuan, Gu Sheng. Qingyan, your time is almost up. You should get going. Wait. Gu Sheng, Gu Chuan. So is this really a case of like double name as well, right? How does she even know that his name is Gu Sheng? Oh no! Wait. How does she know that it's Gu Sheng? Unless it's like a file that they had. They showed a second name. Because it seems like she managed to search this specific word. Right? Because I think just now what we saw was that she searched the word Gu Chuan and it didn't appear in the records. Wait, am I wrong? Let me double check. Yeah, she searched Gu Chuan, not Gu Sheng. So how did she figure out that it's Gu Sheng? She looked at the surname and the history match. Oh, I see. You're saying that she just searched the word Gu instead? Like she went through all the names of the people. And then she traced back with Blaze's age to like get Gu. and then she found someone with Wu Sheng. No, and there probably might have been a photo, but that assumes that she knows how he looks like. Which maybe she does, because she might have seen him alive before. What did he say? No good. The dough still won't do. Let's try again. But that's already my 20th batch. Don't worry, you've been practicing all day, and you're starting to iron out the issues with your technique. Success is not far away. I'm really sorry. You don't need to stay here with me through all this. It's not a problem. You've been helping me so much. I guess you must be interested in the outcome of all this, huh? Alright, just wait here a minute. This time I'm sure I'll do it. And I'll whip out a big nice bowl of noodles for dinner. Did you have something else you wanted to say to me just now? What? Never mind. To be fair, the recipe the young chef gave you was indeed simple enough. He probably didn't expect that your biggest difficulty was kneading the dough. Look at you defending him. I'm sorry. I'm doing all I can. It's hard. When I work, my body temperature rises, and the dough starts to dry out in just a few seconds. Blaze is hot. Like Nian. I add more water to the flour, and then more flour to the water, and then more flour and water. The dough that was originally the size of my fist is now almost as big as my head. That's so sad. The situation with your rising body temperature is certainly unique. Anyways, you need to think positively. So long as you learn to knead the dough, making the longevity noodles will be no problem at all. Speaking of which, for someone who has never cooked before, you certainly have some impressive knife skills. Well, back at Rhodes Island, elite operators like me perform surgery on ourselves in emergency situations. I guess there's not much difference between using a scalpel and a kitchen knife, assuming you're not using it like the young chef does when he chops vegetables. I can even use the skills I learned from stitching my wounds to mend my own clothes. I wouldn't have thought that your job would be this dangerous. Not a big deal if you have the time to practice. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Can't you just have a little more patience with me? Hey, look, I think you're getting the hang of it. The amount of force is just right. Keep it up. I haven't even had any dinner yet. Hold on to the anger. Fold the dough over and continue kneading. Right? You can get even angrier if you want. No, I can't get any angrier. Boy, the noodles he makes sure are delicious. I'm spent. Why is cooking even more exhausting than combat training? I understand this is really hard for you. I don't want to deal with that pipsqueak anymore. Can I be your apprentice instead? You're a German. You must know how to cook, right? Spare me the compliments. I'm nothing close to him when it comes to cooking. And you know, it's funny that I've never actually eaten longevity noodles before. They are just noodles, right? You've tried so many different restaurants. How could you have never eaten longevity noodles before? I've been to many restaurants that serve longevity noodles, but it only makes sense to eat them on your birthday. I celebrate every birthday at home. They don't allow me to go out on my birthday. Okay, but even if you celebrate your birthdays at home, your mom or dad never made you a bowl of longevity noodles? Actually, I've never met any of my parents. Oh, I'm sorry. Although I've never seen my parents, I still have my other family members. Every year on my birthday, my family holds a big banquet for me. At banquets like that, I don't think they care much about longevity noodles. However, I've always been a little afraid of birthdays. Isn't it nice that other people remember your birthday? I can't really explain it. I always feel that every time I have a birthday party, I'll be surrounded by a lot of people who want me to laugh and also to cry. But it doesn't seem to matter whether I'm there or not. Enough talk about me. You're from Victoria. Do they eat longevity noodles there? I grew up in Victoria, but my parents are both Viennese, at least by blood. When I was little, every year, on my birthday, my mom would make me a bowl of longevity noodles. The taste was nothing special. It was just like regular old home cooking. By the way, I think this story is enough for me to make me emotional already. They use the story of China's culture. China is very rampant when it comes to child kidnapping. And a lot of Chinese parents try to move out of China because they don't want to obey by the one-child policy. You are not aware? China is very well known for kidnapping of children. And kidnapping of children is the worst because of one-child policy. Bruh, this story is hard. This story is very hard to read, considering what the taking reference from. When I was little, every year, on my birthday, my mom would make me a bowl of longevity noodles. The taste was nothing special. It was just like regular old home cooking. I read this already. After I left home and could no longer eat my mom's home cooking, I even forgot what it was like to celebrate a birthday. Is it kidnapping or dumping? Both things happen. Both kidnapping and dumping happens in China. That is until that night. The seasoning packet, the vegetable packet, and I'll add 2 sausages. Why are the lights off in the cafeteria? Hey, what are you guys doing here? You scared me. Shh. Ah! No, why would you do it here? Shh. Keep your voice down. It's late. What are you doing in the cafeteria at this hour? Ace, why do you look all serious? There's not another urgent mission, is there? What are you holding there? Instant noodles? I stayed too long at the training grounds this afternoon and didn't have enough for dinner. What? Now that I'm an elite operator, I can't eat instant noodles anymore. The captain isn't scolding you for eating junk food. He's saying, today is your birthday and you're eating instant noodles. My birthday? But didn't Dr. Keltsit say? That's why I told you to lower your voice. So long as we don't make too much noise. Even if she hears us, she'll pretend not to hear. Yes? I even suspect that she deliberately arranged for our few work breaks to overlap, just so we could throw you a birthday party. Think of it as a way of giving you a birthday blessing, even if it's hard to imagine. Blaze, you are one of us. As a part of Rhodes Island, you are not alone. Thank you all so much. Alright, it's already midnight. Happy birthday, Blaze. Happy birthday, Big Cat. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Also, Amia is on the ship right now, but she asked me to pass on birthday wishes. She hopes you stay happy and healthy. Oh, Bunny. So, are you planning to come blow out the candles and cut the cake? Or are you just going back to your instant noodles? I feel for this story. I don't celebrate my birthday often as well. But I think when my friends remember my birthday, it's a very weird feeling. I don't really care about my birthday also, actually. I like the date of my birthday, but I don't think too much about it as in like, I have to celebrate it, I have to throw a party. But I remember different years in my life where my friends remember my birthday, and I was very appreciative. Yeah, I think when you get that moment amongst your friends or your family, it's very nice. It's a very odd feeling as someone from me who says that I don't care about my birthday. Yeah. However, I think it's important to treat yourself well on your birthday as well. So whenever it's my birthday, I also tell myself, even if like none of my friends say, hey, want to throw a party, want to celebrate, I will still tell myself on that day, eat something nice. You know, if you have nobody around, just eat something nice by yourself. It's more than important. My mom celebrates my birthday every year, at least. We don't throw any big party, but it's nice. That was the first time so many people celebrated my birthday with me. Yeah. Oh, I remember, yeah. I think there were 1, 2, 3. I think there were 3 times in my life that my friends threw me a big birthday party. And they're very memorable for me. That bowl of instant noodles became my longevity noodles. Everyone knew how much I wanted to have a birthday party, but that day, not a single person actually came out and said, I knew you wanted this. They acted like it was just another one of my many, many birthdays. The bowl of instant noodles is my longevity noodles. Oh my god, that's a fucking... That's a line, man. That's a fucking line. It's touching. I don't think it's sad. I think there's some warmth to it. Right? It's quite cute to see that she didn't think much of her birthday and she was just cooking noodles by herself as well in the cafeteria. I like the nothing special feeling of it. Exactly. Right? Is longevity noodles the equivalent of birthday cake? It is in China. China don't celebrate their birthdays from... I mean, actually no, modern day China might do cakes. But if you talk about traditional China, yes, I think noodles is what they cook for people on their birthday. Now you're making me jealous. Oh right, you said you've never had longevity noodles. Well, let me whip out some for you. But you haven't learned how to knead the dough yet. I don't know how to knead noodles, but I do know how to cook ready-made noodles. I'll go ask Jiang for some dried noodles that I can simply boil. Wait, handmade noodles? Ready-made noodles? Maybe it really will work after all. Changshu Nian. Is it Shu? How do I read that word? Yeah, I've seen that word or that phrase before. Oh yes, red eggs! Right! Red eggs has a name! Yes, red eggs is also a birthday thing. What is the red eggs called in Chinese? I don't remember. But yes, they're special as well. Let me check. Red eggs. Oh, it's just called red eggs. There's no special name to it. Yes, this also happens on birthdays. Sometimes. Let me show the screen. Hold on. They're not like they don't taste any different from red. From eggs, sorry. They're just colored. But the colored not from food dye. The color from paper, I believe. Yeah, a calligraphy paper. So it's supposed to be symbolic. No, Century Eggs is different. Century Eggs is black. The restaurant is still quiet, save for a few foul bees jumping back and forth on the fallen bees outside the door. The night watchman at the judicial review office lets out a loud yawn. The foul beast takes off in all directions. I had a nightmare last night that a black beast ate all the flour in my kitchen. How terrifying. Morning. Have some noodles. You figured out how to make them? Look at the bags under your eyes. Were you practicing all night? No, only about half the night. Hey, Xingqiu hasn't woken up yet. Enough talking for now. Try the noodles. Huh? You gave up learning how to knead the dough and boiled some ready-made noodles instead. These are no ordinary ready-made noodles. Xingqiu and I looked through all the ready-made noodles on the market and picked the ones we feel have a texture closest to your handmade ones. Of course, they don't quite have the same mouthfeel as the handmade noodles, so Xingqiu adjusted your soup-based recipe to ensure they taste similar to the longevity noodles you make from scratch. This is blasphemy! You're using ready-made noodles and you tampered with my recipe? My word! Don't jump to any conclusions yet. Please, have a taste. The young chef picks up his chopsticks and with a giant frown on his face, pulls out some of the noodles. He carefully takes a sniff, then finally takes a taste. Well? Say something. Why did you two think this would work? Xingqiu was starving after all my failed attempts. I figured at that point, I was better off just making noodles I knew how to make, so at least she had something to eat. Then I started thinking, the most important element of longevity noodles isn't the taste. Instead, it's making sure the person who eats them feels the birthday blessing. Some people just aren't skilled enough to make noodles like you do. However, I can still use ready-made noodles to bring birthday blessings to myself or my family. That's the real meaning of longevity noodles anyways. See how yellow and shiny these noodles are? They look more lively than yours, right? Of course, yes, I am taking shortcuts with this dish. You mentioned birthday blessings. Do you think people can taste that in your noodles? I think so. Last night, after I finally made a proper bowl of noodles for the first time, I shared them with Xingqiu. We felt so happy eating it. I even caught Xingqiu wiping away tears. Swapping out the noodles, then adjusting the oil and salt ratios accordingly. Quite some innovation there. Xingqiu sure has a sharp palate. But the ready-made noodles need to be rinsed with cold water after cooking. You rinsed them, but you didn't drain all the cold water out. The cold water lowered the temperature of the soup, which also affected the texture of the noodles. If you really want to make good food, you'll need to be mindful of these little details. Got it! I'll remember that. Wait, then you mean... Enough. I'm only continuing to teach you because I can see you put in the effort. You still need to learn how to make your own noodles from scratch. You don't really expect to use ready-made noodles in a competition, do you? Great. As your shifu, I'm glad that you've improved, but we still have to see whether the customers recognize your efforts. Well, what do we do? Later on, if anyone orders noodles, you make them. If the customer doesn't like the noodles, then you have to keep practicing. I'm on it. Oh my god, Leizi's gonna appear. Leizi's gonna appear. No, I see where this story... I know what they're trying to do. Leizi's gonna appear at the shop. Hello! Would you like to try our special longevity noodles? It's not my birthday! Why would I want longevity noodles? It's a new dish we're trying out. We'll give it to you for free. No, I meant if you'd like to try it and like it, then maybe you should still pay for it. I mean, I had to settle up with the boss, you know? That's an interesting way to do business. Sure, give me that bowl of noodles then. Do you need something else from me? No, I just want to see how you like the noodles. Okay, I'll give them a try. The man picks up one single noodle using his chopstick, then a piece of bok choy, and some scallions. He tries them one after another. He eats with graceful manners, but somehow, in just a few moments' time, the entire bowl is empty. What do you think? Good. Even excellent. Really? The soup has a rich umami taste, and the ingredients are top-notch. If you had to let the soup simmer for another day or so, it might have tasted even better. But I was already so hungry. If I had to wait another day for the ultimate perfection, I would have starved. He wants to create the perfect taste, but the customer cannot wait that long. Even if I want to wait for him, there's some things that I just can't wait any longer. You're saying... Don't worry about it. Just tell your boss what I said, yeah? Oh... The man stands up. The patterns on his clothes emit a strange glow. The light distorts and blurs his face. so much so that Blaze cannot make out what he looks like. Hey, you didn't pay! Oh! Oh no, that's not good. No, I know it's not later because he says sharply dressed men. Oh god. Just deduct the funds from my account. Regardless of what you're looking for, after you leave here, do not tell anyone you got this file from the academy. Do you understand? Yes. What's wrong? Do you have more questions? Do you remember that bloody case back in 1062? This isn't the sort of thing you casually bring up in a conversation. I just happened to think of it. Is the Grand Preceptor you previously mentioned the one who supported the great academic reforms which benefited countless persons, the same Grand Preceptor who murdered the Emperor and plotted treason 40 years ago? I have no way to answer your question. I will never speak about things that I do not know. I have never met the Grand Preceptor in person, but I have read some of her writings on political and social issues. Her extensive knowledge, clearly reflected in her works, has been deeply enriching for me. But people are complicated and cannot be easily categorized. You're saying you're not completely convinced that the outcome of the case was correct? Qingyan, you are never good at hiding what you are thinking. I knew you would. The office's archives will not house muddle cases, no matter how many people they involve. Solving those cases is my duty as Deputy Minister. I shall not dissuade you from doing as you see fit. However, you must learn to protect yourself, no matter what happens. Before your parents retreated into seclusion in the mountains, they entrusted me with looking after you. If anything were to happen to you, I will never be able to look them in the eyes again. I'm not a child. Why do I need people to take care of me? Everyone feels that way when they are young. However, as a mother, watching Tutor grow up... Yeah, I know he said little Le, but I was like, Le could be anyone. Right? It doesn't have to be Tutor. Yeah, she does look like Tutor, I know. But that's so silly, right? I mean, I was gonna say silly because both the dad and the mom has black hair. But that's just normal world. We all have black hair. But you know how in AK, like, everybody has colorful hair? So it's like, eh? Lei Zi is older than Tutor. Lei Zi seems very old. But maybe not older than Blaze. Maybe she's in her 30s. Day by day, I feel a weight growing on my heart. What else should we parents worry about other than our child's safety? But if your parents learn that I prevented you from fulfilling your duties out of your concern for your safety, then they would really blame me. 多谢, sister. You call me your sister, but in my eyes, you've always been like a child of my son's generation. What the fuck? Then Lei Zi's in her 40s then. Speaking of which, Yuman is near Baizao now. Have you seen General Zuo at all over the past few days? Things are coming to a head. The Ministry of War is holding meetings day in and night, and the General must remain on the front lines to oversee things personally. Neither he nor I can abandon our posts. There is truly no way to avoid this conflict. This isn't something I have the authority to decide. As an advisor for the Ministry of War, my job is to do everything in my power to accurately calculate the outcome of the war. Allowing any personal biases to affect my work will be of great disservice to the people of Yen. You don't compromise in your duties, and neither do I. I hope everything goes smoothly. If the outcome is inevitable, it's best not to worry too much about it. If you are alone for the Mid-Autumn Festival, come to my home for dinner. I will. Wait, I just thought of something. Didn't you just ask me who is the authority to alter the Academy's records? That did happen once, although it was under extremely unusual circumstances. You mean? No, I can't say that the records were ever altered. However, if a record has gone missing entirely, then it must have been transferred to another location. Death row, at the Ministry of Justice. Father is not here. It's been more than 6 months since he was last here. The furnishings in the house have not changed. Only there are more symbols symbolizing war on the sand table. A lone city stands in defiance, the two sides gazing at each other from afar. Lord Zuo. A thick, familiar voice rings out from behind. Oh, Tai-He! Uncle Tai-He! Your injuries. I was finally able to walk since 2 weeks ago. Albeit with some difficulty. At least I'm no longer bedridden. Zola stares at Tai-He unbelievably, who does not look like the man he remembers. The wind lifts a corner of his cloak, revealing his thin, withered figure under his white robe. Tai-He, once a man so strong and sturdy, is now emaciated. It's as if a mere gust of wind could blow him away. What the fuck did Ya... What? So he's less Robloxy now? What did Ya do? Ya removed all muscle and fat in his body? Uncle Tai-He, Kung Fu is merely an external tool. I am, after all, still a monitor censor of the Department of Discipline and Supervision. There will always be opportunities to realize my aspirations. If you continue to dwell on this, Lord Zuo, then you're only underestimating my skills. No. Tai-He, I know you are no ordinary man. A few injuries aren't enough to stop you. Professor Qin from Enfield could be Zuola's grand-something daughter. But her surname is Qin though. That means like Zuola needed to have given to someone. No? Oh no! Zuola needed to give birth to a daughter, marry a Qin, to produce Qin. Sorry, not Zuola gave birth. What am I saying? Whoever his wife is. Take mother's name. No one takes the mother name, right? We always take the dad's name. It's been over 6 months since we last met. You look stronger than before. The general will be pleased. By the way, father is... The general has been in constant meetings with the Sui regulator and the Ministry of War. He barely has 10 minutes to rest. The situation could change in an instant. Is the court still ready to go to war at all costs? Now, after the incident in Ta Huang, the bestial Sui is no longer under the Sui regulator's control. There are still minor agreements between the cabinet and the 6 ministries, but their overall opinion is clear. Eliminate the threat once and for all. But the consequences of this war will be... Random PowerPoint slideshow. Yu forgotten. Yes, Yu is not important. I heard that 1 month ago, other candle holders discovered traces of the convict near Baizao. Yes, I heard the same thing. The Imperial Court is on high alert, and they've already dispatched several units of Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards? The convict's unpredictability is currently the gravest threat we've faced. I have a theory. Perhaps there's still another proxy in Baizao. This proxy is the youngest and the most unique. According to the Sui regulator's observations, in the 100 years since he left the tomb, he has never used any of his powers. The Sui regulator does not know how to deal with him. There's only one thing that's a little suspicious. 100 years ago, after Wang escaped from prison, he came to Baizao and has remained here ever since. Wang used to frequently interact with other proxies, so I'm afraid that during his current return to Baizao, the lone proxy who stayed here will also be part of his plan. What do you plan to do? I don't know yet, so I'm going to take a look. and see for myself. Zuola appears in every Yen story. Finished! What do you think? I've memorized every step, from washing the vegetables to serving the noodles. I can do this all by myself now. Of course, it's all thanks to Sing Through for figuring out a genius solution. I just need to dip my hands in ice water for 5 minutes before kneading the dough, and it comes out fine. It looks good, and I can taste the craftsmanship in the dish. It'll do, even if it's far from perfect. If anyone could cook as well as me after just a few classes, then all my years of study would be in vain. Hey, I've been working hard for so long, and tomorrow is the big day. Can't you at least say something encouraging? You know what's so weird? Yu is small, but Yu is older than Blaze. I just don't want you to get a big head. Alright, maybe you're right. A little pep talk might do you good. Otherwise, you'll be too scared to cook the minute you meet Mopufu. Remember, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mopufu is old. Show him the power of your youth. Okay, everything's ready. Let's go win one at Tingfeng Lo tomorrow. Wait, Lei Zi completely forgotten Blaze. Blaze has been a runaway for I don't know how long in this story so far. Wait, chat. Do you mind if I take not a break from the stream, but take a break to eat food in the stream? I fucking hate that this story actually makes me hungry. I was not hungry before I started the stream, and now I am, and I want to buy food. This story is horrid, man. Wait, sorry, hold on. Let me get my phone. But I'll pause the stream to eat halfway later, cause it's horrible. Mention of noodles, of fucking scallions, bok choy. Bro, those are all good ingredients, man. Give me a while. Wait, by the way, can I just mention also? I'm only at this part of the story. I think this story is at 11 out of 10. I'm prematurely rating it before I even hit the ending. I think this story is at 11 out of 10. I think this story is gonna have a banger ending. I'm buying myself some Chinese food actually. I mean, it's not very Chinese, but I'm buying chicken rice and golden sand bun, which is very Chinese. I could buy dim sum if I'm craving Chinese that badly. I could get wonton. Oh, the names of wonton just now. I'm hungry. Wonton is mad worth, man. But maybe I can eat that tomorrow. I'll hold my craving. I'll get some chicken rice, I'll get some
nice, delicious buns. Would I still rate it 11 out of 10 if I didn't know any sweet story? You mean if I read this on its own? Probably. You're hungry too? Well, I'm warning you guys right now, okay? I'm going to eat halfway in the stream because this story makes me hungry. So if you can, grab some snacks, get something from your cupboard. Get something downstairs, go to a convenience store. Enjoy. There was barely any mention of Sui. It's gonna happen soon. You know it, because you know that the whole story, we haven't reached the part of the reunion of the Sui siblings yet. And it seems like it's safe for the back half. No, but I think it's crazy to think that you're seeing a lot of families in this story, right? It's almost the same pattern as the... Was it the Chongyue storyline? Right? It was Chongyue that also had a lot of family theme. So we're witnessing Zuole's story. No, sorry, Zuole's family. We hear mentions of Lei Zi's family. We know that Sui is a family, right? And then we're now trying to see Blaze and Xingzhu as well. And is there anybody else? It's a lot. It's just a very powerful team, really. I mean, it could be the realest story you get to read in AK. OR3. Some dough gets firmer the more you beat them. OR4. Place the vegetables in the pot and seal the lid. You will know when it's time when the lid can no longer keep the aroma contained. Welcome to Ding Feng Lo. Oh, so this is the place everyone's talking about. Are you nervous? Don't think I should be. The competition is nigh, and yet I feel apprehensive somehow. I mean, nothing to fear. The young chef said it was fine. Besides, it's not like we're trying to be cooks here. We're just on the hunt for that legendary chef, right? To ask him for his tangerine cake recipe. Cold comfort, but I suppose at this point, that's all I'm getting. It's about time. All spectators, please remain here for now. Competitors, follow me. If you get anything difficult thrown at you, don't bluster. Just keep calm and think. There's always a way. Relax, okay? I'll see you. Please, sit. While I know you're here for the exam, you're still one of our guests. Please, let me offer you some tea first. The examiner picks up the teapot from the table and pours Blaze some tea. Her nose is immediately filled with the fresh, sweet scent. For a competition, you're all being pretty friendly here. Well, can't say I haven't been thirsty. Thanks. Blaze grabs the teacup and drinks it up. As she does, the examiner places a pen and paper before her. This pot of tea is infused with several ingredients. Please write them down. What? Blaze glances down at her cup. Not but a bead of tea left on the side. She looks up at the examiner, polite smile still plastered over his face. Could I have another cup? Bro, she entered MasterChef! Today looks like a bust to me. They've gone through dozens of people since morning and nobody's even passed the first stage. Oh, his chef is being too harsh on them. It's like a revolving door over there. No one can last longer than a minute. A chef's third eye is their tongue.
If their tongue is not good enough, they can't be that good of a chef. So no point wasting the head chef's time if they can't pass stage 1. May as well send them home earlier. Hey, excuse me, madam. This is the kitchen. Are you... Judicial Review Office Investigation. If I could have both your assistants. Keep calm. Keep calm. What did mechanics tell you? The human tongue can only taste 4 flavors, but the nose can tell between over 100. Not that I ever smelled anything from his machine or moonshine though. Lace gingerly cradles her cooling teacup once more and takes a careful sniff of what aroma remains. Smells flowery. That's probably jasmine. No, not just jasmine. There's a kind of... Right! Chrysanthemum! Just like the table tea at the young chef's place. Okay, aside from that, there was definitely a sweet, sour kind of flavor as I drink it. None of the initial flavors were sour. So what was the aftertaste? Sweet, acid, a little puckery. Kind of familiar? Why do you want me to try this plum wine anyways? It's a specialty here in Baizao. You see, there's a plum forest north of the city. When summer sets in June and the plums are fresh and ripe, the people pick them to steep in wine, ideally a xiaohan wine. Wine made from mostards like this are just has a particular flavor to it. It goes perfect with plum. Steep it for about 3 months and it's ready just in time for mid-autumn. Plum wine, huh? So it's got history. Earlier, you asked me what happened to all the people we lost building Baizao, right? I wouldn't say it's got history, really. It just strikes me. During those awful times back then, pickled plums were a worker staple. And some years after finishing Baizao, that plum forest sprang up in the mountains north of us. Nobody knows exactly when it did, nor who planted it. So it's a way of remembering them, kind of. At least they were never forgotten. Once the plums are ripe next year, we can go to the mountains to see together. That's so cute. Bro, Blaze had a whole training arc for this moment. Here's my answer. Jasmine, chrysanthemum, green plum, mountain blossom, rock sugar, xiaohan wine. I heard there's a plum forest north of Baizao. The plums in June get brewed for mid-autumn. I'm guessing the plums in this were picked earlier than that, which is why there's still a mouth-puckering taste in it. The alcohol steamed away while boiling the tea and left just the sweet sourness of the plum, plus the mild and subtle aroma of the flower. It wasn't obvious when I drank it down, but the aftertaste really stays with you. I'd really like another cup. Identifying the first few flavors is reasonable enough, but you're the first one today who's able to point out the use of xiaohan wine. So, I'm right? Are you not sure about your own answer? No, of course not. Of course I don't. Then congratulations on passing the first stage. Please follow me upstairs. From the rear hall sounds a gong, and the doors next to Blaze yawn open. First stage? How long is this thing? Here you are, madam. The list of chefs at Ting Feng Lo. If you don't mind me asking, what are you investigating exactly? The case is confidential. I'm not at leisure to tell you for now. Okay. The head chef here. Their name... Mo... Bu Fu. Yes, I don't think there's another cook in Baizao who doesn't know of Chef Mo. Do you know what his occupation was prior to Ting Feng Lo? That I have no idea. Chef Mo arrived just under 10 years ago. Not quite a long time, but not short either. His cooking skills are the real deal. The sublime. Almost straight away, he succeeded the previous head chef. There's no way, right? There's no way. Are they implying he changed his name for a third time? Bruh. That can't... What? There's no way. If Min Blaze dead, isn't he dead? Yeah, he's dead. But like, huh? But you see the coincidence is pain. Where is he now? I need to see him. I'm really sorry, but he's holding an exam right this moment. There's no way he can meet you. Exam? What exam? You could call it an enrollment exam for Ting Feng Lo. It only happens once every few years. Can I just mention, what is Ting Feng Lo based on? There's a very popular Chinese restaurant, and it's also a funny Chinese restaurant acronym, and it's called Ting Tai Feng. I don't know if it's a reference to that. If you're interested, we're televising it right here. That contestant. Blaze? Isn't this a restaurant? How come this room's set up like a study? In its centuries of history, Ting Feng Lo has hosted countless reputed celebrities. We set aside this room to safekeep any pieces of calligraphy or painting gifted by them. Delicacies, calligraphies, paintings, all are works of art that takes years of practicing. Blaze looks up and around. Hundreds upon thousands of silk threads hang from the ceiling, and a wooden placard tied to each one, resembling a curtain. All of these are names of dishes. As you're no doubt aware, Ting Feng Lo is hiring chefs in the run-up to the feast of 100 delicacies. This calls for cooks who are not only culinary skilled, but also those who grasp the significances behind the dishes they make. Every dish here originates from a past feast of 100 delicacies. Pick one placard and tell me the dish's history. This is today's second stage. From the feast? How the hell should I know any of this? Whatever, I've gotten this far. Blaze closes her eyes and swipes one down. What? Not even read? Oh my god, Blaze is Ian. Like Victorian. Victorian is Ian. The neighboring placards clatter once against each other, as if an endless wind chime. What's this? Medley of whites? Fancy restaurants are often named Lo. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Blaze barely knows how to cook anything. Passing the first stage was already a miracle. She spent basically her whole life in Victoria. How could she possibly know any of these stories? Blaze, I really wish I could help you. You have a time limit. Do you know the origin of this dish? About 50 years ago, give or take, Yan's Grand Preceptor presented the True Lung with a dish, the simplest, plainest stewed radishes. But the special thing was, the radishes she used came from all over the land, and each one had a massively different flavor and texture. But having been stewed for so long, they absorbed enough broth and were all equally tasty. I hear Yan's always put education first, but because the country's so big, and every city has wildly different circumstances anyways, the further out you go, the harder it is for students to really achieve. The Grand Preceptor was trying to tell the True Lung that every student, no matter their background, should have equal opportunity. The True Lung took the Grand Preceptor's advice, advocated hard for educational reform, tore down any regional restrictions, and brought equality to educational resources. The next year, when Baizao Academy announced its successful applicants, the students from remote regions made up more than half of the 1,000 plus that qualified. In the decades after that, the Tianshis buried in their bureau books, the students studying like hell in their academics. All of them thanked the Grand Preceptor for boldly advising. That, if I'm not mistaken, is what Medley of White represents. And how do you know? Blaze senses the spectators stop chattering. She's not wrong. Everyone is nervously watching her right this moment. How did Blaze know that? And why would the exam writer leave the name of the dish in there? You don't just mention her. Not in front of everyone. Huh? Huh? True Lung? Is it? Or is it Grand Preceptor? Who's her? Oh, it's Grand Preceptor. Okay. Preceptor or Perceptor? Preceptor. Did I say something wrong? Interesting. The voice descends from a few meters above. Blaze stares up at her, but doesn't see anyone. A foot lands on the step planked with a dull thud, subdued yet powerful, the kind nobody could miss. It approaches closer and closer, until Blaze can finally make out who it is. A stern, solemn man, far older than her, alighting from his long stairwell. After so many years, I didn't think anyone would remember this. Nice to meet you. The story you've told is far older than you. Girl, how come you know it? Well, someone from my family told me a long time ago. He said he was one of the students in poverty all the way back then. To know the spring of your water. Oh, 饮水之源. The Chinese idiom has been used in this story. I imagine your relative was a grateful and righteous man. But as for you, just what motive brought you here? I'm here to compete, of course. Seeing as you've made it here, I'll give you one chance. Final stage. No frills, no fuss. Make me a dish. Come. Too early for dinner time, the restaurant is almost empty, save for a couple of diners. There's no waiters, no proprietor, and even the kitchen is quiet. Excuse me. Yo, young man! 帮我！我今天早上在忙啊，我忘了我的钱。你好像看起来很有钱呢，每个人都可以看到。你可能善良一点吧，给我一点钱。I'm not ripping you off. Take this family jade for now. Once I get the money later, I'll pay you back. Not that I mind lending you, but couldn't you just tell the owner instead? We're total strangers. How would you find me and pay back? Oh, no. Oh, you see, this jade, not your average thing. It's not fit for just anyone to take. I'm only entrusting it to you because I can tell. You've got a rare air about you. Alright. Twirler rummages for some loose coins in his pocket and hands it to the diner, whose face immediately broadens with delight. When do you plan to pay me back? Where will we meet? We'll meet if we do, and if we won't if we don't. And if we don't, you can just go ahead and pawn this shade off. Relax. You made a favorable deal today, youngster. So saying, the diner is gone out the restaurant door in a blink, disappearing into the crowds. Pawn it off? That's my dish. Pretty good job, wouldn't you say? Longevity noodles. Mo Pufu's hands rest on the table, chopsticks in his grasp. For a while, silence, before he finally picks up the spoon and tries a mouthful of soup. Blaze examines Chef Mo's face closely, but the satisfied look he's hoping for simply does not blossom across the old man's face. These noodles, this soup base. Who taught you this? It was this tiny little chef. I really put my back into learning it too. The owner of Savers at Yu's. Who is he to you? How come you know? I thought so. This disgrace of him! Huh? I see he has talent and give him the chance to display his skills. He's not grateful for that. Fine. But now, he even sends an amateur to humiliate me. What's happening? Blaze finish it up with no trouble. Nothing should be wrong with the flavor. Does Mo Pufu know the young chef somehow? Wait! Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I know you can probably tell I suck at cooking at a glance, but I didn't come so I could wreck a competition. I just have a question that only you can answer. I grew up in Victoria, see? And this relative of mine who lived far away in Yen would always send me these tangerine cakes. They were so sweet and tasty. I've been on the hunt ever since I came to Baizao.
Wait. I just realized. Oh, this is the turning point of the story. Wait, I just realized this is the point where it's supposed to be a fuck up of the story. Because Blaze isn't saying who her father is. But the problem is, Lei Zi thinks that the chef might have something to do with her father, right? And then Blaze is not supposed to expose that she is her father. So if the chef knows about the tangerine cakes, basically it equals to there's a fuck up. But I still haven't found that flavor. I was thinking, since you're the best chef in all of Baizao, maybe you would know. A single pastry. You thought it was worth entering this competition to meet me. Over a single pastry. I have tons of other questions still, but this is the only one I can solve on my own. This is the one clue, the one link I have to my family. You. The greatest taboo when making tangerine cakes is to blindly add sugar. That is to mask the poorness of your craft and ingredients with sweetness. Wait. No. No, but it explains it already. Which I already understood and thought this. The tangerine cakes was not made by any restaurant. It was made by her own dad. I was guessing this just now. The only reason she can't find it is because her dad made it. I don't know anyone skilled enough to make tangerine cakes that are sweet and yet taste good on their own. You've asked your question. Now go. The place is not clicking! Right? It doesn't seem that hard to connect though. A muffled sound from above interrupts the two. Blaze and Mo Pufu looks up at the same time, but both their faces get struck by something wet. Why is it leaking in here? No. This is oil! In the moment she says it, the lamp suspended from the dome ignites in a blink, becoming a fireball. Get out of here! Okay, wait. This is interesting. If the tangerine cakes were made by the dad, why did the dad add sugar? Mistake? Intentional? What's the core reason? Because she was a child? Is it sending a food across a country is hard? Export expiry date. Is it for preservation purposes? I see a few likely reasons. One is preservation. Second is it's the thought of the children. No tangerines in Victoria? No, but you can just put it. Didn't say Blaze that she makes it fresh. No, Blaze have never said that she made it. I think preservative is a good answer, by the way. What do you think? I think preservatives is a very good answer. Because it's very likely that Yen and Victoria is decently far, right? To export and travel and mail to someone. So it would make sense that she said Gu Quan sent them from Yen to Victoria. Right. So it would make sense is to keep the flavor. Do I think the reason is too factual? No, actually. I think it makes it... It's a very nice touch. Right? It's a reason that is a nice touch and it makes sense. Doesn't sugar make things go bad? No. Depends on what type of sugar though. Maybe.
Then it might not be sugar, it might be honey. Yeah, it could be honey tangerine cakes. Which sounds nice. By the way, I don't like tangerine. So if I get a honey tangerine cake, I might like it. Watch out! What even? What about normal oranges? I don't like normal oranges. I love all vegetables, but I don't like citrus fruits and fleshy fruits. All other fruits I'm fine. Flames burst forth above their heads, raining cinders down from the ceiling, igniting the flour and oil atop the stove. In an instant, the kitchen is a sea of fire. You go. I'll be fine. Cover your mouth and nose. Don't talk. I'm not too good at this move yet. Just give it a try. Excuse me. Just duck. Blaze grabs a knife, then slices a palm open. Gradually, a whirlwind forms in Blaze's hand, then expands straight outwards into a blast wave. The violent surge of air sweeps the whole room. In a blink, she puts out the fires and strewn the cookware about in shambles. What a skill you have. Could you be? 多谢. You're welcome. Looking up again, Blaze sees the lamp frame is charred black, red hot metal peeking through the burnt coating. It's on the verge of falling. Mopufu, move! Blaze grabs the old man's arm, trying to pull him to one side, but the lamp's already falling. With a stifled crack of thunder, the remains of the fixtures are abruptly flung to one side and smash hard against the wall. Are you alright there? Later? What are you doing here? Maybe we should ask, what are you doing here? But we can talk about you later. Could this be a repeat of the Ting Feng Lo fire last month? Lin Xingyan scans her surroundings. The kitchen stairs are in a frenzied jumble, but her gaze quickly locks onto the masked figure among them, who seems to meet her gaze, then turns and vanishes into the crowd. Blaze, stay here. Keep Mopufu safe. Where are you going? Jeez, this smoke is killing me. On that pillar, there's a breaker. There's a lot of them here. Which one do I pull? Fitting like a foul, Lin Xingyan has a target cornered in just a few spry leaps. Near meters separate them, but so smoky is the air that she can't quite make out their silhouette. Just as he makes to run again, a thunderclap strikes next to his feet. Hold it! Move another inch and the next bolt is hitting your head. Answer my questions. What was that? It's her skill! Why set fire to Ting Feng Lo? Is your target Mopufu or someone else? All the previous incidents, they were your doing too, weren't they? Also, the scrollery. You and your accomplices must have some aim in those actions. What is it? Not talking? Then I'll take you back to the Judicial Review Office for a nice long questioning. Deputy Minister Lin, surely you wouldn't ask if you didn't know the answer already? Do you not see the truth? Or do you simply pretend you can't because you don't dare to? What? The office is a good place, but I don't plan on visiting it for now. Besides, when your will wavers, the thunder you throw isn't so frightening. It's time you open your eyes. Wait! And with that, the masked figure is on the move. Just as Lin Xingyan give chase, the ceiling sprinklers start up out of nowhere. Ice cold water pours down, soaking her head to foot. Lisa, you alright? Damn it. The customers are all safely out of the way. There's just a few in shock. Thank goodness no one was injured. We've reported it to the authorities. The Mandarin should be here any moment. Don't we all have a Mandarin here already? Hey chef, you're... My food is on the way. I'm fine. I owed it to this girl. There's nothing left for you to do here. Go on. Go home. Once the chefs leave, Lin Xingyan locks the door to the room. Mr. Mo, if I could have a word or two with you. You know this girl, madam. She's a friend of mine. Chef Mo, she's on the trail of a really important case. Would it be alright if you, try to answer her questions? I don't like what the Mandarins get up to, but I don't like to spurn a favor either. You saved my life today. There's more favor than I'll ever repay. Go ahead then. Ask away. I'm looking for one of your restaurant chefs. He's a witness in the case. I believe 10 years ago, he was working in the Ministry of Justice death row prison, making last meals for convicts. A chef who only makes last meals. How exactly did he pass Ting Feng Lo exams? Ting Feng Lo serves all manner of mandarins every year at the Feast of 100 Delicacies. That means every chef's background must be clear as day for the record. I imagine he shouldn't be hard to find. What exactly do you want me to say, madam? First, my restaurant catches fire for no reason. Now you say we have a chef who made meals for dead men. Should I even bother to open Ting Feng Lo again? I understand your situation, sir. That's why I'm choosing to ask you these things in private. Whatever. It's not like I can't admit to my own past. The chef you're looking for. The death row caterer. Mo Xiao Liu. That was me. What? I thought so. And making last meals is nothing shameful. The powerful need to eat. And so do the powerless. That's also a nice touch. That's a very nice touch. Because there's different chefs in the world, right? You have hawkers, people who cook like just near to your place. There's restaurant owners. But then there's also airplane chefs, right? And there's also prison chefs. And I think food is genuinely one of the most beautiful things in our life. Right? It's one of the things that just keeps us living. Anyone that dedicates to the passion of food is a good person. I feel. Easily. Is airplane food even cooked and not prepared with a machine? Oh, go look up the documentary on airplane food. It's all cooked proper. It's not with a machine. My cooking skills come from that prison, making last meals for death row convicts from all corners of the country. As for changing my name and hiding my identity, I just don't want to make any trouble for this restaurant. I'm beginning to sort of admire you. Hold on. Dad? Dad? Not Dad. But change identity, yes. Do you remember 10 years ago, a convict admitted to the prison by the name of Wu Chen? Oh, okay. If you don't remember the name, you should at least remember that some decades ago, he was the one and only person to be released from death row. What? Wait, you mean my dad? Why did my dad get the death penalty? Please! You mean Gu Chen? He was your father. Yeah. So you remember him? I do. All too well. I spent so many years in there making last meals. I met countless horrific scoundrels, endless connivers, and each one of them ate before they left. The look in their eyes, it was always more or less the same. But I've never seen someone whose eyes were so clear, so clean, so free of anything. He wasn't like the other convicts. In his time, he never wept, never howled, never screamed injustice, not even on the day he was in prison. You literally don't know what event is gonna be? Oh, haha. Even if I found it strange how a man like him could end up on death row. Why would my dad... Then do you know at the time what charges Gu Chen was sentenced to death on? Not at the time. Not at the time? But 1 year later, when I joined Ting Feng Lo and began taking part in the Feast of 100 Delicacies, I came across a menu for a feast from a few years before. That was when I learned that at the feast, Gu Chen served a dish to the True Lang. It just so happens that was the same dish this girl put down earlier. Medley of whites. Fate! The true gacha gamer. 100 dishes? 1% chance? Blaze says, I can do it! But next to the dish, he placed a steamed flaban, and in it was a filling of red pickled tofu. So, what does this mean? Why did he get locked up? Why would he get locked up just for serving that? Lin Xingyan, aren't you gonna say anything? Your relative told you the story of the Grand Preceptor, but never told you her eventual fate. Her fate? 40 years ago, the Grand Preceptor plotted to assassinate the True Lang. She committed suicide after it failed. Every single one of her underlings was arrested and trialed, and their numbers were over 1,000. When Gu Chen served that dish at the feast, it signified redressing her for her treason. It made the True Lang furious. No, wait. My dad told me so many times. The Grand Preceptor was loyal to the country, the people, the whole realm. How the hell could she be a traitor? The history books have it that way, yes. And they're right? Lin Xingyan, if everything written in them is true, what the hell are you investigating? And besides, my dad didn't actually get killed, right? Doesn't that prove, like, at least some people from the court believe that the Grand Preceptor and my dad were both innocent? That's a sticking point, yes. If Gu Chen was imprisoned as part of the Grand Preceptor case, why would they free him afterwards? It stuck with me too. You see, after entering prison, Gu Chen had 2 visitors, and both were people I happen to know. One was the person delivering his meal, Yu Cheng, Deputy Minister of the office at the time. And the other was the one who brought him out, former Ministry of Rights, Ning Shu. What? Quick! This way! Surround the place immediately! Damn it, why now? What a coincidence! One step ahead of me, Deputy Minister Lin. I just arrived. A coincidence indeed. The Judicial Review Office is investigating the Dingfeng Lo fire. I ask all of you to be cooperative. Lin Xingyan and the girl next to you, come with me. Oh wow. OR5 has no story. Have I read this? No, I did. OR5. A cup of tea after a meal may ease the stomach, but it cannot ease one's worries and regrets. It is sweet on the palate, but it's the bitter aftertaste that lingers. Try to crack a chestnut with brute force, and you will only hurt yourself. Dip one in oil, another in water. Place them in a pot, covered with the rest of the chestnuts, and roast them over a fire. You will know when they are ready when you hear a thundering crack. I need my tissue. Wait. I genuinely think at some point in this story I'm gonna cry. I need tissue box. Just don't cry. Bro, I'm a very emotional person. Emotional things gets me. Oh fuck. Let someone better take over. If father heard that, I'm sure he'll be chewing your head off. Don't joke with me, brother. Of all siblings, who would compare you in either knowledge or strength. This doesn't sound like Sui sibling though, because Sui siblings don't have a father, do they? Once you ascend the throne and move into the Forbidden City, I can leave for the Sky Mirror Pavilion with peace of mind. I'll set up shop as a scribe and look after all Yan's ancient records. In a way, I'll also take some weight off your shoulders. Brother, no more hesitating. At this point, only you can convince father. The Grand Preceptor, no, all 3 Grand Ministers support this move. Even in the face of the officers of Yen citizens, public opinion will still bear out. Brother, this is the right thing to do. You can't pull out now. I'll stand with you. Why me? Why did it have to be me? So time skip. Our younger brothers died because of you. They all died because of you. You shove it all on me. Make me take the blame alone. Deal with the whole warring mess alone. And you leave like just nothing happened. Yanwu. Yanwu is like Wei Yanwu? Never returned again. Don't joke with me, brother. Of all siblings, who could compare you with either knowledge? Once you ascend the throne, you feel sorry. But whose perspective is this? Have I read chapter 7? No, I have not. Does this has... Wait. Does this have some main story little connection? Because I feel like it might. A little bit. Let's just say I'll do without it. Look how oh, this is the first time I'm voicing Fumizuki. I don't even know how Fumizuki sounds like in the anime because I haven't watched it yet. Oh, is she high pitched? I imagine she's high pitched. No? She's deep? Make her sound like an auntie? Just a normal wife. Okay. Look how idle you are. All the Mid-Autumn festivities of Langmen, and you don't plan to attend a single one. Should I? Who wants to see my wrinkly mug on their TV anyways? The shrewdest girl, the planner. She'll handle it. She can make anything lively. I've watched you grow lazier day after day since we came back from Yumen. You just coop up in your study at home eating snacks. If you don't go out for a walk anytime soon, you might just start putting on a beer belly. You're telling me Wei Yan already doesn't have a beer belly? He's still an actual hot furry that people dream of? Huh. I haven't seen Ling Koju get out much since spring. I can't even find a partner for morning jogs now. He's old, I'm old. The young one know how to do it all. If I keep sticking my head in, they won't think I'm cool. So now you understand, huh? If you realize any sooner, would little Chen have ever left? How long ago was it? Sorry, what? Little Chen, how long has it been since she left? 5 years. It's been 5 years. We don't even know what she's going through out there, or how her disease is. I know she was at Yumen when I was there. She's doing fine. Her swordsmanship's progress, so she's fine, I suppose. So you just watched her leave again. She doesn't want to see me, and she doesn't want to come back. I can't force her. Don't worry, her past longer than ours. Lord Wei, a letter to you. That they made you deliver personally. It's from the capital. The sender? His Majesty's Imperial Guard. Did he have any message aside from the letter? The true Lung invites Lord Wei to the capital for the Feast of 100 Delicacies and for a moon viewing together. Leave the letter on my desk. You're dismissed for now. If we may ask what Lord Wei intends. I have my own plans. None of you need to worry. Lord Wei, we volunteer to escort you to the capital. I said you're dismissed. Why don't we open up your invitation and see what they wrote exactly? No need. Just leave it there. This day was meant to come. I even thought it'd come a little sooner. How many years has it been? 40. It's been a hot 40 whole years since I left Baizao. You must have reached the capital by now. I suppose my brother's settling all his old debts in one clean go. My brother? Have we met his brother yet? His brother was probably mentioned in the previous story, but we've not seen the sprite, right? A clean slate in time for autumn. A fine autumn at that. You can choose not to go. It's been 14 years already. What's he going to do? Send another unit of Imperial Guards, a whole army. His brother is a true Lung. Wait, do I find out from this story, or was there a story before this that says it? Enough nonsense! At this point, that's not what he intends. Then what does he intend? You know, I've never really brought up those things with him before. Enough! I don't want to hear it. Main story actually mentioned. Oh. For Mizuki, I've let down a lot of people throughout my life. Edward, my sister, my teacher. And I have to admit my brothers turned out to be one more in the pile. You can also say that it was the position that killed so many people. And who had a choice? Then it wasn't your fault. Even if you'd stayed, would things have turned out better? Would there be no blood? Nobody would have remembered a minister's pleading the commoner's case. They would only remember a regicidal. What the fuck are these words? What are these words? Regicidal? Fratricidal. Regicide is a word. And then what about this? Fratricide? Regicidal? Fratricidal? Regicide means kill a king. Fratricide means kill a brother. Wow, these are tough words, man. Hold on. I'll come back to this part of the story. I wanna take a slight break. Food's arrived, and I wanna eat the food while it's warm. Give Twitch an ad? What now? Actually, you guys can take an ad now. You know why? Because I need to get a fork. Oh, it's running. How timely. What did I get? My favorite, chicken rice. My absolute favorite.
This hour? I thought when? Food tastes nice when when you're hungry, isn't it? There's always a saying, or there's a logic. If you make yourself very hungry, like if you don't eat for many hours, right, and then you eat your first food after many hours, it tastes really good, doesn't it? The music is very identical to Li Yue. I like this one better. But I don't deny, yeah, it gives a bit of Li Yue memories. Like I wouldn't be surprised if you told me this was Li Yue, but I think it's better. Oh frick, I need a scissors. Pouring chili into my rice. Alright. Delicious! I say that without even taking a bite. You know what I should do? I should start doing like a story tier list of AK. I mean, I always rate it, but I should like do the tier listing once I read enough stories. Can I ask you guys, for those of you who read every story, because some of you watch my stream just for reaction's sake, what's the best story in AK? To you. Battle was number 1 for you. Lone Trail. What else? Whoa, wait. Let's make a counter. Let's see how many gets named. You like a okay. You like Arknights. Oh, I don't rate Arknights story that highly. I think it was just fine. Lone Trail, because it's not a what if story. But none of the stories are what if. What do you mean by that? Gotta Hear was fun to read, but I don't think it's my favorite. You all are really hyping up Lone Trail. What do I need to read before Lone Trail? Is it just Break the Ice before I can get to Lone Trail? Oh no! I need main story, right? Do I need main story for Lone Trail? Once I read the main story in AK, I will probably do Columbia, because the Eric event will be likely after Higashi anyways, in CN. Manga. The manga is very important compared to DV. There's so much to read, man. Need to read all the operator record, need to read the manga. AK has too much lore. That's why I hope Enfield can condense all this lore for me. By the way, seeing the number of families and like relationships that happens in AK, I genuinely won't be surprised if like as we play the Enfield more and more, right, we start seeing the connections. There's a humongous chance that many of the people are just descendants of like the operators. I have a different question. What's your favorite event mechanic, or what's your least favorite? You can answer both. Can you think of one? When is entry compared to AK? Past, future, same time? It's not past. That's all we know. We don't know if it's the future. We don't know if it's the same time. We need to play Enfield to know more. The freaking Yerek event? But we have multiple Yerek event. What the hell are you talking about? And wait, you're supposed to answer least favorite and favorite. I won't know which one you're referring to. Worst is anything is civilian. Actually, no, now that you say it. I mean, Gardener was annoying. But that's not event mechanic though. Oh wait, no, the event mechanic does is a civilian. Right, you have to activate the tower with your DP. You can include main story. Main story is also mechanic. What was my favorite mechanic? My favorite mechanic. I actually enjoyed Wolomonde. Wolomonde was fun. Cast takes a bit of prep time. Wolomonde was very simple, which I appreciate. You hate the towers? Why do you hate the towers? Pepe event mechanic was interesting. What was Pepe? I don't even remember what I did. Pepe event mechanic? Oh, the crystals? Nah, I wouldn't put it up there or down there. Nah. Glass wall is a bit pain. Wait. Wait. I have a much better question. It's a better question to answer as well. Which event mechanic impressed you? Is there one that makes you go like, whoa, that's really cool? Like for how innovative it is, yeah. I know some of you said you didn't like Carnivale, but I thought Carnivale was very cool. I would never think of it. Cause the idea of like immortal during a tower activation, I never think that would be a thing. Swarms and Reed are cool. Oh, swarms are pain though. Like, would I say burning floor is cool? I feel like people could think of that. There are many opinions of mechanics. Lone throw mechanics are cool. You like the gravity mechanic? Oh wait! I like here People's Souls. I like the water mechanic. The farmland stages. I actually do like the water cannons. And the barriers. I don't think there's any other mechanic I can think of. Dungeon Mastery mechanic was cool. Oh, I do. I mean, okay, no. Yeah, I had to give praise. I would give praise to the Dungeon mechanic, Mastery mechanic, and also the Rainbow Six. Especially the second Rainbow Six. The second Rainbow Six, right, was exactly what I thought the first one should have done. The second Rainbow Six was the one in the directions. The one where they shoot in the straight line direction. Because it means that it's actually mimicking the game itself. Did I really like Ideal City? I was okay. I mean, it was nice and easy to approach. It's up there on the better mechanics, but I won't say it's the best. Reading this story makes rice taste better. My food has been elevated by the presence of you. I like the strongest mechanic. Oh, I did say that. Yes. But I said strongest mechanic as in... It just doesn't make sense that the strongest stage only applies to the Chongye event. Right? The thing where the enemies can go up the range tile, I feel like it should have been applied everywhere. Like after the event, they should have just done it more. How about Flux in Lingering Echoes? If you ask many people, right, they probably don't even know what the Flux does. Do you remember the event started in like the first stage node? I'm done eating, by the way. That was very fast. Very good chicken rice. Yeah, I got it. I haven't eaten this particular chicken rice in a while as well, so I'm happy to have it now. The story started just now with the mention of white rice, right? And how one of the brothers or the siblings seem to have ordered 20 bowls of white rice. It sounds wild, but the more I think about it, the more it's like, you know what? Logical thing to do. Rice is just genuinely comfort food. I hope that one day I'll personally visit a rice farm. I want to see a rice farm for my own eyes. Because I want to see what it looks like to have enjoyed something I've eaten all my life. No. Yeah, there's rice farms in Vietnam, Thailand, and China. I could visit anyone. I've never seen a rice farm. I'm a Singaporean. We barely have rice farms here. But some of you might live near a rice farm. And if you do, I think it's a nice feeling. Most sea country has rice farm. Singapore simply don't because we don't have the space for a rice farm. Until one day we start inventing like a rice farm vertically, you know, like hydroponics, then maybe we'll start doing it. But that's not a real rice farm. Actually, you guys are somewhat blessed to live near farms. Those of you in Southeast Asia, I feel. Because compared to the Americans and the Europeans, I feel like living next to a farm makes you a little bit more humble. It's a correlation, but I think it's a valid observation. I feel like you'll be a bit more rooted.
if you live near to a farm. Chicken farm smell? Yeah, it's annoying, but still you at least see where it comes from. There's a lot of farm in Europe and America, but most people live in the city. Like, it's like farmers live on their own farmland, and city people just live in the city, and that's all they do. Wow. Let me re-describe what I'm saying. It's nicer if you live near to a farm, not right beside. Because I agree, living right beside is a bit annoying. But if you live near, I think it's nice. Right, I got my drink. You think I want to live in rural areas? I wouldn't mind. I think about it. You know why? I think about the idea of like living somewhere where no one would disturb me. It's quite the feeling. But if I live in a rural area, I might not be able to stream. Is this bubble tea? No. Think of it as some kind of coconut juice. It's not coconut per se, but it's got coconut in it. Okay, continue, sorry. It's soda? No, there's no soda in this. It's juice. They call it super cooler. Try it when you're in Singapore. This is a drink I recommend. I said this before because I had it. This is not the first time I had this on stream. I told you guys, if you come to Singapore, try this. It's a unique drink. Mind your attitude. You're also a theoretical suspect in our crime scene, but seeing as you're a co-worker, I'll spare you the interrogation room. I told you! I saw the culprit on the scene. I just miscalculated and failed to arrest him. Calm down. Are you going to physically vent on me just because you didn't catch the one who did it? I'd have to match your strength first. What does this mean for this person? Right? Lei Zi saying match strength? Ooh. Good. You're still somewhat sober. In light of the years we've spent together in the judicial, then, can you tell me, this afternoon, why were you at Ting Feng Lo, at the scene of the crime? An investigation. In the run-up to the Feast of the 100 Delicacies, we've had the scrollery be burned, and 2 fires at Ting Feng Lo. Don't you think this string of cases could be connected somehow? So you're saying you knew beforehand that someone would set fire to Ting Feng Lo today, and thus you were lying in wait for them. I was just there following up a lead. Just there following up a lead. Do you need me to list off every actions you've taken in the last few days? You've been telling me. I don't have that sort of free time, but I have my ways of knowing these things, naturally. Let me ask you one more time. Who were you meeting at Ting Feng Lo today? I fear I'm not the only one working on the sly. Explain. For your information, you never told me the Ministry of Right's flies on Kuchen were forged. and that he was sent to death row before leaving Baizao. As a minister, you must have known these things. These are all clearly key points of evidence. Why were they nowhere to be found in the Judicial Review Office archives? And why would you cover up? So this is the lead on the Scurry fire that you've been toiling over for the last days. How do you find any of these out? It's none of your concern how I found out. There is a piece of advice I gave to Yu Cheng in the past, and I will give it to you now. Some past affairs are learnt off, some are not learnt off. In both cases, there are reasons why. Some things are best left forgotten by all. I never imagined I'd hear those words coming from a minister. You may consider me a schemer all you like. A minister merely booted over from the Ministry of Justice. But I know exactly what I'm saying. And I know that regardless of the thousands of reasons you might have, the truth is still and merely the truth. Not anyone's tool to broaden the divide. There will always be someone who remembers the truth and the meaning behind it. For example, that girl shut in the next room, whom you took every pain to secretly bring back to Baizao all the way from Victoria. Yes, I did uncover that Gu Cheng had a daughter in Victoria. Daughter in Victoria. She too can provide vital testimony in the Gu Cheng case. Ling Qingyan, when will you stop playing dumb? You've already found out that Gu Qian flowers are fake. You already know that Yu Cheng is on the very trail of the case. So I'm guessing you've also found out about the child who the Imperial Guard brought back 40 years ago, who they recorded in the files as deceased. You have suspicions as to the truth of this case, correct? Was that girl you brought back here born in Victoria, or born in Baizao? You know full well. You clearly long suspected her identity, and still, you decided to bring her back. Were you that confident that you could pull this off without a hitch? Or was it in pursuit of that truth, that you didn't even care if she lived or died? You're threatening me. You think I'm joking? Ning Qingyan gazes fixes tight on the minister's notes. She didn't even notice how her attire is soaked in true cold sweat. But in the next instant, with a bizarre warping of light, the paper in her hands vanishes. But back on topic, that's not what I care about. At least, right now, it's not what I care about most. I've told you, past affairs are never important as present. So what are these present affairs of yours? You know that Yumen is less than 100 li from Baizao right now. For 3 months, Baizao has been preparing to split up and move. And how does this relate to the Gu Cheng case? Should you keep investigating this case, then there will be only one person in all of Yen who can give you your answers. Qingyan, take one step out this door, and I can no longer protect you. Let alone her. At the Chen's old place in the study, there's a secret closet. After I leave, go there and take what's inside. Follow those instructions and you can protect Langman's safety and your own. So you're going. Now's the perfect time to. Kujio's girl is doing a great job handling the downtown. The Shred's future doesn't rest on the sick old tiger anymore. Who's Kojui? Do I know who Kojui is? Langman doesn't need a Wei Yanwu anymore, or a chief executive. Oh, Kojui is Lin's dad. Oh, does that mean Lin has maybe taken charge of Langman now? I guess. And Schwarz's future. Now who's Schwarz then? Schweier? Oh, Schweier! No, I wouldn't know that it says Schweier because it has a so CH in it. I think you're giving your last words a little too early. This is about Langman's future. So Mizuki, listen to me. I've made a lot of mistakes, done a lot of things I regret. But Langman, our city, built by us, a home to millions. Langman must stay. Then you stay too, and take care of it. Youngsters can handle it all, but you need some oldies to look after it. You see this letter too? How am I meant to ignore this? So once again, you'll just roll over and die, just like the last time you with your life? Is that how you're envisioning it? Does that make anything even? It's different this time. There's no one standing on the other side. I'm just facing my own depths. I've made a choice 40 years ago, and ever since, with every action I take, I try to convince myself that even knowing how many people I failed, I was still right to make that choice. But I can't run forever. You know, your life's never been only yours alone. Not then, and certainly not now. Forget about sacrificing yourself to make up for anything. You can't make up for a mistake with another mistake. It never ends that way. At our age, we should have already learned that lesson well. Stay. We'll face this together. Fumizuki, don't try and stop me. You cannot stop me, paying for my past. Well then, you leave me with no other choice. While I'm stood here, you're not going anywhere. Yenwu, this time, I'll protect you. I swear it. Can we get the backstory of how they got together? Eizi, you alright? Of course I'm alright. All that judicial lady asked was what I saw during the fire, and I just told the truth. I didn't see anything, so then she let me go. The heck did you do? How come you took so long? It's no matter now. Let's go. Wait. Go? Why? That Mopofu clearly has tons of answers. Aren't we gonna follow up with him? There's nothing to follow up on. Pardon? I'm not meddling with your father's case anymore. I'll get you out of Baizao in the next day or two. Ling Qingyan! That's one stupid joke to tell me now. You know that. No, wait. You found a new lead, didn't you? That's why you're just screwing with me. Okay, now for real. Tell me what you found. Or... Please. I got the official debriefing for the judicial case files. Gu Chen, an ethnic Yenis from Victoria, joined the Ministry of Rights in 1077 as a ceremonial officer. Reassigned as envoy of ceremonial rights in 1092, headed for Victoria as part of a diplomatic mission. On the way, encountered an unexpected snowstorm and passed away after falling into a river. What? Eizi, you're lying to me, aren't you? Just trying to shove me out of the picture again. You've been asking me what the deal was with your father's death, haven't you? Well, every lead's been thoroughly investigated. There's no doubt. That's it. It was just an accident. All the gaps in the files have been made replete. This case can be closed. Increase the mid-autumn, the night sky is moonless. Out in the streets, the energy poles churn away at max output, but the drop in temperature is still noticeable to some. All falls still in the dead of night. The human sea recedes, the biting breeze blows through. Achoo! If you're that cold, just turn on the heater. Easy for you to say. If we're gonna keep running this shabby little eatery, we have to pitch every penny we can on warmth. Damn it, look how late it is. When will Blaze and her friends show up? You're wondering about that reward money, huh? Am not. Achoo! Is this window letting air in? I need to fix it later. Wait, are they back? You're... What? Am I not allowed in? Please, come inside. I'll put on some tea for you. Anything to eat? Noodles. Longevity noodles. Right, I'll make you some now. Ones made by your boss. Well... Jiang dances back at the staircase where the young chef has been standing. By now, he's vanished without a trace. He's out on business. Then I'll wait for him here. Far out! He won't be back in a fortnight. And I'll still wait. I've waited 30 years. So long that I've shriveled up. What's a little longer? Chef Mo, please don't joke around now. You're the first under heaven when it comes to cooking. What could be worth wasting your time here? Mother, first under whose heaven? That's a funny line. That's a very funny line. Mo Fufu downs his teacup in one go. The hot tea spills from the corners of his mouth and drips down his wizened white beard. I remember clearly that winter 30 years ago, a catastrophe wrecked my home village. Those of us lucky enough to survive took off, me with nothing but my cooking skills. We thought, let's scrape by in Baizao. We went through hell. We were almost there when we ran into another group of refugees, or maybe a bandit gang. I'm not sure. They followed us a long way across the icy wastes, weapons in hand. We began to realize that they were after the remaining supplies and rations we had left. By the time we'd been trekking for a month, plenty of us were sick or hurt. We had barely scraps left to eat, far from enough for both sides to cross that wasteland. There was no escape, and so we decided we may as well risk it all with them. However, when we were just about to go fighting, we smelled something delicious. That's when we saw him. There was an old temple not too far away from where we were. Someone set up a stove by the gateway, boiling up a wok of noodles. We couldn't see his face properly through all the steam. We had no choice. We had no clue why someone would be making noodles there, but we were past the point of wondering, or asking, or even fighting. That wonderful smell and those piping hot noodles drew all of us near the wok, and we waited around him quietly. Never before had I eaten something so delicious. The moment those noodles entered my mouth, I felt like my thumb had been numb for decades, only to spring back to life right then and there. All along, I never knew that a meal could taste so arresting, so absorbing. It felt like a flavor beyond us humans. By the time I finished my noodles and looked up from my bowl, he was gone. Who knew that in my lifetime studying as a cook, the most profound lesson I'd learned would be in a shack of a temple outside Baizao City. From then on, I apprenticed all over, so that one day, I might make a mold of noodles like those. But I couldn't. In the end, I just can't. You know, what if you're misremembering? I mean, look, you were starving at the time. That's maybe why you found the bowl of noodles so tasty. Do you not trust my thumb? 30 years a bowl of noodles has been burned into my mind. 30 years I've been searching for it. If whoever that was is still in Baizao, he must be over 50 by now. I searched all over this city. The well-known tea maker in the north. Nothing. The guy who made the best pastries in the south. Still nothing. I searched and searched until my fellow oldies in the cooking retired. And only I was left. I was on the verge of giving up. But today, once more, I tasted it. I don't know why. Her cooking skills were immature. But the noodles she brought forth exactly tasted like it. It was just chef here who taught her the noodles. Am I right? How do you... We sent out 100 written invitations for Ting Feng Lo competition. I can recall everyone. I have long been aware your savers at Yu's had a reputation. I don't know what kind of relation your chef and that savior of mine have, and I have no clue why he's willing to waste his talents away like this. But I won't do the same. All the cooking skills I've inherited over the years, I can't let them end with me. Mo Pufu stands, produces a letter from his pocket, and places it on the table. You tell him this, that untrained disciple of his, she passes. Tell her to report to Ting Feng Lo 2 days later, before noon. She just passes? You get good enough business here. Did this doorstep sink again recently? We haven't replaced it in over 10 years. Low doorsteps can't keep the wind out. It's getting colder in the coming days. The boss won't let me. He says the lower the better. Too high and all the other diners will stop coming. Mopufu steps over the low doorstep and disappears into the thick of night. Once again, the restaurant is empty, save for squalls of wind through the hall. Their whistle grows louder, as if lamenting. This is a description of some of the restaurants in China, I think. There's some restaurants in China where the doorstep... No, doorstep is a metaphor. By the way, it is actually a metaphor for something. It does describe some things. But doorstep is also a thing for temples though. I'm not sure the significance of doorstep to a restaurant. But in China, they do have doorsteps that are kind of high. They're below knee level, but they're like... The kind that you do take across to get in. And it's like he describes, you know, you can't keep the wind out. Like the idea of it is like, because the stores are traditional, right? You think of like the today's restaurant where it's all the glass doors, the doors to enter the place, that whatnot. But Chinese stores don't do that. They do like the typical old-fashioned wooden doors. So the way it's such that the door is always open. That's what he means by it doesn't keep the wind out. The door always stay open to welcome people, basically. Yeah, the height of the threshold was often proportional to owner's social rank. Yeah, I recall that as well. That the height has some social class. But yes, in this case, this part where Jiang says the boss won't let me, he says the lower the better. Too high and all the diners won't stop coming. But no, in this case, the symbolism of this is more like, it's almost to say humility, right? Let's keep the door low because it makes it easier for people to get in instead of crossing over the high step, right? It's not so much in concern of, oh, what if people can cross? People will still do it, but the bigger the door, the more welcoming it is. That's just really what it is. And I think it's just a very magical idea. I think the crazy part about this story really is that for people who aren't aware of anything about China, like even I won't say I'm that knowledgeable of China as well, despite being a Chinese, but I think this story is a very good exposure to the culture of to other people who's not Asian really. That it's honestly quite deep, the thing that they will go for. It sounds very close to most dialogue with the prisoner. It does. No, but you need to understand that most dialogue for the prisoner thing was 10 years ago that he stated, right? And he just said that this noodle story was 30 years ago. It really goes to say you influenced him a lot, right? The idea of just setting up just a random noodle shack in winter is honestly a beautiful sight. I've never got to experience this. One of the things I want to do when I go back to Japan is I want to experience the pop-up stores. There's still people who do it in Japan where they don't own like a brick and mortar store, and instead they choose to have like, you know, like their own push carts or their own little like motorcycle vehicle, and then they cook in that little space, right? I really hope I can experience that, because I think it's just different. You can feel their just their love for cooking, really, and I want it. Is there no food vents in Singapore? Too modern. Everything in Singapore is way too modern. When you say food vent in Singapore, it's a literal vent. You think like fried food, you know, carnival-like drinks. You know, we don't have those kind of like simple chefs all around. I think that's one of the beauties of traveling out of Singapore to experience them. Let's continue reading. Once again, oh no, sorry. Is he gone? You really are. I heard Blaze passed the test. Does that mean the prize money? Forget about the prize money. What's wrong with you to torment a man like that? He's 70, 80 years old. Just watch him freak out like that. He just can't find an apprentice to fit him, right? What's to worry about? Look at me. I never worry about things like that. Put yourself in his shoes. He spent a lifetime holding his craft, just for it to be lost in a blink. Well, if it's lost, it's lost. It's his future reputation he cares about right now. It's the title of First Under Heaven he's carrying. It's others' cuisines he's obsessed with. There's no way he can focus on his own craft and improve at this rate. If he can't make it through this, nobody can help him. I must say, Jiang is very likable. Jiang himself, very, very likable. Of an NPC character for this story. He's a peril? He should be a peril. Ayo! Blaze back! Look at how late it is. I bet you haven't eaten. I'll go make you something now. Congrats! I got good news for you. You passed the thing for low exam. We'll split the reward money 30-70, like we agreed. Yeah. You don't care? If you're that good for money, how about leaving a 30% off? Xingqiu didn't come back with you. Right. Where's Xingqiu? Oh, she dropped this in the afternoon while Jiang was buying out ingredients. Was out buying ingredients. She left you a note too. Left me a note? You have passed the Ting Feng Lo chef selection. Please for... Oh, whoops. Wrong one. It's this one. What could be so secret that she has to leave it in a note for you? She's inviting me to her home. Ning Manor? I can't read all your Chinese. See that? What's this? What's it about? What did you just send me about? My brain is not processing the Chinese. You came. In the early part of this story, it was mentioned that Ning Sichu has a sibling. And at that time, I was really thinking, blood related or not blood related? Cause I think there was a slight hint that the sibling was adopted. Very, very slight. It wasn't like the word adopted appeared, but there was like some hint. And I think that must be what's happening here. Of course I did. That's what you do when the Nings invite you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just don't really think it's something I should bring up for no reason. Nothing to apologize for. You've got your troubles. I'm not the kind to give you a stink eye for just being blue-blooded. So, what do I call you? Lady of House Ning? My name is Ning In. I'm not actually part of House Ning. I was adopted by grandfather as a child. He always introduced me as a distant relative of the Nings, but I've never met any relative who actually shares blood with me. Do you remember what I told you before? Look, I'm pretty bad at comforting people. It's okay. Grandfather's very nice to me, and my background has never caused me any trouble at all. Everyone treats me very well. Your grandpa would be Ning Shu, ex-minister of rights. Yes. Perfect. I know. I think it's crazy though. So she's never met her father. Despite her father working under her, her adopted, or more like her grandfather. What do you call grandfather from an adopted family? Wait, you call a son or daughter adopted. Then when you're the son that's adopted, what do you call the grandfather? You still call it grandfather, but like, it's not biological. So what's the term you use for that? It's getting chilly. Don't just stand out there. Let's go inside and talk, okay? Sure, I guess. Is it in-law? Do you use the word in-law? The corridor meanders on through a rock garden and a baby and I won't say baby and a bamboo thicket. Then between the two halves of a lotus pond. Adoptive grandparents. Okay. A cool breeze brushes through. The autumn waters softly ripple, and in them, Blaze's reflection follows behind Ning In's. As they pace across the bridge, the two pass through a deserted room, packed up belongings and dead leaves strewn everywhere. The courtyard is messy, I know. Not presentable to guests at the very least. I apologize. The whole family's moving out of here soon. Grandfather can't take Baizao's dry climate in his old age. We're planning to move back to the old place in Jiangnan. Though Ningin's pace is glacial, she can only hurry up once she notices her friend in no mood to appreciate the scenery. Up ahead, we're almost there. Take a seat. I'll fetch some tea and refreshments from the kitchen. Our house cooks are all on leave, so I can't serve you much more than some cold sides. Wait. Just a random thought. It's not story related. E is the sibling for architecture, right? What city is it supposed to be based out of? Because Chongqing got used. Is there a different alternative Chinese city that they can make a story out of? Because one of you asked that question just now. Architecture. Where would they send? What? Chongqing was used for Chongyue story. Was it Chongyue story? I still can't remember. No, Chongyue story is not. Wait, no, it is. Chongqing was Shu? No, Chongqing was definitely not Shu. Chongqing is not architectural. Yumen was Chongqing. Yeah, I know. But Yumen is based on Chongqing, right? Because Chongqing, I think, is the most architectural heavy. Guangdong's a good choice. Wait, has Shanghai been used? Yeah, I'm talking about real China cities. Shanghai is not in the game yet, right? Then the brother of architecture might be Shanghai. It's a good one, because Shanghai is known for architecture. You think Shanghai is Ji? You think Shanghai will be the representation for merchant? There's still Shanghai and Guangdong. Both are like some chances of being the next region that they will use. Langmen is Kowloon City. Or Hong Kong, basically. No need to bother, I can't stick around for long. Are things that urgent? Well, alright. Ning softly closes the door. The chirp of fowls outside fade. The room grows heavier with silence. Alright, tell me why you invited me here. But E is already in IS. E just featured IS, but the story will probably be something else. I'm sorry. I was going to look for you yesterday. Actually, after the fire at Ting Feng Lo. But I overheard your conversation with the Deputy Minister of Judicial Review Office and Chef Mo. And? Blaze, I might have met your father before. When I was 15 years old, I remember we had a visitor. Grandfather was always busy with work. His apprentices and co-workers were coming and going in the estate. None of my business, by and large. But slowly, I realized an extra person had moved in, wearing blue low-ranking Mandarin robes. Every time I saw him, he was alone, as if other people just weren't his concern. At first, I didn't really pay attention. It was later that year, on my birthday, when, like every other year, Grandfather would hold this great big birthday dinner for me, with lights and banners strung up everywhere, friends and family all around. Not that I knew more than a handful of them. They were chatting the day away, and about what, I had no clue. So eventually, I sneaked out of the dinner, and nobody noticed when I did. I wandered around the courtyard for ages, bored out of my mind, then scampered into Grandfather's study on a whim. It was in there when I saw the man again. I remember I saw him stuffing his pocket with letter papers and brushes. When he noticed me, his face was stretched with nervousness, and he pulled the brush and paper back out again in a rush. Are you... It's not what it looks like. I needed to finish copying some letters, so I was going to take them home. The High Minister is sending them to very important mandarins, so I was just worried if the paper wasn't good enough. I was gonna say, the ears for Xingzhu and Blaze, like who they take after, but actually no leh, the dad's ears are a bit different. It's okay. It's just brushes and paper. You're welcome to make use of it, sir. Right? You see the way his ears are drawn? If you think of true genetic inheritance, shouldn't they have the same ear? But it's closer to Xingzhu, I would say. Yeah, nonetheless. Blaze might have taken over from her mum, and then afterwards, Xingzhu took from her dad. Thank you, little lady. What's your name? My name is Gu Chen. I'm a transcriber for your estate. I copy and file the estate correspondence. Ning Yin. Miss Ning. Of course I know you. Then, now we know each other. Sir, I want to read in here for a bit. I won't interrupt you while you work. Is that okay? Oh, of course. Feel free, Miss Ning. Miss Ning, are you into these history books? Grandfather always said one should view history as a mirror. We must use it to study our ancestors' wisdom and character, and learn from their teachings. But I think reading's just fun. It's like all these amazing people recorded in the text are coming to life before me, and they're all my friends. I think someday, it might be nice to join the Imperial Historical Cabinet as a historian myself. You've got quite a unique outlook, Miss Ning. If you're interested in following the High Minister's family footsteps, I'm sure you'll do well. You think Grandfather's really cool too, then? Of course, Minister Ning's been helming the Ministry of Rights for decades. He has plenty of D's to his name. He's the Mandarin everyone loves. Everyone in this family is so cool. My uncle and aunt are always away from Baizao, traveling all over the country. I hear Yan couldn't have set up the meteorological and earthquake systems it has today without them. And Sichu, my little sister, she's even cooler. She's 2 years younger than me, but at the last Baizao Academy study camp, all the professors from the College of Foreign Affairs were praising her. Everyone were teasing her by calling her Little Miss Minister. All the people in my family are going to leave their names in history books. I love them and respect them a lot. I want to record who they are and everything they do. but I could never become like them. Compared to them, I'm just normal. You know, that reminds of something that my master once said to me. As history has ebbed and flowed, the floods and tides are recorded, yet most are streams that simply trickle on by. But without the babbling brook, how would the waves arise? The waves and brooks don't care about who's greater or who's plainer. Indeed, the vast majority will never get to leave their names in the history annals. But they're not the empty space between the lines, but the pages themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. I talked your ear off there. Sir, your handwriting is really beautiful. Oh, well, it's my only skill really. I can still remember when the High Minister gave me this transcriber job. I can never write my name properly. Grandfather's gotten on my case about it more times than I can remember. Handwriting is a long road. Just keep at it. You'll see it change eventually. Maybe you could be my calligraphy teacher then? I would never pose as your teacher with my modest brushwork, miss. But, right, I have 2 copybooks here. I copy from them all the time myself. The forms are very regular. It's perfect for beginners. If you don't mind, Miss Ning, you can have these as your birthday present. How did you know my birthday is today? Well, they decorate the estate so brightly this time every year, you see. I spent long enough here that I've heard. Miss Ning, happy birthday. Thank you. That conversation always stayed with me. I liked how he talked and how he saw things. And I don't know why. I can't really say. But he felt so close to me, in a way. But after that, I saw him much less around the estate. The next time I got to talk to him, it was years and years later. Took a 5-year break in AK. You quit right when Backpack came out. Came back a couple days ago. You put Yu and Shu. You have Nian from way back. We used to play. What's the last sibling you should go for? If you can get Ling, that would be cool. Or Chongyue. That's assuming you're pulling to 300 if you actually are trying to do that, because it's not going to be easy. If you're not pulling to 300, then you can just hold your pulls. But if you are pulling to 300, then yeah, get Ling or Chongyue. Grandfather's cold has lasted for a month now, and it's still not getting any better. Now it's almost winter, and it might only get worse at this rate. We'll be counting on you for the next while, Doctor. The High Minister's Melody... Melody or Malady? Melody, I think. The High Minister's melody is mostly from overwork. You could remind him to rest more often, my lady. I will. Sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize for running into you, miss. Very sorry. It's alright. Sir, are you okay? Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? You really look quite ill. I'm fine. Sir, you dropped your... Sir? Are these painkillers? Strong painkillers at that. Whoever that was, he must be quite badly ill. Doctor, if you're free, could I ask that you attend to that man too? You can bill his medical expenses to me. I was worried about grandfather's condition at the time, and didn't pay that encounter much mind. I was just planning to pay him a visit later at some point, when I had the time. But after that winter, I never saw him again. Doctor, thank you so much for your work. Grandfather's back to perfect health now. Right, and about that man I asked you to attend to. Oh, you mean the Courtroom man? He died. Was it his illness? No, I hear some kind of accident took him while he was on his way to Victoria. But given his health, I can't imagine he'd have lived much longer even then. Truth is, last I met him, his melody had taken root in his vitals. I could hear it in his breathing. I can't imagine how much he was suffering in life. And it's a mystery to me why he decided to travel so far while that sick. This very room, it was the study Sir Chen was using. It's been 10 years since he passed away. The place has gone through some changes in that time. But this, I couldn't tell you why, but I kept hold of this medicine bottle ever since. Blaze, I really am so sorry. No, my dad was nothing like that. I don't think he was ever that fighting fit, but he was never weak. Whenever I was with him, he always had this light in his eyes. How could... Even now, I'm not sure I understand Sir Chen, but I know he was a warm, gentle person. I could tell. I blame myself over and over for not being able to do anything more for him. Why are you bothering to tell me all this? I know you suspect that my grandfather was somehow behind your father's passing. At the point, I can only tell you what I know, but you told me all of this just to try to convince me that Ningshu is innocent? No. I just wanted to implore you, please find out the truth. Whether for Sir Guchen's sake, or for the sake of truth itself. Whatever that truth is, even. Are you... You don't have to tell me twice. I am gonna get to the bottom of this. What first struck Ling Xingyan about the Judicial Review Office was the solemn hush. The first time she ever set foot through this courtroom's door, all noise promptly vanished behind her. She remembers Yu Cheng telling her why it was designed so. Silence begets peace, peace begets thought, thought begets results. Only Li Zi knows? No, at this point, no one in the story knows that Blaze and Xingzhu are related somehow. Not a single person. I got this, I can make it through. Mate, it's normal for me to get emotional. Don't worry about it. I'll be honest to say, this story is a little bit closer to home for me. Because I haven't seen my dad in a while. So it hits a bit closer to home. Shouldn't the Judicial Review Office be drowning in work top to bottom? And yet you've gotten the office all to yourself. Deputy Minister Lin. Jiazhen, what are you here for? Since we're within the investigation, there are some issues we'd like to consult you on regarding the Yu Cheng case. Consultation or investigation? Which is it? Deputy Minister Lin, after working together for years, I implicitly trust you on a personal level. But the Department of Discipline and Supervision has a lot riding on this case. We have to go through the motions, Lin, if you'll pardon me. Just ask what you need to. Name: Ling Xingyan. Gender: what is this? No. Let's keep the basic info for now. For the next few questions, you don't need to elaborate on your answers. Just respond yes or no. Are you grilling me? Everything you say from here on will be recorded, and we'll read what you could say could fly against you. If you have no further questions, let's begin. Deputy Minister Lin, you passed Tianshi Bureau assessments in childhood and were exceptionally admitted per your outstanding grades and followed the esteemed Science Storm Court in learning your Leifa. After graduating from Tianshi's bureaus, you chose to join the Judicial Review Office and soon accompanied then Deputy Minister Yu Cheng in investigation all across the realm. In just a year, from Registrar, you rose 7 ranks to become the youngest Deputy Minister in the history of Yen. Is this background, as stated, true? Yes. In your 3rd month with the Judicial Review Office as Registrar, you handed in a whistleblower report to discipline and supervision. It accused the Right Assistant Revenue Minister of embezzlement and extortion, and you recovered 10 million in stolen assets. In your 5th month in Changji, you essentially single-handedly shone light on the local academy's examination fraud. Over 100 Mandarins were implicated in this, the highest of which was 2nd rank. All were eventually rounded up. Upon becoming Deputy Minister, you handed the case of former Judicial Review Officer Deputy Minister Yu Cheng forging evidence, causing him to be expelled from the office Howran's Pavilion, with all status stripped from him thereafter. Are these cases histories, as stated, true? Yes. With an academic background like this, surely everyone lauds you as a young up-and-comer blessed to the gills with talent. And yet people can't help but wonder, what gives such a green-hand Mandarin the courage, the capacity to handle these cases? Can you get to the point? If I'm remembering right, your good mother and father were Tianshis at the Chamber of Heaven's Designs, spending years building much in the north, even being vested personally by the True Lang. The Lin family is a well-bred one, many Tianshi giants in its line, and on top of that, rumor has it that they're quite closely knit with the Lord Exorcist household. As for the Science Storm Kong, I think even the rank fails to sufficiently capture the Shifu's importance, your Shifu's importance to Great Yen. Are these relationships as stated true? Jie, what are you doing? You need only answer yes or no, Deputy Minister Lin. Don't think I'm deaf to your connotations. You're trying to say it was only by leaning on my background that I could take on the judicial cases all these years. I certainly didn't say that at any point. Having known each other for years, I would never doubt your integrity. The Lin Qingyin in my eyes has always been the pursuer of justice. But why, Lin, do you not pursue now? Jie, just why did you come to see me today? How much do you really know about the Yu Cheng affair? As I just said, I'm here to see you today on routine business. As for the Yu Cheng case, what I heard in the courtroom that day is all I know. What makes you so dead set on the case, Sensor Jie? Before you decided on you investigate it, I remember we actually had an argument. I'm going to speak out of line here. The whole stripping of his rank aside, I really do respect people like Yu Cheng. Now of all time, you're going to defend him again. If a law enforcer does not themselves abide by the law, that's abuse of power. That goes for every last member of the 3 organs of justice. What kind of double standard could you possibly be applying here? No. The Judicial Review Office verdict is settled on Yu Cheng's mistake. I have little more to say there. I'm just very curious. What kind of truth could have been pushed to him to such means to find it? You must be more familiar with Yu Cheng than me. In your opinion, was he a smart man? Naturally. When it comes to sniffing out lies or chasing on leads, I'm no match for him. Then did you ever wonder if, supposing Yu Cheng truly intended to cover up his own forgery, you should have been able to make such short work of the case? You're telling me he let me find him out on purpose. What for? That I don't know, but he put you in charge of the scholarly fire case. To an outsider, I don't think I can say that Yu Cheng had no faith in you. You've been all over Baizao the past few days investigating that case. I know that. I've heard as much. And yet since yesterday, you've been loitering in the Judicial Review Office, acting like you've been grounded. I can't help but being curious. What made you go and give up on pursuing the case? Are you afraid of offending the high and mighty? No, that's not like the Lin Qingyin that I know. Did someone lofty crack down on you? Can't be, I think. You're sitting here in the office. My sponsor crashed.
アークナイツ。
How did that even happen?
boss，今天的成功又没看到你来。
This story is crazy long. I feel like it crashed when I was almost at the end of this note, by the way. I think okay. I'll read from here. It's off the cut down. You, if not, then all my pondering can only produce one answer. You're scared that if you continue to infiltrate someone you know. Seems like I guessed right. In the thick of things, your concern clouds your judgment. It's like you've forgotten the simplest of truths. Don't miss the forest for the trees. If you can't hide it, you may as well tip it out. Show it some sunlight. Mr. Censor, you've really served out a lesson for me today. Mister? It's not a girl. Then why did I give you a girl voice? You have a freaking ponytail. It's a man with a ponytail. Fuck it. Stay in a girl voice. Not at all. I think the hush of this office must have helped you figure out plenty by yourself. I know what I must do. Madam, I went to ask Deputy Minister Lin if she wanted to eat anything, since I saw she hadn't left the office all day, but she... When did she go missing? I don't know. Nobody's seen her at all. A biting chill gushed through, the stiff breeze curling paper and sending them dancing madly through the air. A wide open window clatters against its wall. On the table beneath it, the ceremonial gown lies neatly folded and topped with a document, pressed down in place by an inkstone. It is Lin Qingyan's written resignation. Watching as Blaze vanishes far into the distance, Ningshu clutches the door knocker. Oh, Lei Zi just signed her work application for McDonald's. She's done with government. The vague dark point vanishes over the crest of the path, but her stare remains fixed there, lingering for the longest time. What are you spacing out at the door for? Grandfather? Oh yes, Lei Zi the unemployed. True. Good friends with Lapland. Hold on.
Sculpt a winter gourd into the shape of a meat, fill it with vegetarian ham, and cover it with velveting sauce. The result looks identical to red braised pork, but it cannot fool the palate. Your friend left so soon. She won't even stay for dinner.
She had urgent business. She couldn't stay.
Even as a child, you never brought friends over. Here I thought I could drop in to see what she's like.
I don't know if we even count as friends, really. Seeing the dejected Ning Yin, the old man tries to think of something to say, but can't. He simply reaches over and brushes a leaf off her shoulder.
Almost time to move. Plenty of things still on your plate there.
What about you, grandfather?
For days I was raring to go home. Now that we're about to, I look at our little garden and I think, oh, if only I could stay. Do you remember? It was here in this pavilion. We laid out some sand and grabbed a stick, and I taught you how to write one stroke at a time. You said by next year, you'll be writing all the estate couplets for us. And you spent 2 months with me learning. And after that, you had to give up. But by next year, you really did write me a couplet. Bountiful blooms and a full moon. May joy last forever.
I'm surprised you still remember, grandfather.
How could I forget? Another year, another mid-autumn. How quickly the days pass. The two of us haven't chilled the fat like in the longest, have we? Grandfather to granddaughter.
I've been constantly out, and you're always occupied with guests. We hardly have the chance to meet.
The whole family's leaving the capital after all. Quite a headache. But things will settle down once we're back in Langyi, and we'll have plenty of time to check along the way. Are you almost done writing that book of yours?
Grandfather, I don't think I can go back to Langyi with you.
When did you make up your mind?
Ning Yin shakes her head softly. She falls a few steps back. You're returning home, grandfather, like a leaf returns to its roots. It's human nature. The whole family sympathizes, but the journey is meandering enough to make us worried. The Nings are bursting with talent. Everyone's work forms a cornerstone of Yen. Compared to them, I really am a lone choice to accompany you back. But frankly, I was always a distant orphan from Langyi anyways. It was because you took such pity on me that I could spend these decades at the Ning Manor. If I go now to Langyi, I go back to where my long gone parents once lived.
That was your thinking. When you asked to accompany me home.
Grandfather, that was my thinking. It all seemed to fall in place. I almost managed to convince myself. But I spent the last few days on a farewell tour of sorts around Baizao streets, so I can finish up the Baizao cuisine and food culture somehow. And I realized all my memories are of this city. I clearly recall what year we planted that persimmon tree on the courtyard, and when its fruits make for the best wine, and every reason of every road and alley, and what their chefs are like, and how many different ways you can cook each dish. All of a sudden, it hit me. This very city, more so than the Ning Manor, feels like my home.
That's on me. That's on me for not asking you how you feel. I've been nothing but me this whole time.
Grandfather, you're my one and only family. You've always been since I was little. I really did want to go back home with you at first, but the reason I'm set on staying in Baizao now is you as well, grandfather.
Is it?
When I first joined the Imperial Historical Cabinet to compile annals, there was one thing I could never puzzle out. At some specific point in Yen's millennia of history, out of nowhere, the written word proliferated and education became for all. Even the earliest of the tablets we were studying only went back to that period. So I thought, in that period, someone must have pushed for those changes, but I flipped through practically all the material we had, and I couldn't find a single clue. I had this strange feeling that there in Yen's history, one person seemed to be missing. Then one day, I met someone strange at a Go Club who told me the story of that person. I thought he was just a yarn-spinning storyteller at first, but as I further researched, I gradually found all his stories to be corroborated. According to him, she was a gentle person who gave her heart and soul, her blood and sweat to the well-being of the people, and she gave too much. But how could someone as good as her fail to leave her name in our annals? That was when I realized that a history book... Oh! It's Jie! It's the dead Sui sibling! The dead Sui siblings' specialty is writing. Ning solved. Holy, that is amazing. She's a bright person, man. That was when I realized that the history book isn't a container, but a sieve. The stories that stay behind are few and far between. Grandfather, I want to record your story, but then I look back and it dawns on me that for all the years I've spent with you, I can't even write with clarity about what kind of person you are. Ningyin finally lifts her head and meets the old man's eyes. She waits for his reply, his answer to her unspoken question. She's waited for so long. I miss a dot? What do you mean by I miss a dot? Oh, no. As in, I know she went to meet Wang, right? The goal person refers to Wang. I get that. But what I mean is, I'm surprised that she... In the first place, she was intuitive enough to realize something is weird about the history books. But she met Zi, not Wang? But isn't the goal person Wang? Not Zi? I mean, if it weren't for figuring out that the history books had missing things, then she would not figure. Yarn spinning... Oh yeah, wait, actually you're right. Yarn spinning storyteller is Zi. No, that's not Wang. Yeah, sorry. I just related Go with Wang. Who goes there? Who goes where? Thought I heard something. It's all bizarre cases these days. Makes me feel like someone's gonna barge in any moment and wreak havoc. This is a judicial review office. What kind of miscreant would break in here? Quit jumping at ghosts. Guard duty's almost over. Then we can clock out and head home. Just wait a sec and then enter through the front. Say you're here to report a case. Then find a floor mat on the way to the waiting room. The window in the waiting room restfully faces north. The judicial entrance faces south. Behind is a high perimeter wall. Ling Qingyan's office is on the 3rd floor. Get out the window, climb up the sprinkler pipes, and no one should notice me. Tamada. Once I find her, I'm gonna sock her in the... Who's there? Ling Qingyan! Blaze? What are you doing here for? What am I here for? I'm here to get you back! Where'd your old court uniform go? I resigned. Then went back to the restaurant, couldn't find you. I worried you might end up doing something stupid. So thank you for confirming that fear. Now let's find somewhere else to talk. You're telling me that all those years, Gu Chen was staying at the Ning Manor? But how did you find out? Never mind, never you mind that. Now, can you exactly tell me what that means? Minister Ning's involvement in the Gu Chen case runs deeper than I ever thought. He was clearly hiding something in his previous testimony. I did suspect that he was the perpetrator, but going by Mo Pufu's testimony, when Gu Chen was sent to death row in the fallout of the old case, Ning Shu was the one who got him out. Knowing that, he wouldn't have a motive to try and get him killed again. And the most key thing, I had no idea before that Yu Cheng had contact with Gu Chen so early. Whatever connecting this string of events, it's likely more complicated than anything I've imagined. See, I'm still curious. All those years ago, my dad came to Baizao on his own. And what the hell for? Yes, that's the key question. Blaze has no clue about the two lives Gu Chen lived. If he was a fall guy in that incident, then why would he return to Baizao 1,000 years later after the fact? And plant himself in the middle of a milestone? Ning Shu's position, Yu Cheng's scheme, we still can't draw an outline around any of these questions. How should I let Blaze know? Hey, you know I can tell by the look on your face. Come on, what's our next move exactly? Blaze, about yesterday. Forget about it. I know it's my duty types get the urge to do a little weird stuff now and then. Not my circus, I'm not arguing. Just don't ever tell me any stupid crap like I'm sending you back for safety. Because you're still trying to ditch me? Blaze, trust me, I'll see this case through to the end. But I can't stick around in Baizao any longer than this. Do as I said. Leave within 2 days. Head to the Langmen officers. But you can't stay there for too long either. So once you get reorganized, get back on the road straight away and leave Yen as soon as the... Over my dead body? You don't trust me to keep investigating? I mean, I do, but you're out of rank and you're out of a job. How are you going to investigate? I'll think of something. If Yu Chen can resign and investigate in secret, then so can... I have an idea. Let's do this thing a little more thoroughly. What's your plan? Blaze pulls out a letter from her pocket. It's the chance Mo Pufu gave her, and now it's both their chances. Not like we're gonna go anywhere just running around town. We'll head to the Feast of 100 Delicacies, go straight to the Trulang, and ask him to explain all this. Your Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of Rights has drafted the official list of attendees for the Feast of 100 Delicacies. To mark the occasion, Victoria, Latanian, Laterano, and other such nations has sent us their envoys with letters of celebration. For your Imperial Majesty's perusal. Your Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of War and Sea Regulator have finished drawing up joint battle plans. Also for your Imperial Majesty, perusal. The Ministry of Revenue was not consulted on this battle's drain on labor and fiscal resources, nor on the post-war reparations. How were the battlefields drafted? I know you and the Ministry of Revenue are both very busy. The Ministry of War simply went to some small pains, working out the manpower, the funding, the ration, and even the Ministry of Engineering's post-war repair expenses. And now you can read together with His Majesty, since we're having an audience and all. Logistics are calculable, but how many of Yen's people will bleed in this war? Is that a bill you can work out so easily? So the Grand Tutor means to say, if you can't work it out, then no need to try. It's autumn, the harvest in north. Da Huang has resumed production ASAP following the disaster. Our harvest this year is more or less on par with our previous years. Who's... In that case, what about next year? I'll give him a default voices. Your Imperial Majesty. A life measured in years, yet distress feels ancient. We're running out of time. This involves the livelihood of all Yen's people. I ask that your Imperial Majesty reconsider. Grand Tutor, the Ministry have long discussed everything worth discussing. It's about time we made up our minds. His Majesty's decree is made. We simply await his proclamation at the Feast of 100 Delicacies. It's growing late. It looks to rain. The two of you can leave. May we be excused. The man behind the curtain lifts his gaze. In the desolate palace, 3 banquet seats lay set out in a row to his side, and one of them is truly showing its age. Faintly, a sigh. Ayo, just this rain to come from nowhere. I'm soaked. Autumn drizzles and cold snaps. I'll be out of fresh vegetables in a few days at this rate. I didn't even get to rustle up this year's winter clothes. Chef, I think we're forced to start our winter pickles now. Get your mess of stuff out of the storehouse as soon as... Chef? Please? Sing Chu? Where'd everybody go? The ever-lively kitchen is presently deserted. All the cookware tidied away. The cramped space seems a good bit wider like this. The only presence is a pot of soup boiling on the stove. You sure are lucky. All my years at the Judicial Review Office, and you're the first one I have seen who has a chance to get out of this damn prison alive. I myself never expected to turn out this way. That's what's wrong with all you clerical types. Always living for the day, never thinking about the consequences. All that time spent researching. All those years of blood, sweat, and tears. All for a dish at a feast and one very angry lung. You caused quite the ruckus and ended up in here. Are you happy? It's as you say. But my deeds were loyal and just. This I know. My conscience is clear. Those who peer into the thin ponds to find omens will see omens. So, what comes next in your plans? The order to transfer has been already issued. I'll be joining the diplomatic mission to Victoria in 3 days. After all that happened, I can no longer stay in Baizao. These arrangements are the fruit of Minister Ning's efforts. Victoria! How are you supposed to get to Victoria with a body like yours? To be favored with a pardon is all I need to be asked for. Besides, I can consider going to Victoria returning home. Can you really? I remember you saying your wife and child already passed away, no? Yes, it has been many years since that day. Even if I did believe you, do you think other people will? If you can remember things that happened back then, so can others. Do you know how many eyes will be watching you when you return? What am I to do? Please speak plainly. Lend me your life, my friend. That unvarnished truth you crave, I will give it to you. No, it might mean that he got lied to. The first time I came to Baizao to further my studies left a deep impression on me. Skyscrapers that blotted out the heavens, an unending sea of brilliant lights, and in the center of all those lights was the Forbidden City. 1,000 feet it teetered, its lofty heights unseen from the ground. My teacher said that this was where every policy was decided, where every decree was handed down, each one affecting the lives of untold commoners, a duty heavier than mountains. And thus it's here that every student can put to use all they have learned, to serve the lands and the people. But when I stood here, in the flesh, facing that palace of edifice and high walls, I felt a chill sap away my breath. You have arrived early, Mr. Liang. Miss Ning? You seem surprised. Do you not wish to see me? Hardly. I simply had not heard you would be attending the Feast of 100 Delicacies, Miss Ning. Minister Ning is ill, so for this year's feast, the Ministry of Rice had no choice but to send me to attend in his stead. It was a rather last-minute decision, so I did not have time to tell you, my lord. I suppose that leaves us equals in silence, since it seems you never planned to tell me you were attending either. I'm merely here as part of my work. I did not wish to bother you, Miss Ning. I am suddenly reminded of how, aside from Shangshu, we have not met for the better part of a year. Several of my letters to you during that time received no answer. It can be hard to put words to paper, and I find myself often mired in official business. I have been negligent in maintaining my side of the conversation. I cannot deny your blame, Miss Ning. Where have I mentioned blaming you, my lord? During your time as magistrate, even the smallest needs of your hometown never left your thoughts. Now with expanded duties, the concerns have only increased. But for some reason, after only 6 short months, I feel as though we have become estranged. As if there are some things we cannot say to the other. Putting that aside for the moment, it's the first time you are attending the feast, yes? Yes, my early years were spent in Shangshu, so I had little opportunities to take part in government events such as this. Major topics are often deliberated during these feasts. The question this year is, what decision will His Majesty make in regards to this war? I dare not make any sort of wild conjecture on His Majesty's thoughts. But you are a clever man, Mr. Liang. Your conjectures are always correct. You did in fact have something on your mind the other day, and you wanted to discuss it with your grandfather, did you not? I dare not lie to you, Miss Ning. Phrase it how you will. I am always happy to hear that you wish to see me. But I am afraid that for you, I have never been someone to be trusted or to entrust things with. I believe that there may have been a misunderstanding, Miss Ning. I do not mean to blame you. Who among us, did not detest the murky sense of the bureaucracy when these red ropes were first draped over us? But now, we must navigate all this wheeling and dealing, like it or not. I may not be close to the center of the court, but there is one thing even I know. It is difficult to speak the truth, and even more difficult to make others believe you are speaking the truth. Once you enter the palace walls, the word sincerity means less than nothing. But all I have ever shown you is sincerity, Miss Ning. No matter what may come, I have always hoped you remember. We should take our seats now, Mr. Liang. Let us head inside. Hey, come on, step in already. Check over the ingredients one last time when you're done. The guests are already seated. We need to start serving as soon as the order comes in. Inspect all your ingredients. And the stews and soups while you're at it. The breast soup on the stove, number 90. I don't know how, but the color seems to be a bit off. What? How many times did I say to cut the ingredients into finger width cubes? No more, no less. It's supposed to be on the fire for 20 hours. No breaks. Someone must have screwed or something. Alright, move aside. I'll come have a look. Hey, over here. Why are you still wearing those clothes? Scared people won't notice you or something. Formal dress for formal occasions. I kept these clothes at home just in case. But this is the kitchen. Don't you have anything more suitable to put on? Hey, is disguising yourself not something natural for judicial officers? What nonsense are you talking about? Deputy Minister at Judicial Review Office is not some undercover ghost. Though I have found myself sneaking around a lot lately for some reason. Alright, enough muttering. Change into these clothes. You follow the army of waiters into the banquet area as they're serving up the dishes. Then change back into your fancy robe when you can. Fine. This kind of infiltration really does make me a little nervous. You said you were going to stand up to see justice restored. So if you make the Chulang mad, is he going to arrest you right away? Or is he going to... There is a tradition of remonstration during the Feast of 100 Delicacies. Besides, we're just going to request a reopening of an old case due to inconclusive evidence. Why would the Chulang be mad at me? Although, there is one thing. Which is... Have you ever thought about... What if the truth we managed to dig out on this case turned out to be the complete opposite of what we thought? What if you found out everything around you was one big lie? What are you talking about? Didn't we do all this to get the truth in the first place? If it's a lie, we'll smash it to pieces. Why the hesitation? We've come this far already. What choice do we even have here? Okay. Please. I think Your father, he was likely a good man. Why this all of a sudden? Promise me this. If something unexpected happens, you must take care of yourself. Shh! Someone's coming! Hide! Under the stove! Not weird at all. Is everything ready? Ready, chef! These longevity noodles you are in charge of may be simple, but they are still vital for the feast. Make no mistakes while preparing them. Understood. Although I do not know why your Shifu did not wish to come to the feast, I believe he had his reasons to choose you. Once the feast is over, I'll give you the opportunity to take on my mentor. Me? Not happy to hear that. There's lots of chefs who would pinch themselves awake if they were told that they were going to be your apprentice. But I don't understand. Why are you entrusting all the skills you've learned your entire life to only one person? Nonsense. Do you know just how many examinations a Ting Feng Lo head chef puts their prospective students through before they choose an apprentice? Not to mention the fact that my own Shifu was the one who penned the book of foods with recipes from all 4 major cuisines and have served us well for decades worth of feasts. Out of hundreds of chefs in this Ting Feng Lo kitchen who have honed their craft for many years, Shifu chose me to take the reins. Just me. Generations of exquisite artisanship in these hands. You let anybody smudge it. But no matter how exquisite this artisanship is, you're making the dish for people to eat. What I mean is, teaching a simple apprentice who's as good as you is really more important than teaching a bunch of chefs who can do a decent job. The more you teach, the more you can cook. The more you teach, the more can cook, which means even more of Yan can enjoy tastier food, or something. That's enough of your disrespectful rubbish. Focus on your noodles. Have the preparations been made? Yumen has entered the highest state of alert, and the city defenses are all in position. The citizens have been evacuated, leaving 20,000 soldiers and 3,000 Tianshis able to take on the field at any time. They await your orders. Okay. Let us see if the moons wax or wane in our favor tonight. General! The Grand Commander's messenger has arrived. At this hour. Where is the message then? He did not have one. All he had to deliver was a box of mooncakes. He said the Grand Commander had only one thing to say to you, General. Eat them while they're hot. Don't let them get cold. You received my notice, Lord Zuo. What's this? Oh. It has been a while. Are you faring well? No need to be so tense. This pawn shop has long since closed its doors. No one will be bothering us. Why meet me alone? Shouldn't I be asking you that, Lord Zuo? What do you mean? I opened this pawn shop on a whim during my stay in Baizao, and for a time, business was booming. Every day we would see customers bring in all sorts of curios, scrolls, precious baubles, and odd gemstones. In the end, many of them were taken by my wandering younger brother and placed within his garden. The most curious thing was that all the customers who came by this shop had one thing in common. They were looking for me. You think far too highly of yourself. Well, since you have come to see me, does that not mean you have something to discuss, Lord Zuo? Perhaps I could answer 1 or 2 questions plaguing you. All I want to know is, why have you come to Baizao? If that convict has decided now is the time to declare war on Yan, all that awaits him is death and destruction. But I'm sure he knows that already. Indeed, my elder brother is skilled at the art of the graded board, and not else, though it is a formidable and well-honed skill at that. Do you still remember the Shanghai Chong who appeared in Yumen, Lord Zuo? During the regulated analysis of the incident, we've noticed traces of another Ferromet proxy's actions. Wang is suspected of being involved. What are you trying to say? I'm sure you remember, Lord Zuo, that during that hunt 1,000 years ago, the Ferromet of Yan were either put to the sword or banished. Has the street regulator ever wondered, considering my brother was able to find out one of them? Could he perhaps have found more than just one? During the many years since the incident, The sea regulator have watched closely his every movement within Yan's borders, but they never considered the possibility that one of his weighty stones might leave the country. Don't underestimate our intelligence network. Reread that. Don't underestimate our intelligence network. These three regulators have never stopped keeping an eye on the pheromone outside. If they make any sudden movements, our pheromutologists will surely sense something. I'm sure they did. They should be on their way back to Yen right about now. Please treat this information as my humble gift to you, Lord Zuo. How you use it is for you to decide. Why are you telling me this? You are one of the convict's conspirators, so why tell us his plans? In truth, though I am indeed in collaboration with my brother, our hearts are not as one. We have our differences. He insists on seeing a victor decided. I, on the other hand, prefer doing my business in a more amicable fashion. As for why I chose you, Lord Zuo, I feel like we are kindred spirits. What? I profess I have some skill in reading people. My intuition tells me we will have the opportunity to do business again once again in the future. It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lord Zuo. To be able to chat with you on this festive day, but even for a moment, is destiny at work. I hope that in the future, you can see me as a man you can discuss things with. Are you... What's wrong? Sorry, my hand just cramped. Couldn't hold it steady. You seriously? Sorry, I'll go back to the kitchen and get a new one. Do it quick. The mandarins are all seated already. Once the Trulong arrives, the banquet will start. Do you need help, Mandarin? Madam? I'm here for the feast of 100 delicacies. All the mandarins should have been already seated. May I ask why? Forgive me, I was delayed on the road here. I will head in right away. Please wait a moment. Madam, please show your invitation to the feast. Why? Is me standing here not invitation enough? A routine inspection. I beg your pardon, madam. My lady, you dropped something of yours. Oh, Xingchu. You left in such a rush. How could you have not noticed you dropped something so important? Good thing I spotted it. Madam Tang of the Ministry of Revenue, please forgive my earlier impertinence. There are no further issues here, but the feast is about to begin. Please take your seat as quickly as you can. Who's Tang then? Their invitation is a forgery. It only worked the one time. Do take care when you're inside. I know you. You're one of the ladies at the Ning Manor. I'm also a friend of Blaze. I spotted her name on the chef roster and guessed at your plan. The rest, you simply have to beg forgiveness from the Trulong after meeting him. But don't you know, if this case is reopened, you'll be ruined. But the one most heavily implicated by this case would be Blaze, no? Didn't you already agree to help her find the truth? What else is there to worry about? Besides, if you really do manage to pull the curtain back on all this, well, that's what I was after in the first place. Despite all my years as a Mandarin, I rarely set foot in the Forbidden City. I see towering palaces pressed up against the sky, majestic and stately. I see a banquet of incomparable bounty, each and every seat filled. The lamps are as bright as day, even as the moonlight envelopes them. But what I cannot see is who hid away these names, who does not want to see the truth come to light. I suddenly recall the words. Will you be able to handle the truth? Yucheng, what exactly did you see? How strange. The feast has already started. So why has His Imperial Majesty not yet arrived? No need to panic. His Imperial Majesty is busy. Something urgent might have come up. All we can do is wait. I heard he's been ill for a while now. What if it's something to do with that? Shh! Stop blabbering! Preposterous! Simply preposterous! Don't you know where we are? What right do you have to obstruct a court mandarin? Oh. What's all this noise about? This man says he's Assistant Minister Tang Jian of Ministry of Revenue, but we already checked, and every seat under the Ministry of Revenue is already accounted for. I am Tang Jian! None of this, he says, is rubbish. Look, do you see this seal in my hand? Whose name is it? All fall silent. 3 blasts of the horn marks the 7th hour of the night. The moon shines bright overhead, their light so clear they wash away all color. All rise! One by one, the mandarins stand, looking towards the center of the feast with bated breath, waiting for the one meant to be seated at the head of the table. I have something to report, Your Majesty. Fire. None knew where the burst of flame came from, but all it needed was a gust of autumn wind to engulf the entire banquet. The flickering flames act like wild beasts, brandishing their fangs and claws as they pace about above the table. The wind blows, and the beasts of fire grow and grow and grow with speed. The conflagration bloats and bulges, letting off unsettling noises. Some liken it to shouting, others to laughter. Bizarre flames pour like falling rain. Having already tainted the feast of 100 delicacies, they flit and flicker as they climb up the faces of the panicking mandarins. What's going on? Hold on, man. A platter of meat from 5 kinds of beasts. An official once presented this dish to the Lung at the Feast of 100 Delicacies, advising the ruler to take equal care of Yan's people from all walks of life. Fire! Assassins! Protect His Majesty! Guards! Put out that fire! Lock the dining area down! Take care. The source of this fire. Everyone, stay away from the wine in the cups! A fire that does not burn hot. Who did this? And what are they up to? Lin Qingyan tries to calm down the panicking crowd, but her voice is quickly drowned by the shouting and screaming. In the midst of the chaos, she spots a familiar face. Their eyes met for only a moment, but she is more sure than anything. That person saw her attempt to cross the line of propriety in front of all. But the target is not her. Please! What's going on? What's with all this ruckus? This is bad! I heard some kind of demonic fire broke out at the banquet. No idea how it happened. The guards have the dining area surrounded. No idea what's going on inside, or if His Majesty is hurt. They're talking about cutting the feast short. Lin Qingyan! We've been notified of unknown persons infiltrating the feast. We will now be conducting an inspection. I ask that everyone stay where they are and not move. Please cooperate. Damn it, what the hell happened over where Li Zi is? This is bad. I can't leave her to fend for herself. I need to go take a look. You there! Stop moving! What do I do? What do I do? I can get in a fight here! No time to think, damn it! After her! First Battalion! First Battalion! 1st Battalion, 5th Battalion, seal up the southern entrance, 7 and 9, close the northern gate. Everyone else, sweep the place from south to north. If you find anything suspicious, arrest them immediately. Our intel says that there are at least 2 culprits working together to ruin the feast, so take care. So many guards. What a pain. What kind of trouble do you manage to get yourself into, later? Sounds like you haven't got caught yet, at least. So where the hell are you? This palace is way too big. Why are you here? Shh. I thought you two just wanted to ask His Majesty to reopen the case. How did it come to this? I don't know either. The fire's not our doing. But the timing... You need to leave right away. There's no talking your way out of this if they find you. What I need to do is save Ling Qingyan. Let me go look for her. How can I ask you to do something that dangerous? I'm more familiar with the Forbidden City than you are. Even if I did get caught, I'll have some leeway to explain myself. Don't worry, I'll find her. But you still don't trust me. What? Still angry at me? Of course not. Head to the southern exit before the guards seal it off. We'll meet at the restaurant once we're out of here. Okay. You take care too. Wait, did the soldiers manage to get a good look at you? Yeah, I think so. That's not good. Oh, I know. Let's swap clothes. Come on, get them off. I saw someone running up ahead. Over there. The dining area had been cleared out. Deputy Minister Lin wouldn't be here. But who started all this at the feast? I hope Blaze managed to make it out by now. Why is she here? These two. Is this fate at work? Lusa is not too far away now. Wonder how things are going on over on their side. Found you. Who's there? Oof. So it was you. Damn, that's one hell of a sword. You're not dressed like your average soldier. What are you? A general? Save the chatter. So you're the one Lin Qingyan has been hiding behind the back. But why would she bring you to the Forbidden City? So, I know it's impolite to barge into someone else's banquet, but would you believe me if I said we didn't mean anything bad by it? What I'm trying to say is, this is all a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding here. The Imperial Guard have been searching for you for 40 years. Huh? You are her descendant. Huh? What are you talking about? Who's descendant? Who's her? You really don't know. No, it seems you're not lying. All this time you've been hidden away. Nobody thought to tell you about your history. Got me there. I'm pretty curious about it, not gonna lie. Anyone I can ask about? But seriously, the Imperial Guard? Looking for me? 40 years ago, only a single child was unaccounted for in the family of a treasonous Mandarin. What are you talking about? Please, I need to confirm something. You were born in 1062 in Victoria, correct? Yes, from as far back as I remember, I lived in Victoria. Your father seemed to have been spending a lot of time pursuing a certain truth in the last few years of his life. What if you found out everything around you was one big life? What? You're talking nonsense! 闭嘴! You are a person of interest. We'll figure out what to do with you after questioning. Come with me. Forget that! You're no weakling, it seems. I might not be able to take you in without hurting you. If you don't wish to be harmed, then surrender immediately. I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Didn't I tell you to save yourself if something happened? Ling Qingyan. Ling Qingyan's eyes meets Blaze. She understands what has happened, but all she has to offer is silence. She turns and stands in front of Blaze, shielding her. Your deeds at the Judicial Review Office are worthy of my respect, Deputy Minister Lin, and I was kind enough to remind you before. It seems you have decided to completely ignore my warning. I'm perfectly aware of what I'm doing. I don't need your reminders. You know who she really is. Yet to go so as far to protect a descendant of a traitorous Mandarin. Why? For the truth. The truth that you're all too afraid to talk about. Ling Qingyan! What are you two talking about? What do you mean I'm the descendant of a traitor? My dad? Who is he? Why did he die? Forgive me. I was planning to tell you everything after tonight, but since now is not a good time. I'll make it up to you later however you like. Provided we make it out of here alive, that is. She will be coming with me tonight. As long as I'm here, she will not. Forget that. You need 3 of you to simply obstruct me. Ling Qingyan! Go already! A burst of lightning blasts open the hole in the palace wall. Before the dust has even settled, a somewhat gentler blast of energy strikes Blaze. She's sent flying out of the Forbidden City, falling towards a distant patch on the ground. Blaze has done these sort of high altitude leaps countless of times before as a form of dynamic entry into the battlefield, or wherever happened to meet her. She has never once felt fear. She believed in her own strength, and in her many friends. There was never any confusion in her mind either. She knew who she was. She knew where she must go. She knew what she believed in. There is no plot that can hold back her feet, just like how the mist of dawn cannot hide away the sun. But now, what awaits her is no longer solid ground, but an endless abyss. She closes her eyes. Where? Ningyin lies on the bed, her breathing faint. The crutch in the old man's hand shudders, and he nearly falls over. After having seen so many things across the years, he thought nothing more in this world could shock him. His lips open and close, yet try as he might, he can make no sound, until someone in the shadows begins to speak first. She yet lives. It's you. Stay your steps, Mr. Ning. Come no closer. You never saw me tonight, and she never left the house. But why? She intruded upon the feast of 100 delicacies. She was with that girl when I discovered her. If she had run into anyone else, she would not be alive. Impossible. 40 years. I can't believe it's you again. 40 years ago, you left her here. Now you saved her life once more. Saved her from a terrible fate. Fate. This must be fate. There's no escaping it. There never was. I did not leave her here for her sake. It was you who saved her, Mr. Ning. You once swore an oath to never let anyone know the truth of this case in exchange for her name. But it seems you are now wavering when it comes to past vows. The true Lang will know of tonight's events. The choice is yours, Mr. Ning. A gust of wind, and it was like nobody was even there. The old man stands in stunned silence. His daze is interrupted when he hears a sound coming from outside the courtyard walls. A sound like roaring, like weeping, like admonishment. I must be going mad. It's autumn. Why do I hear cicadas? What? How did I get here? Oh, finally awake, I see. Until you were one tough feline. Look at you, as lively as a fin on the line. Jiang was making a fuss about calling a doctor. He was shouting so hard that he forgot what time it was. How long was I out? Wait, where are they? Ling Qingyan, did Ningyin come by here? Seriously, how did I get here? Alright, slow down. I don't even know where to start with all these questions. Last night, I was on my way to the night market to get some cheap veggies when I found you lying in the middle of the street. Thought you were drunk at first. I was worried you'd freeze to death or something, so I brought you here. You were cursing up a storm in your sleep. Hypocrite this, swindler that, and a lot more besides. I don't know why you managed to learn such creative yannies. The Ningyin you mentioned, or whoever this Ling Qingyan is, never seen them before, so I don't know if they were here. I need to go find them. Oh, where you're going? The Forbidden City. I just saw a whole bunch of guards patrolling around there. You think you can still get in? I don't care. I have to go. Who do you think you're going to find after having lost yourself like that? What are you talking about? Just speaking the truth here. You lost yourself, yeah? You don't know where yourself has gone, where it's wandered off to. You hear a few words from someone else and you know it. You barely even know your own name, much less who you are. Such absurdity. A tangerine seed is blown from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, where it takes roots and yields fine fruit. What let these seeds grow so well wasn't Jiangnan or Jiangbei, but decades worth of rain and sun. It's ultimately the same fruit. Jiangnan and Jiangbei might not be the same place, but an orange is an orange. Doesn't matter where you eat it. All things begin and all things end. There is an outer truth, the only inner truth. Once you figure that out, then you can get back to asking your questions. Do you know something about all this? What do you know? Tell me. What do I know? I'm a chef. All I know is how to season my ingredients, how to boil stuff, stir-fry stuff, regular fry stuff. Oh right, seeing you reminded me of something. Weren't you trying to find authentic tangerine cakes? I think I know how to make those. But you took 7 story notes to tell me you know how to make it. One tangerine cake. To go, please. Oh, you're here. Sending it to Victoria this time as well. No, not sending it. I need to go back right away. Though it'll be hard to say if I can even go back. This time, just a snack for the road. Wow, your cought's gotten pretty bad. I don't think you should be eating sweets right now. I'll boil you up a bowl of loquat soup. I'm fine. It's not to do with my lungs. Doesn't matter where the problem is, you've got to take care of yourself. You see the doctor about it? Yes. I don't have much time left apparently. I'd say I'm beyond having to mind what I eat. It's fine. Everyone has to die someday. I've done pretty much everything I needed to get done. How can you say something like that? Didn't you say you still have family in Victoria? They're waiting for you to go home? Yes, I held on to hope that I could see them again. But it seems that won't be happening. I might have been a useless good for nothing my entire life, but at least I can say I haven't disgraced what little ideals and righteousness I still have in me. But only now that I'm at the end have I realized I owe them far too much. Isn't it just how people are? Things like that happen from time to time. If you try and be the perfect people pleaser, you're a fool. But surely you still want to go home, right? I want to see them. If I don't, they'll have easier lives. That's just how people are. If they want to get something done, you need to put something down. Everyone has to put their own things down. So I should too. I've been in your care for so many years now, young chef. Even my final few words in this reverie of mine are for your own ears only. Then, is there still something you want? I want... You need to pay more attention. Look at this spot you swept. It's still covered in ash. Make sure not to miss any corners either. Anything dirty can still be clean. We are moving out soon, and we cannot leave behind any trouble for the house's next owner. It's rather late, Mr. Ning. Where are you headed off to? Oh, don't mind me. Just going out for a walk. Mr. Ning's been acting really odd today. Why is he spending his Mid-Autumn Festival watching us clean the house instead of gazing at the moon? That's enough questions out for you. Focus on your sweeping. With such a brilliant moonlight tonight, we should give it a pristine spot to land on. How did I get here? Grandfather's study? Her mind lurches on the edge of consciousness. She feels as though she has forgotten something important. An old book lies upon the desk in silence. Annals of Yen, Volume 124, Supplement 17, Hand 62. Since when was there such a book in the Imperial Historical Records? Grandfather? It's been years since there was a criminal thrown into the 5th floor of this prison. What's the story though? Assassinating someone at the court. The Imperial Guard themselves are dragging the culprit here. What a ruthless... Shh. Don't think too hard about it. And don't ask so many questions. Just keep a close eye on the culprit. You and I won't be enough to fix any mistakes. It seems that everything I've run into since my return to Baizao has been a part of some grand plan. A trail of clues laid out in front of me like bait, leading towards a dead end. Not only was the perpetrator highly skilled in Kung Fu, but they also had intimate knowledge of the Judicial Review Office layout. They must have been working with Yu Cheng for quite some time. Yu Cheng asked you to take notes during his trial. That's why you stand here now, and it's also the reason I cannot allow you to participate any further. Whatever Yu Cheng's plan, you are most certainly a part of it. Deputy Mr. Lin, surely you wouldn't ask if you didn't know the answer already. Can you not see the truth? Or do you simply pretend that you can't because you don't dare to? What makes you so dead set on the case, Sensor Jiazhen? As the moon slowly sinks into the west, their light passes through the barred windows and scatters on the far wall of the cell. The night air condenses into dew, beating on Ling Qingyan's brow. Were it not meant for the scent of Mo, this prison would have actually been a good place to meditate. Indeed, while I was waiting here, I managed to figure out many things that have been on my mind. It was you who set the scroll reel on fire. Was it an answer I gave you here? Or one you puzzled out beforehand? Oh? No, I'm not confused by the man part. It's a right under our nose thing. Jiazhen did it. I'll change his voice since we see his face now. We meet again, Deputy Minister Lin. Hey, I'm not in the mood for discussing snacks with you right now. I've got people to save. Calm down, take it easy. Is there any use of being so high-strung when you have so much to do? What do you know? All I know is that if the heat ain't right, don't take off the lid. You can skip out on the meals if you have something big to do. If you don't eat, you're not getting anything done. Here, try this. Is it the tangerine cake you're looking for? Won't you always think I wouldn't be able to find it, even if I search all of Baizao? I also say I'm the best chef in all of Baizao. As long as the taste exists, I can replicate it. And this one's my own creation. It won't come for our bet. Isn't this the same tangerine cake you made before? Despite her skepticism, Blaze shoves a cake into her mouth. She has tried many fine dishes over the last few days and learned a lot about how to critique food during the time. The cake in front of her cannot be considered tasty. Singchu was right. Too much sugar will overwhelm the fragrance of the tangerine peel, while too much oil destroys the texture of the cake itself. It is not a tasty snack, but it's an exact match for the taste in her memories. How do you know this recipe? You were so hung up on my tangerine cakes not being sweet enough. It got me wondering what kind of chef would make them that sweet. Then I thought, what if the one who made them so sweet didn't do it for the taste? That means, you say you ate those in Victoria, right? I'm reminded of a regular customer I had many years ago. He always ordered some tangerine cakes, and he said he was going to send off to his daughter in a foreign land. I told him they'd spoil long before they got to her. See? See? Who cares if it's factual or not? It just makes sense. It's preservation. But he refused to believe me. He processed it a bit for himself and wrapped it up in a layer after layer of letter paper. You can barely tell if it was a letter or some food by the end of it. You knew him! He came here. I've been searching for him all this time. Do you know what happened to him? I wouldn't say I knew him. You're just a regular customer of many years. I vaguely remember him always coming here before it was even bright out to order the cheapest breakfast I had on the menu. Then he'd sit by the window, like he was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who? How should I know? See for yourself. Day breaks. The faint full moons brush against the horizon. As the night comes to a close, there are perhaps many in slumber, enjoying dreams of happy reunions. The legend hawkers are up early setting up their stores, their shouts echoing down the streets, rousing the sleepers of the metropolis. Blaze spots a familiar figure by the street corner. Did you just send her into a recollection world? Did you just send her into a memory? Is that his power? To keep memories? Because it says Blaze spots a familiar figure. No? It's just visualization. Right. But I guess in this case it's more saying that Sing Chu is right outside when you said see for yourself. I'll keep reading. This small restaurant and the serene manor are separated by no more than a street corner, a fact barely worth noticing during normal times. Was this what he was looking at, year after year? Yeah. It's you. It's really you. You're here. I never thought I would see you again in my lifetime. Wait, Ningshu? Ningshu? Who is Ningshu? I've heard Ningyan. I don't know who Ningshu is. I'll figure out. Oh, it's the name of the grandpa. The man leaning against the corner is clothed in near rags. He grasps a mooncake in his hands, his face awash in crumbs, ignorant of his guests. A smear of light leaks in through the bars of his cell window, painting the criminal's gaunt face in stark relief. The Judicial Review Office is truly kind. Even us prisoners get a mooncake for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's delicious. Want a bite? No need. I will be having my meals in this prison soon enough. I will have my own to enjoy. Pity. We still have so much to talk about. It's not quite the same without something to munch on, right? The old man lets out a dry laugh, taking a seat across the shabbily dressed prisoner. For decades, you have wanted to ask an old man like me your questions. I suppose today is your lucky day. You should hate me, Mr. Ning. You were one step away from being able to go back home without a heavy heart. One step away from enjoying your twilight years with your family. Just one small step! I really should hate you when you put it like that. I would like nothing more than to charge at you and tear at your flesh with my teeth. But on second thought, you have given up decades of your life and your position as Deputy Minister at the Judicial Review Office for me, spending the rest of your lives within this cell. No matter how you look at it, it should be you who hates me. You're overthinking it, Mr. Ning. I said it before, I was never good at my job, or at being a decent human being. Not like Wu Chen. I'm a glutton, you see, a type that loves sniffing out deep hidden truths. I tore open shells to get at the flesh, and got addicted to the sweet, sweet taste of marrow. I'll do anything, even if it leaves my hands bloodied and my teeth shattered. During all these years, you were the biggest, plumpest shell piece on my dining table. How could I ever hate you? Even if I were to hate, it wouldn't be for anything on my side. Your teeth are still in fine shape, I never saw them chip while they were gnawing on my old bones. But Yu Cheng, why were you so sure I would have come to see you today? If I had just walked away from all this, all your plots and plans would have gone to waste, no? Because I understand you. I understand you far too well, Mr. Ning. I simply had to gamble that during the years you spent bobbing around the hierarchies of Mandarins, you would dirty your hands, but still retain your humanity. You let Gu Chen live on while he was right under your nose, after all, and raised his daughter to boot. You care about the fate of that child. Those two children, rather. You wanted to see those girls live carefree, innocent lives while you yet live. You knew that if you do not relent one day, they would never know peace. And so you came to see me. You had to. You have looked into these matters already. It seems you managed to find out most of what should have been found out. How long did it take you? I only finished deciphering the clues and piecing them together all last year. It shames me to admit as a deputy minister, but my pace was a bit too slow. Gu Chen, on the other hand, he managed to figure it all out years ago. I never considered that. The year he returned to Baizao, you managed to put him under your watch, but you never thought he would copy decades worth of letters from your home. By peering through all the letters between Grand Mandarins and nobles, he, a 9th rank ceremonial officer, found every survivor of that murder case. He unraveled the threads and pieced the truth together. Gu Chen's diligence knows no bounds. I underestimated him. Anything more you wish to say, Mr. Ning? What is there left to say? But sins must be admitted. I shall admit. I really did send someone to kill the Minister of Justice who presided over the Grand Preceptor's case. But not because he accused me of being the Grand Preceptor's collaborator in treason. Rather, because the Grand Preceptor's treason was a miscarriage of justice all along. Does this mean Gu got killed because Gu was about to indict Ning Shu? Ning Shu committed a crime? Gu was... No? Yes, right? I'm not misunderstanding, am I? The way this seems to be described is that Ning committed a crime, and then afterwards they were talking about how Gu Chen is unraveling everything. So it's almost like he was gonna die anyways, but it seems that they quickened his death to not let things go out. But yeah. Indulge me in my curiosity, Deputy Minister Lin. When did you figure it out? I suspected it was you who set Ding Feng Lo alight. Why? Why would I have to do with that incident? Call it a hunch. Though you might not have used your kung fu at the time, a mask was not enough to prevent me from thinking that person's figure and skills were familiar. Very familiar. Afterwards, at the Judicial Review Office, you sought me out and managed to cement this particular suspicion in my mind. Come to think of it, you must have been in close contact with Yi Cheng as early as I was preparing to impeach him. I never considered the possibility you were already cooperating with him at the time. From the scrollery fire to the hanging scroll in Ning Manor, and then on to the fire at Ding Feng Lo. This recent string of mysteries was you trying to lead me along a trail of clues, wasn't it? That was rather rushed and sloppy, now that I look back. And the fire at the Feast of 100 Delicacies. I must regret to inform you that was not my doing, truly. Merely an unexpected turn that happened to align with our goal. Why did you two do all this? Ridiculous as it may sound, this all started with an old case. Not a large one, yet not a small one either. A case I happened to chance upon after I joined the Department of Discipline and Supervision. The Minister of Justice, assassinated by a beggar in the middle of the street. A case I could barely believe, yet one hastily closed without meaningful build-up or satisfying conclusion. Though the assassin had been executed, his identity, his motive, there were simply too many vague unknowns in the file. As I dug deeper, I noticed that every thread led towards an even bigger case. a case that had snipped all those threats short. The Grand Preceptor's treason. You have investigated that case too. The betrayal of the 3 Grand Ministers, a case large enough to shake the court, and one that implicates countless others. Forget finding the truth. Even just mentioning the Grand Preceptor's name at the time was the greatest of taboos. The Grand Preceptor incited the prince to regicide. This was all in the history books had to say on the matter. But nobody knows the truth of what happened the night the old True Lang passed away. Who was it who mobilized the city guard? Who went into the palace? Only later did I realize I was not the only one looking into this case. Was this how you get to know Yu Cheng? Should I rather call it foul beast of a feather? Or friendship at first sight? You said 2 of you weren't able to follow the trail, so how do you determine the Grand Preceptor was wrongly accused? It wasn't our research that led to this conclusion. The one who brought everything to light was Gu Chen. Why? Do you seriously not know why? Of course I do. I just wanted to ask you. I just wanted to ask how this why tasted when you said it aloud. The people cry out. Their hearts uneasy. Only those who have experienced the struggle know that Yan's current peace and prosperity were hard-won. It was a very, very long time ago. The old True Lang was diligent. At the time, original industries were beginning to change the structure of this great land. Even during Yan's turbulent times, he did not allow her to fall behind the other nations of Terra. And so it was that a great hero was infected with oripathy in his twilight years. Believing his days were numbered, his many policies began to stray into bias and imbalance. At the time, the prince wished to stop the True Lang, and the Grand Preceptor stood by his side. This supposed support was urging the prince to seize the throne. The old True Lang died the night the prince entered the palace to admonish him. As for the prince, his whereabouts since that night was unknown. Such a tumultuous event demanded an explanation, which requires someone to be charged with everything. Do you think the current True Lang was unaware of all this? Changes in the court naturally lead to unrest among the masses. The purge of traitors, a very fitting slogan. The then young True Lang acted with an iron fist to sweep away many courtiers with evil intent, stabilizing the situation as quickly as possible. This ensured this spell of court intrigue never made it outside the walls of the Forbidden City. For 40 years, I assume I was the only one aside from the True Lang himself to remember what transpired. Until 10 or so years after the case ended, that young man stood in front of me once again. I fear you speak of that time too lightly, Mr. Ning. It was not only traitors who were swept away, there was also the entirety of the Grand Preceptor's family. 28 in all. They were all sent to prison. Some committed suicide in their cells to prove their innocence. Those who lived were exiled. I tried to find some trace of them, but there was no use. Couldn't find a single one. Except for a child, spirited away during the turmoil, still swaddled in a blanket. I never considered the possibility she still lived, yet never truly believed she had died. It seems you have met her. A few days ago, her appearance is not too similar. But their personality, it's like 2 peas in a pot. Wait, what? Blaze is part of the Grand Preceptor's family. Wu Quan never spoke a word about the child's whereabouts during the decade he spent in Baizao, right up until his death. I'm sure you're now well aware why he died on the road back to Victoria. Yu Cheng, you old bastard. You used Gu Quan's own death to ensure there was no possibility of anyone finding that child. which also gave you an opportunity to investigate me. At the time, I assumed Gu Quan had no success in his exhaustive research into the Grand Preceptor's case, which prompted him to leave Baizao in despair. It was only after many years that I realized it was the not so-called truth that he sought. He had long since found the answers to those troubles you mentioned earlier. What he hoped I would do was something entirely else. I don't understand. Are you telling me that you two knew all along that Blaze was the orphan from that case? Your investigations should have already revealed that Gu Quan and Yu Cheng knew each other. After taking the child away, Gu Quan kept the secret of her whereabouts to himself for decades. But before he met his untimely end, he confided in the only friend he had, Yu Cheng. After his death, Yu Cheng immediately began to search for her. However, he was unable to personally act as deputy minister at the Judicial Review Office. He entrusted the task of performing discreet inquiries to me, far from the center of court politics, so as to not attract attention. By the time I found her in Victoria, she was already infected. I could not take her back to Baizao right away. For the sake of protecting her, I had no choice but to place her in the care of a medical organization that treated the infected. So it was you. You were already aligned at the time, I see. But you were also part of this plan from early on, Deputy Minister Lin. What do you mean? How was it that you were able to find Blaze's trail? How were you able to come across those files pertaining to her past? Surely you didn't just attribute them by chance. Yu Cheng would not have told you these himself. The risk was too great. There could not be a third person who knew of this in all of Terra. But he was always searching for a suitable candidate, one with courage who stood for truth. He has long since been ready to give his life for this cause. I am happy to dirty my hands, doing what must be done in his stead. But it's not enough. We needed someone pure and innocent, one who could use honest means to lay bare the truth. It's nearly time. We still have one last opportunity. Do you still wish to bring the truth out into the light of day, Deputy Minister Lin? I don't quite understand what they're saying though. Does reading on help me understand what they're saying? What is Blaze's reaction? Sorry, reaction is the wrong word. What is Blaze's relation? I just realized that this story just blew me apart as well, because like this story introduced a new term, which is Grand Preceptor. And I'll be honest with you, I still don't understand what the Grand Preceptor is. I don't know what their significance to Yen is. But it's almost like as if they just said the entirety of Grand Preceptor died. I get that she's an orphan. Yeah. You were thinking that Sing is an abandoned child, but it turns out that both of them are abandoned. No, remember the part where Blaze said, "Oh, I was born in Victoria true and true," but it seems to have turned out that's not the case. Blaze might be born in Yen, right? But I think the two childs are different things though. The one of Sing Chu happened earlier. She lived in Victoria. I know. She said she lived in Victoria. No, she couldn't confirm if she was born there or not. Yeah, she doesn't know. She thought she's born there. Yes, there's a line that clearly said she was fighting in Leizi and she said That's all I know. I lived my life in Victoria, so I should be born in Victoria. But it just goes to say that as a baby, she probably wasn't in Victoria. She was actually within this whole situation of the Grand Preceptor. Now, what exactly is this Grand Preceptor crime? That's the thing I don't quite understand yet. What did the Grand Preceptor do that was wrong? I assume it's the They say something about the murder. All right, let's just keep reading. I think the details will fall into place if I read this part. Yisheng, that is the truth behind the Grand Preceptor case you seek. Do you have any other further questions? Oh wait, sorry. You've spoken at length, yet you said nothing about your role in these events, Mr. Ning. Why did you send someone to kill the Minister of Justice? Do you not already have the answer, Deputy Minister Yu? Was it not you who accused me years ago of having the minister murdered to stop him from investigating and save myself in the chaos? You need not be in such a hurry to discredit yourself. There was one question that perplexed me for a long time. Why did Gu Chen stay at your house when he returned to Baizao nearly a decade later? It was not until I saw that girl at your house did all the puzzle pieces fall into place. He narrowly escaped with his life, yet he still returned to Baizao, not only to find out the truth of what happened, but also to search for the daughter he left behind. It seems he did not tell you much. Yes, most of what he follows will be mere speculation. If I'm not wrong, feel free to laugh in my face. I heard that after the Grand Preceptor's suicide following accusations of treason, the entire nation was in uproar and mandarins distanced themselves from her. Yet, one academy student dared to honor her in public. It was thus that he stumbled onto the Grand Preceptor's home as the belongings within were being confiscated. In his hurry, all he could take away was a baby girl, just born into the family. As it so happened, his own daughter was recently born as well. At his wits' ends, he tried to flee Baizao with his wife and the two babies. As a scholar with no background, he did not get far before an Imperial Guard captured him. Perhaps out of compassion and wanting to keep the Grand Preceptor's bloodline going, the Imperial Guard spared the scholar and the Grand Preceptor's child instead of taking the scholar's daughter. Wait. Scholar refers to Gu Chen. No. Gu Chen has a wife. Gu Chen's daughter is Xingzhu. But in truth, Blaze is the daughter of the Grand Preceptor. So Blaze is also adopted. Both of them are adopted. Wow. He tried. The Imperial Guard spread the scholar and the Grand Preceptor's. What happened to the wife? I do not know what Gu Quan was thinking at the time, but it was most likely that he had no other choice. Spared the scholar and the Grand Preceptor's child? So, no, what happened in the moment where they were trying to escape? So Gu Quan, did Gu Quan manage to go to Victoria with his wife and Blaze? No, right? This seems to assume... No, but then the thing is, there was a period of time that he did live with in Victoria because Blaze has memories. Wait, what? So only Singju got left behind. Couldn't understand. So why did the Imperial Guard leave Singju behind? No, no. Did the Imperial Guard take Singju behind because they thought she was the Grand Preceptor's daughter? They knew? No, but you guys get what I'm saying, right? The Imperial Guard in the moment might not know which baby is which. Do you get what I mean? There are two babies, right? In the moment. And the Imperial Guard are trying to hunt down the Grand Preceptor. So in the very moment, they said they want them to surrender the child. Right? Oh, but then, yeah, it's very weird, right? Why do you... If that was the situation, why did you take Blaze and not Singju? Why would you leave your daughter behind? It's second line on the bottom of the screen at the moment. What does that mean? You sent me on Discord. Why don't you just send me here? You don't have to send me on Discord. See, if you don't send me on the stream, then no one's reading it. I don't plan to read what you wrote to me aloud. And is what you're sending me things that I can already understand of peace? Or is it because I've not read that part in the story? What the fuck is the Grand Chancellor? You just threw me a new word. What is the Grand Chancellor? No, I still don't quite get it. What benefit does the Imperial Guard have to take a kid at this point? I'm gonna continue reading. Let me see what the motive is. I don't know if the motive will come back here. I think I'm not seeing it. I don't get the motive for keeping one of the kids. Right? Because it seems like, okay, if the entire Grand Preceptor crew were wiped out, right? And it's a bit like no one spared. Were they so kind to spare a kid? And then that's why there's still, basically Blaze left. And then there comes this weirdness of like, oh, they already spared the kid. So for what reason must they do this kind of weird, like, keep one kid behind? No, and then exactly. The weird thing is that later on in the story, the Imperial Guard stated, we've been trying to find you for 40 years. So I'm a bit like, so they could have killed Blaze in the moment, but they didn't. This child fell into the hands of the Ministry of Justice. Minister of Justice. Her bloodline obvious with a modicum of research, but as it turned out, how to handle this child of an outsider was a delicate conundrum instead. Indeed, sorry. This child fell into the hand of the Minister of Justice. Yeah, I mean, there's this line that says perhaps out of compassion. It is speculation, out of compassion to keep the bloodline going. Is Minister of Justice Ning Shu? This child fell into the hands of Minister of Justice. Is it you? Her bloodline obvious with a modicum of reason. No. That doesn't make sense. Because the word bloodline got used. But as it turned out, how to handle this child of an outsider was a delicate conundrum. It was around this time that you, Mr. Ning, looked long dissatisfied with Minister's extreme methods, decided to take the ultimate risk, assassination. The Grand Preceptor's case implicated many, and it seemed fitting that the blood-stained Minister of Justice met his end through retribution. With the court's turmoil resolved, the true Lung allowed the blood-stained curtain to finally fall in this fashion. The only unresolved question left is the child. Based on how things are now, she was taken in your care. What this entailed is not hard to guess, but as for why of it, if I recall correctly, Mr. Ning, you enjoyed the tutelage of the Grand Preceptor as well, correct? Oh, Yu Cheng, had you not been absorbed with judicial work or confined to this cell, I shudder to think what the meticulous mind of yours might have accomplished. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. You flatter me, I'm nothing more than a fool compared to Ku Chen. It is simply because I have met far too many people in my capacity as Deputy Minister of Judicial Review Office. The more one sees, the more one learns. Now that I think about it, the dish Gu Chen offered me to the true Lung at the Feast of 100 Delicacies weren't merely an act of suicide. It was him reconciling with the truth. Before he passed, he did not tell me the truth, but he did divulge in the whereabouts of the Grand Preceptor's orphan. He must have hoped that once I found the truth for myself, I would also choose reconciliation. Yet I could not. All I could do was to use my methods to find the people still left, the ones you care for, and force you to spit out the truth. All things considered, Mr. Ning, you are no villain, perhaps just a coward. Hate me for all you want. To see that child once more has always been a wish of mine. I will go and seek an audience with His Majesty. What? Yeah, I need to flowchart this again to really understand. Because even though like Dante, you sent me the summary, it's not easy to understand the summary. Because I'm not seeing it in the story. I'm not like drawing the connection. I'm never dissatisfied. I'm never satisfied if someone gives me like oh, here's the answer, but like I don't even see how the answer comes to fruition. You know everything. I only just found out. I still want to ask you, how are you so calm about this? It was a suspicion I hid away from my heart for many, many years. Once I finally have found the truth of it, once I finally found the proof for, like a thorn stuck in your palm, it may bleed a bit when you pluck it out, but you'll feel much better afterwards. Why won't you say something? I don't know how it came to all this. Should I feel sad or angry right now? I don't know. All I know is that my mind's a mess, and my heart feels like it's being stabbed. Who the hell am I supposed to set ablaze with this fire crawling up my throat? Well, I have a question for you. Blaze, can you tell me about Wu Quan?
Oh, my father! Like.
What sort of man was he? He was an idiot, a nerd, and a liar. I hate lies. I've seen too many of them. Greedy lies, cowardly lies, sneaky lies. But never one that demanded a lifetime of commitment. One that cost him his own daughter and himself, all to protect someone who had nothing to do with him. How could he be so stupid? It reminds me of a story I once read. There was once a guy who watched over a rest station by the river. One day, he saw a flood coming from upstream. He wanted to run upstream and tell the people there to close the sluice gates. But he had only run halfway when he saw the river was rising too quickly. It was too late to close the gates, so he immediately decided to turn and warn the villagers downstream to flee. Back and forth he ran, until finally he was consumed and swept away by the flood. He did not manage to do anything to save anyone. Get to the point already. Would you say this man's deed sounds familiar? Fine, I get it. Well, I don't really get all the details of your windy ass story, but you're talking shit about him, aren't you? He wasn't a bad guy, okay? He was just... I know you've got good reason to blame him, duh. But if he was the one who threw you away, why would he spend so much time coming back to look for you? I thought I would be the one consoling you, not the other way around. Blaze, you're infected, right? Wait, when did you figure that out? Man, you're too damn clever by half. Sorry, I didn't mean anything untoward. I was just thinking that it really should have been my fate to be. The hell are you even talking about? You think I've done something wrong and deserve a worse fate? Please, my life is awesome. I've got lots of buddies, and I found a dream of mine. If anything, you're the one who got it bad. Growing up all by yourself in that big old mansion, alone and miserable. It almost sounds like you're roasting me. I'm not. But I understand. I understand what you mean. Alright, I still haven't asked you what your name actually is. Chu Huang. Gu Chu Huang. It's the name that he gave me. Wow. I forgot how long it's been since I last told someone my real name. That's it. That's the last of my secrets. A blazing candle to ward against the dark. Chu for a candle. Huang for a blaze. And the family name Gu to ward you. It really does sound like a name he would pick. Blaze, would you say I've already gotten to know you? Now, after all this? I guess so, yeah. Well, no. I've still got lots to tell you. I need to bring you to Victoria to look around. My mom... or rather, your birth mother. You should probably go see her. She's still alive? Who said she was dead? She's still here and hearty. She lives in a small town out in Western Victoria. Is there a manga for this? Once everything's wrapped up here, I'll take you to her. She definitely wants to see you. Alright. Oh, is that teary-eying Drew? Oh, why are you crying? I'm not. But you're the one who's about to break into tears any second now. I'm just happy. I never thought I'd suddenly find myself a little sister after all these years. Who's ever heard of sisters like us? And besides, we don't know yet who's the little one. I've been through a lot today. Can you let me have this one? And there you were, consoling me. Look, I just wanted to say, from now on, you're not alone anymore, okay? How sweet. Man, isn't that lovely? Out of the myriad flavors in this land, the taste of reunion is the sweetest of them all. Really now? What am I tearing up for? That's the last of my worries settled. Alright, that judicial officer at the Forbidden City last night. Later, she was being held up by the interior guard lady when she sent me flying out of the city. What should we do now? This isn't over quite yet. I need to go and finish off what I have done in the first place. What are you planning to do? Demand an explanation, for everyone's sake. "100 years it has been. He returns once again to where the game of Waitsy started. The board is covered in cobwebs and dust, a single black stone at the center. He extends his hand to brush away the grime. Where are you off to? Got a meal to deliver. If you're going, then who's going to mind the restaurant? At this hour, it's past closing time. Gonna open tomorrow? That depends on my mood tomorrow. Hard to say right now. Why do I get the feeling that you want to call it quits? Fine by me, but you still owe me 6 months of wages. Settle that and I'll let you go. You're so money-minded. How about all those staff meals I cook for you? They must be worth a few months of that. Fine, fine. On the right side of the stove in the kitchen, the third brick from the corner. The last of my spare cash is under that brick. Take it. I've been with you for quite a few years now. Yep, 15 whole years. You stuck around the longest out of all your associates, candle holder. Means we were really fated to be. If I kept reminding myself that I was a candle holder or sea regulator. I'm afraid I wouldn't have stayed that long. To be honest, it's been years since I reminded myself who I really am to. Not like I was trying to remember or not, mind you, whether as a man or beast, I found this life full of delightful flavors. Nothing to complain about. Best you keep not remembering. I fear if you do, you'll forget the taste of men. Your palate will grow dull and numb, and your cooking skills will go to waste. Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy with that either. But if there's one thing I'll never forget, is that my troublemaking brothers and sisters still need to eat. Not to mention the one that's most troublesome of all. Though considering how long it's been since we last saw each other, it's hard to say what he's like now. You know the consequences of delivering this particular meal today, right? Yeah, more or less. It's obvious, like not keeping cotton by the stove. The sea regulator's not going to be happy if we have a family reunion. Also, if a fight breaks out at such a delicate moment, you might not be seeing me tomorrow. I've made a lot of food and met a lot of people these past few years. My wish was for every customer who walks through these doors to have a tasty meal and a life with fewer regrets. The 4 flavors of the kitchen, the 4 emotions of the heart, sorrowful partings and joyful reunions, they're not that much different. But just as fresh fins have their bones and malices have no scent, this land is filled with regrets. Eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired. When you miss your family, maybe it's as simple as going to them. Are you willing to let this go? There are a lot of things that I don't want to let go of, but I can't hold on to them forever either. Jiang, mind looking at the shop for me while I'm gone? You've been watching me cook for so long. You must have picked up something by now. If any customers come back, look after them for me, will you? Savors at Yu's and the House of After Taste. It ended up being a fitting name. The mortal realm really lingers on the tongue. Captain, my report. The patrol battalion has dispatched all our men. And Searches are underway in 8 districts. Still no sign of the target. It's been an entire day. Before day breaks, we must... Heard you are looking for me. Who's there? CG? Yeah. Out of the way. What's this? Here to surrender. Good. You saved me the effort of searching the entire city for you. I don't care if you want to take me in for what I did at the feast or who I am. Now's not the time for it. I've got urgent business, so best you move it. I've never been this pissed off before. If you want to get in my way, then come and try me. What are you going to do? I'm here to deliver a bowl of longevity noodles to the True Lung. Golden rice crisps cover the plate, cracked open to reveal the dish beneath. The quality of the bowl of longevity noodles is judged not by its taste, but in who made it and what blessing it contains. Victoria is so close. It's snowing again. They should be wearing their winter garb by now. She was like a little stove as a child, aflame with passion in her veins. This snow and wind won't faze her. Baizao winter are never this cold. She said the first volume should be done when spring comes. That's good. At life's end, I find no worries left to bear. The man takes off his Mandarin garb, folds it carefully, and places it down next to the book he used to carry, before bowing 3 times to the east. He walks out of the cab. Your flames are indeed hotter now. Yours are greatly burdening your body, infected. Scared of the heat? It's just my blood. Though I know I'm just standing here only because so many others have shed their own blood. Seems like you already know a lot. Not much at all, but there's just one thing I need to know. Those who had their names erased, those who died dubious deaths, they need an explanation, an answer. To be honest, I didn't think my life would have such a complicated backstory, or that I fight for something other than the infected. But now I realize that injustice is the same for everyone, and I'll spill my blood to end every injustice I encounter. Burning ablaze with your blood. Infected, you resemble the righteous of old. But don't rush to conclusions about justice when a single leaf blocks your view of the entire forest. In any case, I've been ordered to bring you back, and you absolutely cannot be let free. I know. I've met your type before. Plenty of times. I guess I can paint you all as bad guys. You've just been trained to shed no blood or tears, so you stop caring about anyone else. Whatever, I won't argue. You sure can try to stop me though. You are the enemy, but your courage deserves praise. Careful now, I'll spare your life, but I can't guarantee that you won't lose a limb or two. Oh? 中官白梨. Oh, that's Lin. Not Lin. No, not Lin. I mean, her real name is Lin. But that's Li Ci. 中官白梨正发 Cliff. It's you. I know you have a lot of questions, but there's only one pressing matter at hand. You wanted to see the True Lung, yes? I'm here to help. Ling Qingyan, you should be behind bars. Yet I stand before you now. You've already lost to me once. This time, neither of you will escape. Don't worry, I have no plans to fight you alone. I know I asked to tag along, but this opponent will be hard to handle. An accomplice, even. So you were the one who freed her from prison. I had to employ some crude measures, but I tried my best to avoid harming any innocents. Don't worry about settling the score. I have too many crimes I can't escape from, and this is just one more. When this matter is over, I'll surrender myself to the law. But now, there's something that can be done, and a meeting to be had. A discipline and the supervision center colluding with the judicial review colluding with a judicial review office deputy minister in revolt. Such a preposterous scene is a first for me. Is this sync true? If this was preposterous enough, then allow me to inconsequentially join the fray as well. Oh, it's Taihe! Wow! I trust that you have been well, Drill Master. Taihe! We're not gravely wounded human. Yes, my injuries were quite serious. I'm unsure if my skills are even wanted as powerful as they used to be. Which is why I hope there will be no cause for me today to make any moves. Why would you even participate in this? I have yet to grasp the full picture as to why Deputy Minister Lin has suddenly appeared here. But the two of you are my most respected colleagues, so I can only ask as an old friend that you two leave some space for negotiation. How can you expect me to turn a blind eye when your lot insists on doing such a treacherous act? Loyalty over righteousness, but whoever said you could only choose one from the two. Righteousness. You're familiar with the case, and the two individuals involved in it stand here before you now. Right or wrong, life or death, the choice is yours. But Shifu, this matter came to be from complicated causes. How can what is good or evil be determined so easily? The blade is in your hand. Make your choice. Shifu. You hesitate still. Who's this? Shifu, if righteousness can only be upheld with the edge of my blade, then what sets apart from violence? I don't understand. Who's this? Shifu is teacher. But who is the teacher and who is the student? Is Drill Master's flashback? No, you see, some of you... I don't think it's Lei Zi. Drill Master makes sense. Stop dallying and go inside. Don't even think about... A signal to lower the Forbidden City's defenses. Could it be His Imperial Majesty? You can see the Forbidden City from here. It was still spring when I last set foot in this tower. Much has happened within the last 6 months. The chill has come, and the wind atop the city walls is strong. Do take care of yourself, Grand Tutor. I imagine only a few from the court have seen Baizao from this angle. Even from great heights, where the view stretches far, one sight will sometimes be obscured by clouds. All the more reason that I should see and think before one acts. Do you know why I asked you to become advisor of human? My thoughts were that you wanted me to broaden my horizons and see the big picture. No opportunity, but also a test. A test for what exactly? To see if I am worthy. So you know why I summoned you here today. Yes, Grand Tutor, you are disappointed in me. An excuse or a genuine emotion. I understand what I did during the Feast of 100 Delicacies was a terrible idea, but there was no other way. Suspending the feast will prevent the Grand Commandant from acting in drastic haste, and also allow the Chulang an opportunity. Since your involvement in this slew of disputes, thrice have you been forced to make a choice, and each time you cast the riskiest die. You place your friends and even yourself onto the chessboard. Have you never once felt hesitation? I dare not claim it never crossed my mind, but I have always considered the choice most beneficial for all. A capable plotter, but the same cannot be said for your decision making. My plan was to select a young talent, ambitious but not greedy, resourceful but selfless, and give them many chances to hone themselves. If the chance arose, I would entrust them with significant responsibilities. I thought you were a suitable candidate, but it often does not end well when a chess player uses himself as a piece on the board. You remind me of a colleague who is no longer with us. I am humbled. Liangshin, given another chance, would you willingly leave Shangshu? Where I started my studies, I was determined to apply my life learning to the benefit of people, regardless of whatever position I had gotten from mere chance. My original ambition remains, and I hold no regrets over the choices I made. The incident at the Feast of 100 Delicacies cannot go unpunished. I will submit myself to the law. The Sky Mirror Pavilion archive is lacking a transcriber. You'll begin your duties there starting tomorrow. You have my gratitude, Grand Tutor. What is this? The time has come. The clouds concentrate, completely obscuring the moonlight. Have you met this one before? Never. Who exactly is the opponent he seeks on the Weiqi board? There are times when one seeks not an opponent to win against them on the board, but a solution. A solution beneficial to both parties amid countless changes to the situation. There is something I wish to consult you on. What made you set up the exam in the first place? What exam? Shop's not closed yet, is it? You've come at the right time. I'll close right after I'm done with your order. It's late, so we don't have much time left, but what would you like? Anything to fill up my stomach on the road will do. We happen to have half a steamer of meat buns here from the morning. You can have it for free. Won't you be making a loss like this? I only know how to cook, not so good at business stuff. Why not earn a name and riches with skills like yours? What for? Both nobles and peasants eat the same 3 meals a day. I might as well make more buns than money or fame. If you don't mind another question, how much does a meal normally cost here? Not much at all. The usual soup and 2 dishes just cost a few coins. Anyone who works in Baizao can eat their fill here. I see you have a kind heart and compassion for others. Stop that. I'm just a chef who serves about 100 customers a day at most. I can only count on you to feed and clothe everyone else in this realm. A free meal. A lesson to boot. Lucky me. I just hope you don't get mad at me. I just like aimlessly chatting with customers about everything under the sun. Your restaurant has been here a long time, if I'm not wrong. How are your finances? Now that's a headache. You see, this little store of mine can barely make even. It's all thanks to the abundant crops from Da Huang and the fast deliveries from Qitao that I can keep my store running. Otherwise, I'd have to raise the prices. Are you sure you're not trying to give credit to your siblings? But it doesn't stop there. No, you know that this just mentions? There might just be a next region name. You see this? We've not been to Qitao, have we? There's some chance this is our next region. My customers all live nearby. Some don't have enough coins, so they make up for it by sending me a few boxes of fresh fruit or helping me repair the furniture. Without their care, this restaurant wouldn't be running today. So you see, it's hard to balance a book like this. But this is how you do business, right? Who says one side has to profit all the time? You give and you take. It's mutual prosperity that brings wealth and keeps the business thriving. Your meat buns are ready and all packed, Grand Tutor. But why don't you try one now? Not bad at all. A word of advice. Don't take any more lessons from your businessman brother. Were you able to get the meal, sir? Yes. I heard the buns from this place are the best in Baizao. Try one yourself. Wow, it's delicious. Alright, I'm ready to get back on the road. Where to? Shangshu. How do I get there again? The 7 streets and 5 lanes in the east of the city. I remember having to pass a dye workshop and a kiln first. My head hurts. It's been so many years. I wonder what changes. This calligraphy and painting store is still here. Surely their store sign can nearly be considered a historical relic. I could come back again for a stroll. Who knows, I might just find it. On second thought, I probably couldn't if I tried. Almost there. This ancient temple hasn't changed at all. No one's been here in years, but it hasn't been torn down either. Just who is feeling nostalgic for it? The lock's already open? Oh, you're back. Who is that at the end? Is that Yu? Was that Yu's perspective? I thought it was Yu's perspective. Gluttony. No! Does that mean this boss is a what-if boss? This is a what-if boss for Yu. No? Doesn't make sense, man. That this is a what-if boss for Yu. Abomination born from the heart of the sweet proxy. In this case, the sweet proxy here is Yu, right? This is the worst possible outcome. Yeah, all bosses are born from the sweet themselves, right? Yu if he becomes greedy. Yeah, the boss is not in the story for this one. You're right, gluttony is the worst version of Yu. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, it is. Because Yu's symbolism is generosity. Is how I'll describe him. And gluttony will be the exact opposite of it. Why should anybody be born destined to bear all this? I remember when father was alive, he often stood atop the palace tower, my brother beside him. Father often said this: water can carry a boat, but also sink it. Likewise, this great height where we stand can also be the start of a plunge into the abyss. He used to watch the city before him for long periods of time, or perhaps it was the vast territory in the distance. He watched both what he could and could not see. Before my eyes, the city flourished, while his body gradually bent into an arc, and his hair turned white as snow. And I knew he was old. Then, I began hearing all sorts of voices. The true Lung is an authoritarian dictator who has imposed many harsh policies. Great Yan will be in trouble if this continues for long. Your Highness, please put the country first and admonish the true Lung, abolish his harmful policies, and bring a start to this realm. The people are uneasy. Who is this again? I should do something. But what should I do? Who can I trust? I thought of someone, a person who is rumored to have fathomed every plan possible. The ancient temple had long been deserted, but I tried everything I could and located a black stone. What do you want? A solution. For Yan, my elder brother. And why should I help you? Help me now, and in time, I will spare your life. How amusing. You are Bo Yang Lung. A solution is not difficult, but it comes with a price. Are you willing to pay that price? With the Grand Preceptor's help, Brother ended up entering the Forbidden City with Chi Xiao in hand. The 6 armies conceded. No one dared stop him. No one knows exactly what happened inside the Forbidden City then. Father died. Brother vanished. Why? Am I to be alone now? What is the meaning of this bowl of noodles? I made some longevity noodles just for you. Aren't you going to try it? Why? Because today's your birthday, right? A little squirt told me that the True Lung's birthday is the day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, but he celebrates his birthday together with the festival out of humility. I know a little something about hiding your birthday myself. I just thought it was so sad for a man with such high status to not get to decide when to celebrate his own birthday. You. I know you. Making your way here despite the odds, the risk, and even the possibility of losing your life. You must have something to say to me. Of course. To think that my life is so closely connected to someone I haven't met before, that feeling is just so surreal. So I had to come and meet you. I was planning to offer this to you yesterday during the feast, but a whole bunch of things messed up my plan. Now's a good time as any though. I know it's Yenny's custom to discuss important matters over a meal. So dig in. When you're done, I have a load of questions to ask. And I want answers. There's so much dust on the table. I almost ate some by accident. Oh, yeah! Sorry, I misread. I thought it was him. Because the CG is still the same. You. It's me. What's with the attitude? Not happy to see me? I didn't think you would be the last one to get in my way. Get in your way? What for? I've got better things to do. I just want my worrisome brother who hasn't been home in a long time to have a proper meal. After a century, the first thing you do is return to the rundown temple. Do you feel like you haven't been locked up in here enough? Or do you actually like it here? I started this round of Wei Qi here, and likewise, I will end up in this temple. Alright, but first, clear up the table. There's no space for a bowl. Why? To eat, of course. What else? You know what I'm planning to do. Whatever it is, you shouldn't do it on an empty stomach. It should have been a quiet night. The faint rustling of armor echoes from afar, evoking the image of cold blades glinting silver under the moon. The crisp cries of startled foul beasts only deepen the temple's solitude. Those outside remain still, awaiting orders and waiting for the one inside to come up with an answer. What a show you've put on. What a show you've put on, with so many people just for one meal. Moons of the 15th are foolers on the 16th, as they say. So we can still have a reunion dinner today, even if we missed our chance yesterday. There's no need to rush. So want to finish this meal before you go, Wang, my second eldest brother. Is your Imperial Majesty surprised to see a woman who shouldn't exist? No. I looked for you for a long time. I just didn't think you'd be taken so far away, hidden so deep. I only found out yesterday that I'm still alive because of a heavy price that someone paid for me. I'm afraid the story would be hard to imagine for your Imperial Majesty. But you know, I made it here without much trouble. Must have been your doing. So you probably have something to tell me too, right? Your very appearance here is itself the answer I seek. I know you have many questions. Ask them. Whatever your questions, I shall permit them. That's so. I thought maybe a presence would have angered you. To be honest, you're quite different from what I expected. I thought the true Lung would be like the rumors said, imposing, indifferent, impersonal. How rude. You know well to whom you speak at this very moment. To be honest, not really. I mean, 2 weeks ago, you were still just someone from the stories. When I was little, my dad told me lots of Yenny stories, historical classics, myths, and legends. But no matter what, he always spoke of a wise and strong emperor. An emperor who toiled for his people. He had to make major decisions for the whole nation. Every decree issued was in name of an absolute justice. Great Yan thrived under his governance. Sometimes I ask him, why not go back if you liked it so much? I was curious what this Yan he always talked about was actually like. After all that curiosity, I got to tour around Baizao these past few days. I saw a flourishing nomadic city where most work and live in peace and contentment. So I figured, his stories were true, and you're probably a good ruler. Your father, you probably don't remember him. He was just a nameless nobody to you. My guess is even the dish that offended you a decade ago isn't worth remembering. He wasn't actually my real father even, just acted out of his so-called morals and saved a baby he thought was innocent. So I think he was probably a good man too. Gu Quan. I remember it all. Actually, my dad talked about another Yennis too, someone who was a teacher to many. He said that she devoted herself to the country to better everyone's lives, giving many scholars from humble backgrounds like him a chance to study. After I arrived in Baizao, I heard a lot of stories and found out she wasn't someone from a fairy tale. Yen did indeed have someone like her. I found out she was actually my relative. Your Imperial Majesty, could you tell me her story? She was one of the 3 Grand Ministers, admired by all, stern and unyielding, a timeless role, the Grand Preceptor. She was the wisest and most learned erudite in Yen. Most imperial decrees issued in court at the time were based on her judgments. She was a teacher to many, including me. A teacher to many? My dad said that although he was her only student for a few days, he was fortunate to have benefited from her wise words and remains forever in debt to them. It's an ancient Yenny saying. I can't recall it exactly, but it basically means everyone has their own standards of rights and wrong, so there's no universal definition. Despite this, people should still follow their heart, follow what's right in their hearts. In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. I remember it. She said it to me as well. Which brings me to my next question. As your teacher, what did she teach you? How to conduct myself as a person, as a minister, as a ruler. It sounds complicated. What are the differences between the 3? As a person, to exercise decency and virtue, and keep the house in order. As a minister, demonstrate utmost loyalty and concern to the nation and people. As a ruler, always put the people before yourself, and strive to govern wisely. Make decisions for the sake of the realm. My words weigh heavy and can never be rescinded. Can I understand that as you have all the power in your possession, but you lose the right to admit any mistakes? True Lang of Yen, I want to ask you this. How did such a good person turn into a scheming traitor in everyone's eyes? Do you think she was falsely accused? No. No. This was wrong. Was she falsely accused? It was not the answer, but a solution. Sacrifice the life of one so that the entire nation can be stabilized and its people pacified. Trulang, how do the noodles taste? Why? I hear it's hard to get even good food down when you're feeling bad over something. Do you have regrets? I heard you were here. Grand Tutor, I have an urgent matter to report. Zola, I just consolidated the survey data from the pharmacologists who had just returned from outside Yen. In the northeast, north, and west of Yen, a total of 5 pheromones have shown signs of awakening. Currently, this behavior cannot be explained by pure coincidence. Although it is currently unknown how this relates to the convict's plot, if we start a war against the bestial 3 now, I fear the situation may spiral out of control. You don't seem surprised at all. Was this within your calculations as well? He has been scheming for a century. This is but one of his plots. After all that he has done, it cannot be mere mutual destruction he seeks. But he's in Baizao right now, only one step away from the tomb of Sui, if he adamantly presses on. If he does, then Yen will not hesitate either. Was the capital like this also, 120 years ago? The convict had sneaked into the tomb of Sui in a futile attempt to eliminate it by himself. This resulted in the death of a proxy, and the bestial Sui began to stir. I looked into the Sui regulator archives, but I never managed to figure out how he entered the mausoleum in the first place. Just who helped him enter the tomb of Sui? Why haven't you touched your chopsticks? Don't you feel like eating? A worthless move. A waste of time. I know you're in a hurry, but I'm sure you can squeeze a meal in at least. Shh. I didn't even complain about the time it took to make all this. Do you know how long I spent preparing this pot of soup? Tell me. If we start counting from the moment you left. About a century. Century boiled soup! Even if I included the time I spent sourcing the ingredients and figuring out what to cook. Have you found the flavor you're searching for after all this time spent in preparation? No, I haven't. How could it be that easy? But I came to understand something. There is no perfect dish in this realm. No matter how long I let this pot of soup stew, there's no way I could include every single flavor there is in it. It's just one dish. Even the banquet spread of myriad delicacies will leave some unsatisfied. But so what? People will always think about what to eat for their next meal. Saving what they didn't get for the next time is what gives life hope and what keeps life going. I remember a phrase Jie, my third eldest sister, taught me. What is truly complete becomes incomplete. That should be the shorter version of what I just said, right? Water fails, then spills. Moons wax, then wane. Wang, do you still remember what Jie meant when she gave you your true name in one lone word? You came here to convince me. With all I've said, am I not also convincing myself? When I walked out of the tomb, I couldn't tell the difference between how a human should live compared to a beast. I watched the people around me, both nobles and peasants alike. No matter the time or age, the people in this realm are mostly unhappy, miserable. Yes, this land is flooded with suffering. Mortality is inevitable. Meetings are fickle. Requests go unfulfilled. And love will leave one day. What happiness and joy there is seems so minuscule in comparison. Humans seek happiness and satisfaction, but there are no gods from the legends with their remarkable powers. Most times, they find themselves helpless, powerless. My curiosity continued. What's the point of living when there's so much hardship everywhere? Only after a long time did I come to discover there is no happiness without sadness. How can one feel the joy of birth without knowing the grief of death? How can one rejoice over a meeting without experiencing the reluctance of separation? I finally realized every taste in this realm begins from the flavor known as regret. The man silently picks up the pair of chopsticks and slowly uses them to put food into his mouth. Warmth spreads from the tip of his tongue to the rest of his body, and he cannot help but feel a little moved. Wang, do you still remember? You had just returned from the northern border with your troops. I heard you were just back fresh from a fierce battle. I just opened my restaurant in Baizao then. Tia was also in town for some errands, so the three of us enjoyed a rare dinner together. I still remember Tia made an exception and drank several cups of wine. She imitated our elder sister's drunken posture, writing poems on the wall. I never saw you so happy before. It wasn't until midnight that the dinner ended. I was so tired, I fell asleep at the table. The next day I woke in bed, the two of you nowhere to be seen. I was happy. It was the first time you had a meal with us, but I didn't think it would be the last. After that, we never met up again. Neither you nor Jie. What exactly do you mean to say? At first, I didn't understand why humans insisted on having meals together. Afterwards, I slowly realized a will to eat well also means a will to live well. People who eat together can help each other and live on together. It's hard, but I've always been hoping to eat together as a family again. I've imagined many times of how my big brothers and sisters will come back to Baizao one day. Maybe Nian and Das would squabble on one side of the table. Shu would bring back some fresh greens, while Ji would show us some mysterious treasures he'd gotten from who knows where. Maybe you're sitting together with our eldest brother and sister, talking about the view from a frontier fortress I've never seen, and the strange stories that happen over there. I know our eldest brother is busy with official duties, and our elder sister seems so freewheeling, but they're always thinking about their younger siblings. Same as you. I remember all your favorite flavors. I've racked my brain thinking about what dishes to make for our feast. Even if I knew deep down the day might never come. But I still keep on hoping, because this is what keeps me from feeling hollow inside. It's what keeps my life going. You know well it's an impossibility. Harboring these unrealistic ideals will only increase your burden. I know, but deep inside, I just can't stop thinking about it. It's just human nature to do so. To be honest, I miss Jie pretty deeply too. When she vanished, I spent every day thinking about her. I would think about her when I woke up, when I prepared meals. I remember how she taught me to read and write, and how she'd taste my cooking. And every time I would cry, that was when I learned how eternal separation tastes to humans. Of course, I know you feel the same. So, the regret and pain inside you, I can sympathize too. Sympathize? How do you exactly plan on sympathizing with what I've gone through? You forget, we are all I. I know you hate how the sea regulator watched Jie die. You hate our eldest brother because he stopped you from taking revenge. You even hated Jie, resented her for paying the price on your behalf. But the one you hate most is yourself. I know you, Wang. You're off to do something you have to do, and there's no way I can convince you to give it up. I just want to say, you don't need to go in there ready to die. I can't bear to lose any of you. Ji gave you a brocade. Shu gives you seeds. The only thing I can give you is this bowl of soup. What is this? It's a power I've never used before. I combined it with everything I've seen and experienced over 100 years outside the tomb to make this bowl of soup. Just take it as a helping from you to you. Wang, my brother, I really want you to come back safe. The haggard-looking man is silent for a long time. He raises his hand, as if wanting to wipe the tears off the young man's face, but ultimately, his arm, drops back down feebly. I didn't want you to get involved in this. You especially. You've forgotten who you are. Forgotten the difference between man and beast. And even forgotten the answer you sought. Which is fine. You could have just lived on as you were. So why did you remember and come here? It's fine if I forget who I am, but I can never forget the flavors deep inside, the feelings for the people I care about. You have all dwelt in the mortal realm for too long and resemble humans too much. But in the end, it is a mere resemble. I will help all of you. I will help all of you smash these fetters open. I will help all of you find a place on this land. I will help all of you become human. Brother? The man puts down his chopsticks and bowl. He stands up and walks outside. It was only later that I realized what the price he spoke of truly meant. It was a consequence I had never imagined before, even though my elder brother with the great preceptor had long foreseen this outcome, or perhaps it was a way out. Raiding a guilty grand preceptor and leaving a legitimate and innocent prince to succeed to the throne was the best result Yen could have, and also the choice they expected me to make. Which I did. But what for? Is this the only way? Through a path paved with lies? Is this fear? Am I afraid of making a misstep and stirring unrest in this state? Afraid that history will inscribe my name with infamy for eternity? Is this resentment? Do I resent her for causing me to lose all that I had? Resent him for not staying behind to face all of this together? Or do I resent myself for not doing more? Why am I feeling like this? How long have I not tasted such flavors? Is this regret? You know well it was a critical time. The true Lang had just died from an unknown cause. The court was in panic, and powerful foes were waiting just outside. If the situation hadn't been stabilized in time, the bloodshed would have been more than 1,000-fold greater. Oh, you don't understand. How could you? It's true, I don't. All these considerations you've made are leagues away from me. I couldn't even begin to imagine what it feels like, being responsible for the fate of so many people. The most noble sacrifice I've seen was just a few idiots who shed all their blood on the battlefield for their ideals. But your Imperial Majesty, you definitely know it's a lie, convincing the masses with this explanation. A lie that happened just because the people would not allow the True Lang to make a mistake. The Yen under your rule has so much land, so vast it can accommodate 100 nomadic cities, millions of people. So why couldn't it hold one more kind-hearted person? Don't you feel any remorse for her? What choice should I make? What choices did I even have? How do I explain these principles to the one before me? Why should I even tell her? Why did I meet her? Or did I want to hear from her? Well, I get it. It's not a choice you make alone when considering the so-called big picture. Truth is not always power. When public opinion can triumph, everyone sees and believes in different things. The so-called truth only holds true to whoever claims it first. My dad spent his whole life trying to find out the truth, but he chose to accept this. It's not because he forgave you. He just agreed with the result you and the Grand Preceptor wanted to achieve together. The occupant of the Dragon Throne puts down his chopsticks, and with a light, faint sigh echoes throughout the Great Hall. How do you want me to compensate for this? Compensate? Nah, that's impossible. I know, to you and Yen, the reputation of one or the fates of a few are not even worth mentioning. But for those unfortunate souls swept away by a grand plan, their suffering can't be undone. And how do you want? Yeah, I was thinking about it before I came here. What kind of outcome do I even want? An apology from you? To clear their names? But is that enough to comfort those who are gone? Does it mean anything to those who are left behind? I even considered the worst outcome of our meeting. A ball of flames ignites and extinguishes within Blaze Palm, illuminating the palace for just a moment. I just want you to promise me one thing. Don't forget them. As said before, there is no need to wait on me here. Your Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty's safety is paramount, so I beg your pardon for our defiance against your rule. The traitor's descendant wantonly barged into the Forbidden City. It was a merciful act for her to grant her an audience. Shall we charge her on grounds of deceiving your Majesty? No. News of the Street Regulator. The convict has returned to the ancient temple. Both Tianshis and the Imperial Guardsmen are already in position. Yuman is also ready for battle. Shall we give the order to slay him at once? Pass on my decree. Later. Good to see you alive. What happened to you? Your face is all black and blue. Got your ass whooped? You don't want to talk. I can feel your hand trembling. Are you scared? Yeah, I'm scared. That's a true Lung after all. The king, the boss of our whole country. Just one word from him and many heads will roll. I'm not scared of dying. I've been on the battlefield after all. I've been in more shit than died. I've been in shit more dire than this. I'm just scared that my meeting with the true Lung would be fruitless, wasting the opportunity everyone fought so hard for. You idiot. Then tell me quick, what did you talk about with the true Lung? I asked him for an explanation. For my dad, my younger sister, the relative I never met. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I'm sure he felt. What's wrong? It's snowing. The two are in such a hurry that they only notice now the surrounding air has gradually gotten colder. The energy poles scattered throughout the city gradually power down. It is mid-autumn, but the temperatures plummets as if it's winter. In contrast to the dimming city lights, the twin moons shine ever brighter. Snow starts to fall. Time's almost up. We should go, Deputy Minister Yu. Put it on me. But, Deputy Minister Yu, we're all aware of the man you are, so why not? All criminals should walk with a cage and chains. Even suspects should be clapped in irons. And this is how you conduct yourself as a warden. Put it on me! As you say, forgive my dereliction of my duty. Go slow. Let us savor this moonlight. A snowflake floats through the window, landing on the prisoner's face. What the? Weather like this in the middle of autumn. We even have snowflakes. Gu Quan, I've done what I promised you, brother. Ning Yin is back in the study. She takes out the pen and paper along with an incomplete history book manuscript. The story of the past, the hidden names, she knows them now and should be able to finish the final chapter. Yet, she hesitates, her pen still. A gust of wind flings the window open and shuts the book. A single snowflake lands on her draft, making the first stroke. It's snowing. Please. Is your shopkeeper still not here? He's really not here this time. It's fine. I guess I'm bound to never meet him. I vowed to show everyone a feast of 100 delicacies never before seen, but it turned out to be a joke in the end. I'm a joke myself as well. I'm ready to let go, be it Ting Feng Lo or my culinary skills. Chef Mo, he told me to give this to you when you showed up looking for him. He knew I would come. Jiang brings out an empty bowl, where a wooden plate lies within. Carved on it, in firm, strong strokes, are 4 Yanese characters. 天下第一. Ah! First under heaven. I was told this title weighs heavy, but it cannot feed the hungry. He also said that while culinary skills can be compared, hunger treats kings and paupers alike. And it doesn't matter didn't matter if there were future top chefs or just common cooks among the people on that snowy night. We would have made that pot of noodles for them anyways. The old man is struck dumb, then immediately bursts into hearty laughter. Snow buffeted his face. He has not felt this awake or elated for a long time. Heed the True Lung's decree. Mobilize 7 tanks of the city's energy to open the tomb of Sui. The Pheromones are also the citizens of Yen, no different from humans. And if my citizens have an injustice to appeal, I will grant him permission. Should he succeed, he would render Yen a meritorious service by ridding this 1,000-year concern once and for all. If he fails and the bestial Sui awakens, and he shall have the full might of Yen behind him. Together, we shall slay the beast until the threat is no more. Your Imperial Majesty, do you intend to pardon the convict? Yes. There are many more I should pardon. I pardon the convict Pheromone Wang for the crimes of manipulating the court and deceiving the Emperor. I pardon the Great Preceptor for the crimes of false counsel, self-deprecation, and treason. I pardon the deposed Imperial Yen Wu for the crimes of dereliction of duty, abandoning his brother, and failing to uphold righteousness. As for myself, failing to discern right from wrong, bringing injustice upon the good, failing to prevent war, leading to the deaths of many. Crimes so heinous a pardon is impossible. Though unworthy of the throne I occupy, I must do what I can. I will ensure Yen's fate belongs solely to his people. I will settle my debt to this nation in full. And when that day comes, I will await my judgment for my crimes. Yen Wu, it'll be time for you to return. The night sky remains clear. Only a few thin clouds float above them. The twin moons are unobstructed. The wind delivers a chill at a perfect temperature. Passersby stop in their tracks to watch the inexplicable sight. So much snow. What's going on here? Baizao's energy poles are reducing their power. It seems the energy is being redirected elsewhere. The city has not seen snow for many years. I see. Blaze recalls when she entered the city. Her eyes were drawn to these innumerable energy poles that seemed to never dim. She remembers what Xingzhu had told her, Baizao's magnificent founding history. These cities, this vast nation, history and time, they have never stopped for anyone. Until now. Ling Qingyan, doesn't snow that falls out of season carry special meaning in Yenny stories? What are you trying to imply? The truth is now revealed with white. Heaven sent snow to finally right a long-standing injustice. The typical snow in the summer story. Maybe, or something else. Those who are gone, what they leave behind will eventually disappear, just like the snow here. I know. I hope this snow will last a little while longer. Fully armored soldiers line up both sides of the path, spanning across the entire city. The man drags himself through a long black corridor. With every step he takes, he feels that ancient, enormous existence responding to his visitation. An angry roar, a hoarse howl. My head. This doesn't feel like the usual hangover from the Husong wine I had last night. Alas, I see. It awakens from its fast-solved dream. An inevitability. Fine, let's go have a look after this cup. Let's see what scenes await at the end of this millennium-long dream. The poet looks into the distance. Clouds screen the sun, the realm obscured. was it? Professional work should be left to the actual pros. What the heck messed with my adjustments? Zip it. I've been here the entire time and no one's come. I sneaked out for just 2 rounds of mahjong with the Nongye Tianshis next door. How did the heart get hypertension again? Do you still not get it? I'm afraid they've arrived. Arrived? Were those old fellows at Baizao let him go that easily? Did you forget? A century ago, he walked in the tomb the exact same way. Afterward, Xie vanished. We still don't know what even happened. This time... Dusk? You scared? Yes, I am. This is it. Only someone without a heart or brain wouldn't be afraid. I have no intention to just vanish. Oh, it's rare we agree on something. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry before those old bones realize what we're up to. You want to? With how things are, there's no way we're just gonna sit here and wait to die. The street regulator is the least of our concerns right now. Let's go back home and hold a real family reunion. So it's you. I heard your voice. It's been a long time. I know you're in a bad mood. I can feel it too. I mean, I spent the longest time in the tomb after all. Right. I probably know you better than the others. Strange. We're all so what's the point of going into this one side must perish situation? There's no explaining it, so I can only reluctantly accept it. You're strong, but I don't think we will lose to you. You slept for 1,000 years after all, but we spent all that time living real lives. So how can we lose, right? I can't use the power I took from you, so take it back. Consider it a farewell from me. There's no avoiding this outcome, so you may as well treat it as a real salvation. Sleep. A stove fire is lit. It is a warm flame, harboring life and hope, enough to dispel the chill of the winter night and the anxiety in the people's hearts. The restless ancient behemoth, far away, returns to calm yet again. Moonlight fills the city, and every dreamer dreams a good dream. Seeking an answer, he feels lost. Clarity he finds in worldly flavors. His life a feast, and eternity a flame. It's gotten quiet inside. I suppose our youngest brother's soup was timely. We ended up troubling him a little. Was your visiting him earlier not part of your plan? Truly, nothing gets past you. This is it. Shall we go in together? No. Hand me the items. With this blade, and what we got from our dear sister and youngest brother, our strength still pales in comparison, but at least the odds don't seem insurmountable. What now? Brother, this is well enough. You've done what I asked you. What I promised you, you already have. Our debt is settled. I will finish this myself. What's this supposed to mean? Things are finally even. If you have it your way, won't I be in your debt again? Leave, G. What happens next is between us. I've been playing against me all along, in order to determine a winner. We have long since ceased to be your vassals. Now we must fight, for victory or death. Just like the battle a millennium ago, this too is inevitable. Your arrogance, your indifference, it all stops here. Are you angry? Afraid? Anticipating? Come. Your move. Opaque soup with a seek of clarity. I missed the last line. No, I won't skip it. Let's get through this. What night is it? A gloomy mausoleum sits in pitch black silence. In the chaotic darkness, even time seems to come to a standstill. How long has it been since the last sign of activity in here? But on this day, a new voice echoes in the tomb. Where is this? A tomb. Who am I? Unknown. Who are you? Also unknown. Though, did they give me a name? Sui. Have you been here for a long time? If you would, Mr. Yu. Before you take me away, might I make a presumptuous request? If it's not too much trouble, could you go over to that small restaurant across the street and buy me a bowl of plain rice with a cup of tea? It's no good to be imprisoned on an empty stomach. It's my job. Please wait a moment. Are you going? The sentence has been passed. I can't very well dally around the judicial review office. I know, which is why I'm here to send you off today. You don't seem to resent me. Now that I know the whole truth, I find no reason to resent you. Although, I could resent you for not telling me earlier. If I did, I fear you might be clad in the same fetters as I have on me right now. I had to leave a few worthy successors for the judicial review office. I've raised an objection to your conviction. In truth, if you feel this unjust, you can request a review at the 3 organs of justice. Could you possibly think what I did is unworthy of a decade behind bars? But all that you did was ultimately for. What difference does it make? The law is the law, not a mere guide to what is moral. If I refuse to comply with the law today, how many more like me will there be in the future? And how much more chaos will they create in the name of morality? It is unlike a disciple of mine to be spouting such words. I have been careless in my words. It's up to young people like you and those who follow to steer the law closer to what many deem is right. I'll be waiting for that day. And since that pine tree on the mountain still stands, I'll also be waiting for you to cut it down and craft me a coffin from its woods. By the way, why have you come here today, not dressed in the judicial review office uniform? I resign. A thunderclap can illuminate a moment, but I cannot distinguish what is good or evil, true or false for everything. There are many things I cannot perceive clearly. The pine tree remains on the mountain, but it is merely a tree. What the mountain climber sees in the tree depends on their intentions. I will return to Tianshi Bureau and practice my craft for a while. Very well. Doing something you don't understand with muddled eyes will never bring you any achievements. Sir, there's one thing I do not understand. Why exactly did you insist on investigating the Grand Preceptor's case? Why do you ask? I organized the files surrounding the case only to find Gu Quan was not the only one who sacrificed everything he had for this affair. Gu Quan may have had his own motives, but you do not have a direct connection to the case, save for being under orders back then to bring this unresolved case at the Judicial Review Office to light. Mr. Yu, the meal you wanted. The waiter at Savers at Yu refused to take payment, and even said they look forward to seeing you again. Strange, I didn't even mention the meal was for you. I recall meeting Gu Quan at a restaurant several decades ago, where he imparted this to me. Too many colors blind the eyes. Too many flavors dull the tongue. I like that quote. I only understood his words later, probably owing to my short-sightedness and dull sense of taste. My eyes only see the unvarnished truth, and my tongue savors only the unaltered taste. The man clad in prison attire turns around and takes one last look at the plate above the doors of the Judicial Review Office and the courtroom behind the doors. He bends down, scoops a handful of unmelted snow under a cypress tree, and sprinkles it onto his rice bowl. He finishes his meal in a few mouthfuls. Tasty! Thus, I depart. Why are you here? Because of a mistake, an oversight. I can feel it. You're in so much pain, so much anger. But after so long, your wound is healing, your rage subsiding. You sound exhausted. Yes, my consciousness, my soul, is split into multiples. Just like you. Where did they go? Outside the tomb, they call it the mortal realm. The mortal realm, is it a beautiful place? Not at all. There I've witnessed the most savage slaughters, the most malicious plots, the most merciless betrayals. Kin destroys kin, love turns to hate. Arrogance caused my failure, because I could not comprehend human emotions. If the mortal realm is such a vicious and repulsive place, then why did they go there anyways? Because... Who goes there? Quite the distance you've hiked. Where are you off to? Why does it concern you? I'll tell you why. You caused a ruckus in Yen, and you expect me to do nothing. You old things probably forget that the pain of a wound before it even healed. If we could even beat you up and drive you out then, we can do it again, now. With just yourself? Laughable. Oh, was that a challenge to fight? Let's go! I knew you have a few worlds down in that belly of yours. Let's see who's stronger. You or that painter. Let's see how long your leftover worlds can stand against my flames. You will pay for your impertinence. Forget it. There's no use in killing you. You're only more another body to life just like before. If this is your excuse for backing down, I accept. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but before I locate your true form and off you good for good, there's a question I want to ask. I'm curious, what exactly did that weighty failure promise you to make you obey his orders so willingly? No, not just you, all of you. His plots do not concern me. We only share common goals. Some common goals. The one I seek is that disgraceful traitor imprisoned in the tomb. If only you wanted revenge, you would have killed its proxies one by one, then wait for it to die in war with Yen. So many years have passed. Your so-called kin on this land surely only numbers a few now. You're just feeling nostalgic. This human emotion is what makes you different from the beasts. Absurd. No, no. That can't be the only reason why you conspired with him. Don't think you can fool me. In all these years, Yen have always kept a few pair of eyes on you. Are you lot still thinking about that thing under Baizao? Uncle Lee, are we gonna find Dad here? This was the only place I got after asking around. After so many years apart, it's the first time I was hoping about news about him would turn out to be false. But I can't think of anyone who'd fit the bill. Someone so obsessed with martial arts that they fought everyone worth fighting and even intentionally injured others on multiple occasions. No, wait, no. Is her dad dead? Because the last thing that happened was Ya wanted the sword from her dad. How did he end up like this? No clue. His obsession is unmatched. Although the stronger the obsession is, the harder it usually is for the mind to break. Oh wait, not Ya, Ji. What was that? Waifu, we'll find him soon, but be careful. You might be the only one who can wake him from his madness. Let's go, Uncle Lee. Was the blade falling into his hands truly a sleight of fate? Liang Xin, oh Liang Xin, if something were to happen to Huai Tianpei, it'd be on your head. From a distance, a burly body can be vaguely seen in the depths of the cave. Heavy fists repeatedly pound the rock walls, leaving bloodstains that resemble plume blossoms. Each punch shakes the entire cave. Only now do the visitors realize this cave has been carved out by the punches. 40 years. The first under heaven. When did I? The blade. I can't give it away. I better throw it away. My daughter. I won't let you harm her. Dad? Dad? Wake up. Dad? You can almost see Baizao from here. Visiting this post house was unexpectedly turned into a trip down memory lane. What? You lot insisted on following me, so why the silence now? All who died here are our brothers. All for loyalty. Lord Wei, someone's following us. Watch out! Impressive swordplay. In the many years since we last met, your swordplay has turned incomparable. Lady Chen. Long time no see. Wei Yanwu. Uncle. Hui Qie. I thought what you did in Langmen was the stupidest decision you could make. You and these men. What are your plans now, even? You shouldn't be here. Could it be Fumizuki? She told you. I made the decision myself. Nothing to do with anyone else. This affair likewise has nothing to do with you. True. I've never asked about your past. I consider it your private business, and I felt I had no right to pry. I've been told many places these past few years and seen many things I never saw or even thought of before. I think I've come to understand that despite all the contradictions in this land, righteousness still exists. What happened to my mother and my sister, you can't say they have nothing to do with your past. So I want to see for myself how you plan to unravel this past you've been entangled in your entire life. I seem to suddenly remember many things. Things I saw within an enormous body, through eyes that could see through the mist. You are part of this consciousness, so it's only natural you possess the same memories. But the mortal realm I saw is different from what you described. So what did you see? A fire. At the very beginning, people congregated to fend off ferocious wild beasts and started a fire to light up the cold nights. They gathered around the flames, forged all sorts of tools, and cooked all kinds of dishes. Their faces bore many expressions I cannot comprehend. I really want to know what those feelings are. Such a thought is very dangerous. Dangerous. Your kin, the proxies who are already roaming about the mortal realm, entered it with similar thoughts, but the only thing awaiting them was endless torture. Did they all want to become human? Before I become one, first I want to know, what is humanity? Where should I go to look for my answer? Just go. Take a walk in the mortal realm. A cacophony of emotions and desires will bring endless suffering. Give a thought form, they will resemble the dawn of chaos. Fall into its fetters, and you will never break free. You're not afraid? I... Just a dream. I guess it's not so strange to dream about it. Where's everyone? The young chef leaps off the couch, stretches himself, and rubs his eyes hard. The kitchen before him remains the same, pots and pans all in place. He seems to suddenly think of something, and hurriedly opens a cupboard, taking out all the bottles of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Carefully, he drips a drop from each bottle into his mouth one by one, his brows tightly knit, deep in thought. Only after a long time does a smile appear on his face. Thank goodness! Still tastes the same. Whether as man or beast, whether I remember or not, it doesn't make much difference. The flavors of the land are endless, and I've discovered all the ones I've been seeking. And so what comes next? Let's not think about that right now. Enjoy the flavors of today, and leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. That's all there is to it. Let's get cooking. Opaque soup with a sip of clarity. Do not ask the way. Seek it yourself. Actually, I wouldn't give it 11, but I'll give it 10. I think it's a good 10. It was a nice story. But I still have a confusion, for sure. I'm confused about the blaze and the... I'm confused about what is this preceptor thing. I get everything else. It's just the preceptor thing is very... The preceptor thing hurt my head.
boss，今天的成功有冇看到你嘞？
60 here. I want to know why you entered Rhodes Island. Visiting friends and family at Rhodes Island, offering culinary support during his stay. So he got to visit his family. Ah, I need to get trust. Okay, no, this takes some farming. Okay, I can't read everything now. Let me replace. He protected the weak kids, raised a not so strong fist against bully. Blaze is truly big sister energy, man. Okay, I think I need the story reader for this. There happens to be an Arknight story reader. Let me open it up. Arknight story reader. Bro, I still have my old flowchart. Funny. Okay. Oh. I think the review started here. Hold on, yeah. There's a few people who got involved in this. So there's Yu Cheng, right? Yu Cheng was one of the few people who was part of this plan. There is Ning. Ah, fuck! I forgot his name. What exactly is his name again? Wait, am I on dark mode? Is this why? No, I'm on dark mode. So the text is weird. So, what's the grandpa's name? Ning something. Then there is Jie. Ah, frick. What's the name of the guard? Jie Yuan or something? Something along that line? Or Ning Shu. Okay. Let's go with this.
There's also True Lung that might be involved one way or another. We'll find out soon. And then there's the Great Preceptor, something along that line. Right? And then there's Gu Yuan. Right? So Gu Yuan has unfortunately offed himself. Well, not by himself. We do not know. I still don't get if it's someone killed him, he killed like he died from natural causes or what. But this is what we're trying to solve. Why was he killed? Jie what? Jie Zhen. Oh. Right. Okay, we've understood the relationship in terms of like whose daughter is whose, right? So Great Preceptor has a daughter, and the daughter is Xingqiu. Sorry. For this one, this daughter is Blaze. You know. And then for this, his daughter is Xingqiu. And funnily, adoption happened, right? So Xingqiu adopted by Ningshu, and then Blaze was adopted by Gu Yuan. You know, there's just odd relations. So this is the easy one to understand. You know, if you just read the story in full, you'll get that this is the relation. But then now the question is, so why did why did either of these two, Great Preceptor and Gu Yuan, die? What did they do so bad to deserve their death? Let's understand why did they die first. Oh, Gu Quan. Oh, it's not Yuan, but Quan. Okay. Okay. So, Gu Quan died. I really did send someone to kill Minister of Justice who presided over... Yeah, wait, there's also the mention of Minister of Justice. We don't know who Minister of Justice is, right? There was no name attached to this. Minister of Justice has also died. Whoever was it at that time. Yeah, so we don't know who is this person that died as well, and why did he die yet. Something to do with the Great Preceptor, but I will figure it as we go. Here's another thing. I just realized something. There were 3 fires. Right? Fire 1, Fire 2, and Fire 3. So it was revealed Jie Zhen caused the first fire and the second fire. Now who caused the third fire? Was Liang Xin? Huh? Where and how was it told that it was Liang Xin? What? What? I didn't catch that detail. It was a dialogue between the Grand Tutor. Okay, wait. Betrayal of the 3 Grand Ministers, a case large enough to shake the court.
one implicates countless others. Forget finding the truth, even mentioning the Grand Preceptor's name was a taboo. Incited the prince to regicide. Nobody knows the truth of what happened the night the old True Lung passed away. Yeah, there is an old True Lung as well, right? The reason why this current True Lung has taken over was because there was a moment of chaos. The old True Lung was like, oh, no, I'm seeing it from this detail. Is it an accusation? They thought the Great Preceptor killed the old True Lung. Old True Lung mysteriously died, suggested because of William Wu, his son. That's what history said, no? But it's written over here. So you see, right? Betrayal of the ministers, forget finding the truth, even just mentioning Great Preceptor name is taboo. Incited the prince to regicide. So like, this was what the history books say. Nobody knew what happened on the night. Who was it that mobilized the city guard? Who went to the palace? Only later did I realize I'm not the only one looking at the case. Right? So you two weren't able to follow the trail. So how do you determine the Grand Preceptor was wrongly accused, right? So this assumes there was an accusation. The Grand Preceptor killed the old True Lung. Yes? New True Lung framed the Great Preceptor to stop any unrest. Okay, yes, I think I'm getting that connection as well. That's why the Great Preceptor said, "Do I regret?" Right? In the moment of unrest, when the old True Lung died, and then they needed a takeover as soon as possible, and the city was in chaos because the city didn't know who the enemy was, right? It was almost to rally the city. They needed a scapegoat, and so he chose the scapegoat as the Great Preceptor. And so the Great Preceptor died. But this Great Preceptor did not just die by themselves. It resulted in the entire family's death. Right? In order to make everybody feel okay, they decided, let's kill off the entire Great Preceptor. They took them in, and that's what they said when they jailed them, right? Some of the Great Preceptor family members committed suicide as a way to clean themselves. To show that they... Apparently to them it's a way to say that they don't do any crimes. And then instead, for the remainders that didn't kill themselves, they were exiled. So they were killed by the government. But then it turns out, of the entire family, there was a kid. And the kid was Blaze. There was a baby. And I guess no one in the family would want to... It's a very Squid Game thing, by the way. Oh, Squid Game spoilers. But it's like, humanity, we gotta protect the baby, you know? So, it seems that the government also didn't want to kill the baby. And they said, so who's adopting? And then I guess the thing that seems to be hinted here is that Ku Quan... But what's Ku Quan's relationship with the Great Preceptor? Then I don't know. Where can I see that relationship? Because Gu Xuan's not married to the Great Preceptor. He just worked under her. Gu Xuan respected her because she was why he could get an education. For a short while, he was moved by a vision. When the Great Preceptor suicide, as an empire, he can't let the Treason family live. Did the Great Preceptor suicide? Was that what was said in the story? So the Great Preceptor suicide first. But why? Why do you think the Grand or Great Preceptor chose to kill himself? To take the blame? To make it like an admission? You think the True Lung made the Great Preceptor do it, or was it the Great Preceptor's decision? Her decision. The suicide was to help the country. I get what you mean. Because the Great Preceptor's status was so big, right? Big status. Let's keep the country sane. I off myself. Right? Does it make sense when I describe it like that? There's only 3 government officials who can take the blame. Right, there was that wording. The betrayal of 3 Grand Ministers, a case large enough to shake off the court. Wait, was every minister that took the blame dead, one way or another? Who were the 3 people that could have been blamed? Yes, I just finished the story. I'm summarizing it now. Oh, sure. Who's the 3? Grand Tutor, Grand Commandment, and Grand Preceptor. Is it just because their status is the biggest? So they just wait. This is a way to say that the Grand Tutor and the Grand Commandant is still the Grand Commandant is still alive because the Great Preceptor died. That's wild. Okay. Yeah, so even though the Great Preceptor killed herself, unfortunately, everyone in the family got punished together. Gu Xuan, respecting the Great Preceptor, decided to help the Great Preceptor. Oh shit. Oh, whatever. Decided to help the Great Preceptor and took in Blaze. But when he took in Blaze, the Imperial Guard... Okay, this is the next thing that I do not understand. Her seat was empty. Right. There was a line when Blaze... Wait. The Great Preceptor's role is not filled in. Because I remember when Blaze went to meet the True Lung, like the current True Lung, there was a description of the the chair. Let me see if I can find the description.
Is it this one or is it the one before this? Or it might be the one before this. Okay, wait, yeah, I think it's before this. Wait, no, it's not. You know what? I'm just gonna web search this. Is there the word third? No, it's not. It's not the word third. Chair? Throne? Wait, this is Li. No, sorry. What did I say, Li? This is Yan Wu speaking, right? He came in because he respected her, found ways to her. Yeah. He gave me the timeline events. Maybe it helps. I'll see it in a bit. This is Yan Wu speaking. No. This is Chu Lang speaking. Is it the word throne again? Throne. There was a very vivid description of like... Do you all know what I'm talking about? I remember reading something about them being 3 chairs. And one of the chairs was very specifically described. Wait, this is interesting by the way. I pardoned the convict Fermat Wang for the crimes of manipulating the court and deceiving the emperor. Right? This line is basically what's happening right now towards the end of the story, where he allowed Wang to take on whatever he actions that he want. This line is saying, I pardon Grand Preceptor, to say that Grand Preceptor shouldn't have died. I mean, if he really could have allowed it, Grand Preceptor shouldn't have died. You know. And then I think this last one is saying, I pardon the Imperial Heir Yan Wu, which is, he's trying to say he shall not be mad at his brother, like his elder brother, right? Because it turns out the True Lang is the younger brother of the Wei family. And in this case, he's just accepting the fact that he is the True Lang already. I can't find the description of the chair, man. It was so vivid. Or it could even be before the fire started. I don't know when did the fire even start. Was it OR7 maybe? I think maybe... Yeah, okay, something around here. Okay, no, I guess not. Okay, no idea. I can't find. Well, 4, no. No, I'm looking for the description where there was a very specific line that seems to indicate the positioning of the government officials. And they were specifically saying how there's 3 chairs. And one of the chair was like, they describe it as unclean or like old. I can't quite remember. That's why I'm trying to find the specific description. Which I just want to see it because it confirms for me that when the Grand Preceptor died, no one has replaced the role. I mean, you can imply it now because there is no new Grand Preceptor in the story, but it's just interesting to see that that's going on. Sing Chu was kidnapped to be taken by the Minister of Justice. Wait, so that's certain, is it? So when Gu Chen wanted to escape, right? So this is let's talk about the escape. So this resulted in, you know, Blaze was left in the entirety of the Great Preceptor. So there's Blaze. Gu Chen wanted to escape with everyone, basically his wife, and Sing Chu as well. Sing Chu is his own daughter, right? So somehow, at this point in time, while he's escaping, the Imperial Guard came, right? The Imperial Guard came, and then afterwards they said, leave a child, keep them here, and I'll let you leave, right? This is the part that I find very odd. So his decision was he gave Sing Chu away, which is his own daughter, to the Imperial Guard, right? Actually, in the desolate palace, 3 banquet seats lay in the set of row to his side, and one of them is truly showing its age. Yeah, it might insist that it means that one of them is not used, right? What does it mean when you say that there's one chair showing its age? Does that mean it's not being tended to? Like not clean? Showing its age means the seat is empty. Right. It hasn't been maintained. I think of it as hasn't been maintained. Thanks for finding it. What story was that? OR6. Okay. Thanks. Then it confirms for me. He was covered in blood because he was coming back from killing the Preceptor, taking Sing Chu with himself. He killed the Preceptor? No? What? Wait, what? You're saying Gu Yuan killed the Preceptor? There is no way. This is the part where they were discussing. Wait. Can we look at this line again? Doesn't this passage imply the Imperial Guard didn't even discuss who the baby to be taken is? They just took them away. Right? There was no choice. It's not like he had to like debate whether it was going to be Blaze or Xingju. It just so happened that it was her own daughter, his own daughter. He might have only seen one baby. I mean, that's the whole point, right? The Imperial Guard only just needed one baby. Because they wanted to off the entire family, right? They wanted to find everyone in the Great Preceptor. So in this case, unfortunately, in the moment when... Because I think at this time, right, Gu Chen didn't want to trouble. Like, he knew that he was being followed by the Imperial Guard. And then he told the driver, get off. We'll just go our own way. Right? Take the carriage to the next station. If anyone asks, do not tell you that you carry passenger to baby tonight. I beseech you. Right? Where are you going this hour? We'll follow the path to the Northern Woods. You know? Then we don't know if this is like when he's off the carriage or like when he's still on the carriage. But whatever that happened was... the baby's gone. Right? And like... yeah, the thing is that here's the thing. There's a chance that when the coachman screamed, right, at this point in time, so while they were plotting their escape to get to Victoria... Actually, no, I think this happened while they were in the car. Yeah. The assassin who killed the government washer by Ning Shu begged Ning Shu to take the girl in. Wait, we get to that part in a while. Yeah, I think the baby got stolen while they were still in the car. Check further down when Ning receives the baby. It's her, the baby is sleeping. I did everything you asked. Yeah, man with bloody hands. She's done so much for me, yet what I do today will neither clear a name nor begin to avenge her. I have no family, no affairs to settle after my death. Please take this girl in. Wait. No! Ning didn't ask this guy to do the kill. Wait. Is this a hired assassin? Because you see, from the way that the assassin seems to say it, do you see how Ning responds? Ning asked the assassin, but the assassin did it because he respected the preceptor. Right? The Minister of Justice had Sing. What is Sing? Who is Sing? Assassin didn't know who the baby is too. Oh, Sing True. Oh, please repeat the full name. It's confusing ours now. The guy did it because he believes the baby is Great Preceptor or something. Ning ordered assassin to kill Minister of Justice for falsely sentencing Great Preceptor to death. No, but you see... So you're saying Ning assassinated, or at least asked someone to assassinate the Minister of Justice, right? Because he doesn't like to Ning Shu at that point in time. He thinks this was a hoax. Yes? He thinks that the Great Preceptor died for poor reason. So he asked an assassin to go kill the Minister of Justice. No? He disliked the injustice. Yeah. So it's correct, right? To say that he just didn't like that the Great Preceptor died. And so he stopped the Minister of Justice because he thinks that that kind of decision making came from them. Minister of Justice had issues already. So what, you think this is the last straw thing? Was it like Ningshu has always not liked the Minister of Justice, and then when this whole chaos happened, he just asked an assassin and said, go for it? But then, you see, when he killed the Minister of Justice, right, with this assassin, the assassin somehow came back with a baby to Xingzhu. Which does confuse me a bit, because the question is, why is the baby in the Minister of Justice's hand in the first place? There was a mention of a case where killed by a beggar. Is the guy that killed the Minister of Justice this case? No, I think the killed by a beggar, right, was like the hearsay news. Xingzhu was kidnapped and sent to the minister. Direct to the minister, not like kept somewhere else. Until now, Ning was not involved in the whole showdown scheme. Imperial Guard told the baby to the Minister of Justice to be sentenced. So weird though. Imagine you're the judge, right? You're the person to sentence, and then you need to do something with the baby. But instead of keeping it in a room or like some random staff, no, you handed the baby to the full-on minister. I think it's kind of funny. Whatever it is though, he had the baby. And so the assassin came back with the baby. And that's why Ningshu replied, like, if he holds the baby, it'll be risky. And in this moment, Ning thinks that the baby that he's referring to was Blaze, right? Ning thought, oh shit, this is the Great Preceptor's final baby, like the last standing of the bloodline. But no, I think later on as he took in Xingzhu, he started to realize it's not. Okay. Oh, this takes time to piece together, by the way. I thought I can end the stream soon, but no, actually there's some things. I want to try to do it all in one stream anyways. So, Gu Quan lived in Victoria with Blaze and his wife. Then the new question I have is, why did Gu Quan come back? So Gu Quan came back on his own volition. So then Ning took him in. Ning took him in and say, fine, you work for me, then you can see her more often, right? But for some reason, he never had the gall to tell Xingzhu that he's the biological father. And Xingzhu has just always seen him as someone who works for the family. So, Gu Quan adopted Blaze only to, like, I mean, it's kind of a wild story, right? He unintentionally abandoned Xingzhu, then adopted Blaze, and then abandoned Blaze again only to go to Xingzhu. But I mean, he didn't full abandon Blaze, he still sent her letters and food, as we see from the story. Gu Quan went back to solve the Grand Preceptor case, yeah. So, in this case, Gu Quan came back to work for Ningshu, and at the same time, because of his respect for the Great Preceptor, he wanted to figure out why did that happen, right? He started to investigate, privately investigate himself. He wanted to know
and he worked in the justice. Oh fuck, what was that department called? What's the department that Lin is in? As in Lei Zi is in. I still can't remember. Too many terms. No, it's not regulators. 3 regulators for the freaking. No, it's not. It's not censor. Justice something. Justice something bureau or yes, judicial. What the fuck was it? Let's just say Justice Department. I can't remember. It's judicial something, but I can't remember the whole thing, so I'm just gonna call it Justice Department for now. So, on top of working for Ningshu, he went into the Justice Department because in the case of this, it's him wanting to find out the truth. It's Judicial Office, okay. So, I now need to understand, why are these two involved with Gu Quan? And did Gu Quan die of a normal death, or did Gu Quan get killed by someone? Judicial Review Office, thank you. Let me see what Jie Zhen has to say. You let Gu Quan live while he was right under your nose. After all, he raised his daughter to boot. You care about the fate of the child, the two Shu children. You wanted them to live carefree. What does he mean when he say you let Gu Quan live? Like what? Gu Quan had to die? Oh yeah, what was the death penalty thing? Yeah, I remember now. There was this whole part where they said that everyone got sent on death row, but Gu Quan got out. What was that about? Found every survivor of that murder case. I mean, yeah, this is him saying that he sent someone to assassinate. Gu Quan got convicted after he came back to Yang because he got linked with the grand. Gu Quan got back to Yan, and he got linked to the Grand Preceptor. So, what is this saying? So the Imperial Guard were hell bent on finding everyone in the Great Preceptor, and were finding anybody who had links. So when Gu Quan came back, he got linked.
Is that it? It's after the kitchen part got caught on fire. Wait, there's two things I want to understand now. One, what is this death penalty thing that happened in the story where Gu Qian went to jail, got out of a death penalty, right? There was this part of the story. Then the second thing is his eventual death. Why? So he used his death to create a case that can open investigate. Jie Chen and Yu Cheng set Lei Zi up to step in. Gu Quan used his death to do an open case. It's covered after the kitchen fire. Blaze and the chef discussing about it. Covered after the kitchen fire? What story is that? Ning Shu brought him out of the death row. Oh yeah, okay, there was the mention of the medley of white thing again. Oh, I need to observe this, hold on. He presented the medley of white, keeping a white line. This shall suit in honor and vindicate the grim preceptor, the very same means for the enrich the true lung. Right. And this was presented during the delicacy, like the feast of whatever feast of 100 delicacies. So he fed medley of whites, and then basically the current true lung was so petty that he jailed. He got jailed for that. Right, because the true lung probably think of it as an insult. And then Ning Shu went to rescue him out. Ning Shu, sorry, went to rescue him out. But then sending the medley of whites to the in the festival could also be his way of trying to get information, right? Because Gu Quan's entire goal is some form of vengeance. Inside jail, Ning Shu helps him. Gu Quan goes to Victoria and accidents happen. Yeah, so what happened after this was that, okay, Gu Quan was in very, very bad health, right? This is something that was stated in the story. And then the story also stated that it was painted as if Gu Quan died by falling in the river while having a journey to Victoria. But then is it true that he went to Victoria with a bunch of people? Because the story seemed to paint that he went on his own, but he ended up dying. Right? Yeah, they took a long time to talk about how, like, Ning Shu sent him on a mission and whatnot. But then later, I think when we reached like OR 8, and then there was the story of him talking to Yu, right? And then after Yu was asking him, oh, where are you going to Victoria? Oh, just give me the tangerine cakes, but not to send it this time, but only for myself, right? So it was just food for temporary travel kind of thing. In that scenario, is it like Gu Quan intentionally wanted to die? He folds his coat and put it back inside his book. Okay, if he... Now, on the basis of, not say intentionally, but he was just going to die anyways, right? Did he think of any extra purpose to his death? Did he think that his death would ignite things? Because why is Lei Zi here? Was Lei Zi summoned because of Ning Shu? It's almost like Lei Zi got used in this story, right? Because Lei Zi really wanted to solve it for Blaze's sake. Who summoned Lei Zi first? No, Lei Zi used Blaze, but who used Lei Zi? Lei Zi got involved because Gu Quan planned to rope her in. Yu Cheng did. Oh, right, because of the way that the story started. Bro, that's elaborate though. Imagine going through all that trouble to burn a whole scrollery. To actually like... Bruh. Wow. Oh. You see this... Oh, sorry, this is way too early. Okay, whatsoever. Okay, I think then it makes sense already. Because Yu Cheng and Lei Zi are, in a way, good colleagues or friends. And so that happened. And then afterwards, Lei Zi got kind of played the entire time. But in truth, it seems like Jie Cheng and Yi Cheng has some belief in Lei Zi, and they hope that the truth can come out. Right? Because Lei Zi summoned Blaze as well. All of them seem to want to cause a revolution within Yen for some reason. So that happened. It all worked out because Blaze got to talk to the True Lung. And Blaze talking to the True Lung is basically the truth of the entire truth of the story, where the True Lung revealed that they all did it almost out of cowardice, of like they needed someone, they wanted a fast solution to calm the entire crowd. You know, it might not be it's a bad solution per se, but is it the best they could think of? Maybe at that point in time. So that's just how it is. Okay, I think that explains much of what happened. Then I shall accept that these two are red herrings, false alarm. Jie Cheng just wants to drag Lei Zi and Blaze to discover like places to investigate. Almost. Now, the one I don't understand is, why did Fire Tree happen? Why did Liang Xin set fire when everybody was about to enjoy the feast? What was his motive? Grand Commandant was looking for war. Where was this? Was this OR 8? No, this might have been later. Where was this? Here. No, I'm not seeing the motive. What am I supposed to read? Further up. I passed the line. No, this, okay, so this one is the natural death line. Wait, I just realized something, by the way. His final death was him thinking about both children. Right, this is the description for Blaze. This is the description for Xingqiu. To prevent the Grand Commandant from acting in drastic haste and allow the True Lung an opportunity. Why would the Grand Commandant... Wait. What's Grand Commandant's motive then? I get the True Lung getting an opportunity thing, but what about the Grand Commandant? Why does he need to... A bloody war against the Sui? Why? Was it gonna happen during the beast? The feast. Oh, Grand Commander was in a rush, so the fire was like a distraction move. He was gonna announce that a war was happening during the banquet, right? But then it turns out the Grand Commandant lost, right? Because the ending of the story implies that Wang was gonna do it himself, right? Okay. I mean, it generally explains most things, I think. I get what everybody's motives in this story now is and how it relates to the complications of the story, I would say. My final thoughts to this story is that I still think it's a 10 out of 10. Because I think the emotions, the themes for this one, there's a lot of banger lines. Tons of like really good quotes from this story. I think it was pretty well written for this one. It's quite long, but I think it's okay. I shed a tear when Yu was talking about how he wants the siblings to reunite. And it was exactly as I told you all when I read the previous Sui stories. But like, I think when I read the previous Sui stories, I told you guys that like I had the feeling the idea of such a joyous reunion, that title was about how the Sui siblings can't even get together, right? And it turns out the story didn't give us the Sui siblings coming back together, because it was exactly described as what Yu says, that the only thing he can do is imagine, because he also understands that there might be implications of putting them all together, you know. So to him, he takes it as its hope, you know, that keeps him going, right? That one day things can get better, and that means the siblings can come together. And I think that's quite sweet in a sense. And I quite enjoy the fact that even though Blaze and Xingqiu are not sisters by blood, that Blaze basically accepted her family status and she takes it in as, you know, her in this case, it's her stepsister, right? And then I think the portrayal of but Tutor looks like a bunch of nothing in this story, not gonna lie. But Liangxun had some significance. Ning Sichu had some small amount of significance. And yeah, but I think it was a fun time. The chaos, the messiness of the story, to me, is a charm. It makes it a bit more fun to see like what exactly is going on. Because I think of it the same way as Invitation to Wine. Honestly, this story has a bit of a hybrid of like Invitation to Wine and Vernal Winds, where the family topic of Vernal Winds gets dragged in, and then the whole like what exactly happened question there occurs, right? Because I asked that a lot when I was reading Link's event, but now I'm asking that again when I read this one. So yeah. Alright. Okay, anyways, it's been a long stream. 9 hours. My eyes are hurting. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. Let me take a good rest, please. Unless I want to make some videos. If I want to make some videos, then I will stream. But I will not stream like AK or anything tomorrow. Let me put a bit. I want to sleep well tonight. Shit, I can't even sleep well. You know, I got invited for lunch, and I don't even know if I want to wake up for it, which is horrible. Maybe I'll just spend my Sunday sleeping. That sounds like a beautiful way to spend my day, right? Maybe I'll do that. All right. Maybe see you guys back on Monday or Tuesday. Alright, I'm gonna be out. Good night to you all. Thanks again for joining on the reading stream. Alright, bye bye.